to the course Network Security. I'm excited to have you onboarded, and I hope you are all excited to learn about network security concepts. So before starting the course curriculum, let me introduce myself. I'm Aparna, having 8 years of total experience in cybersecurity domain. I have worked through a variety of sources to provide security professional services to clients. I've handled several client engagements in the area of cybersecurity, some of which includes network vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, web vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, network performance audits, software security testing, and many more. Also, I have provided trainings in several areas like cybersecurity, ethical hacking, cybercrime forensic, vulnerability management, penetration testing, malware analysis, GDPR Foundation and practitioner, Microsoft Office 365. I'm also passionate about machine learning, deep learning, and artificial intelligence. Since last 5 years, I'm working with the cyber cops in India and helping them to investigate number of cybercrime cases related to investigating web application attacks, analyzing logs for web attacks, online fraud and scam, etc. Apart from this, I was also rewarded by GoDaddy and LinkedIn for helping them to keep people safe by reporting vulnerabilities in their services. I'm specialized in exploit research, vulnerability evaluation, crime investigation, machine learning, security education, training, and awareness program development, management, and delivery. From my courses, you will straight away notice how I combine my real-life experiences to deliver professional step-by-step trainings in the field of cybersecurity. While we are going with the course curriculum, when there is any topic that needs more focus and necessary to clear any examination or an interview, I'll discuss more about it. So let's begin our journey to learn network security. So welcome you again to the course Network Security. Hello everyone. I'm Aparna from TeachApex. Welcome you all to the Network Security Training. This Network Security Training is especially designed for students, system administrators, network engineers, or basically anyone who want to take a serious and meaningful step into the world of network security. This is a great starting point for learners who are interested in entry-level networking concepts and skills. In this network security training, you will gain the knowledge and skills to analyze and assess network risk, select and deploy appropriate countermeasures. As part of this course curriculum, you will also be able to understand WPA and WPA2 wireless security models and their vulnerabilities, and also be able to implement the most secure and the popular model in today's wireless landscape. Also, you will learn network security devices, such as we will be discussing about firewall, VPN, IDS, IPS, VPN connectors, and all. Through multiple hands-on exercises, you will learn how to search for possible network security vulnerabilities, how attackers sniff network traffic, how you can implement security configuration parameters on network devices, and also be able to implement wireless security effectively, securely, and efficiently. Alright, in this training, we have different modules that we will discuss one by one. So let's start with Module 1, Network Fundamentals. All students are required to have a solid understanding of TCP, IP and OSI model if they basically want to pursue their career in network security. So this first module covers networking concepts and protocols, network infrastructure basics and all. Alright, basically the overall objective of this course is to gain the knowledge of the key concepts of computer network, OSI and TCP IP models, understand different types of network such as we will discuss local area network, metropolitan area network, wide area network and personal area network. Then we will be discussing networking components such as an IC, switch, cable, hub, router, etc. Right? Networking protocols, and at last we will be discussing IP addressing concepts. So without wasting our time, let's begin with our first topic, understanding computer networks. So guys, whether you are new into the world of internet or have been working on internet for a long time, or even if you are just a person who like computers, you use internet regularly. The computer network has revolutionized communications to the extent that it is now our preferred medium of everyday communication. Before digging into the network security and learn networking protocols and services, you must have a knowledge of computer networks. So, here the question arises, what computer network is? A computer network is basically a group of computers, or you can call them nodes or hosts, that are linked to each other, that enables the node to communicate with each other and share their resources, data and applications. Alright, nodes or hosts can be like personal computers or phones or servers, as well as networking hardware such as routers or switches. So basically computer network support number of applications and services such as access to the World Wide Web, digital videos, audios, shared use of application and storage servers, printers and fax machines, also use of email and instant messaging applications, as well as many others. So networking of computers helps the network users to share data files. Right? Now let's discuss the history of computer networks to understand the computer network development. So basically here you can see the number of milestones that they have covered. In 1950s, computer networks included the US military radar system known as SAGE semi-automatic ground environment was started. Then in 1961, the idea of ARPANET, the one of the earliest computer networks, was proposed by Leonard Kleinrock. Also you can see in the 1960s, the commercial airline reservation system, that is also known as SABRE, went online with 2 connected mainframes. Then in 1963, the concept of intragalactic computer network, basically a computer network that is intended to allow general communications among computer users, was discussed. Also you can look at 1964, in which researchers have developed the Dartmouth Time Sharing Center system designed for distributed users of large computer systems. In the same year, a research group supported by General Electric and Bell Labs used a computer to route and manage telephone connections. In 1965, Western Electric, an American electrical engineering and manufacturing company, introduced the first widely used telephone switch that implemented through computer control. Then in 1972, commercial services like X.25 were developed. Then in 1991, home broadband was created. The first home broadband was created in 1991. Then in 1996, the 56,000 modem was invented by Dr. Brent Townshend. In 2000, Cisco achieved a stock market capitalization of more than $550 million. That basically made Cisco the single most valuable corporation in the world. In 2001, home broadband enters mainstream usage and begins growing at a faster rate than internet dial-up services. In 2010, you can see 100 gigabit Ethernet standard fully completed in 2010, and in 2020, the ultimate goal of terabit optical Ethernet center enabling 100 terabit Ethernet by 2020. So this is how you can see the computer network is changing the world of communication. All right, so this is here we have discussed about computer networks and the history of computer networks. Now the next important part that we are going to discuss is networking topologies. So basically networking topologies is also important to understand how you are connected in your network, how basically you are connected with the internet, how you are using, or if you are the particular system in your network, or you are using multiple number of devices in your network, so how these devices are connected, right? Or you can choose which topology to connect in that particular network. So this is here we are discussing networking topologies. First we are discussing bus. So bus topology, we have number of topologies like bus, star, ring, mesh, hybrid, tree. These are all the topologies that you can choose to connect or to basically discover the complete networking architecture of your network, of your organization basically, right? So first we are discussing bus topology. So bus topology is a type of network where every device is connected to a single cable which runs from one end of the network to the other. Bus topologies are basically used in smaller networks because all devices are connected to a single cable, so you don't need to manage a complex topological setup, right? It's cost effective because you know that they can be run with a single cable. You don't need to purchase number of devices, or you don't need to purchase number of cables, so it's very cost effective. But the drawback of this topology is that if the cable fails, then the entire network will go down. Also, if you have lots of network traffic, then the performance of your network will decrease significantly. All right, so this is bus topology. Next we are discussing star topology. So star is basically, you can see that structure of the star, right? In this star topology, every node in the network is connected to one central node. All right, the central node or hub also acts as a repeater. You can manage the entire network from one location because you are just connected with the central hub, so you can manage all the resources from that central hub. If the central node goes down, then the entire network will go down, obviously, right? So this is the drawback of star topology, because if the node gets down, or if there is any disconnectivity in the node, then whole architecture will go down. Then next we have ring topology. So you can see a complete ring architecture here. Here, computers are connected to each other in a circular format. Ring topologies can sustain large networks much more effectively than bus topologies. All right. Then we have dual ring topology. You can see we are using here double cables simply, right? In ring topology, we are using a single cable, or you can say one-way communication, or you can say it can be clockwise or anti-clockwise. But in dual ring topology, we are using dual cables. That's why it's called dual ring. And the communication in dual ring topology can be clockwise or anti-clockwise. So basically, if ring topologies are configured to be bidirectional, then they are referred to as dual ring topology. Data can flow in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction. Dual ring topologies provide you with an extra layer of protection as they are more resistant to failures. All right, then we have next topologies that we are discussing is tree, mesh, and hybrid. So in tree topology, you can say it's a network structure that is shaped like a tree with its many branches. The most significant weakness of tree topology is the root node. So if the root node fails, then all of its subtrees become partitioned, right? You can just separate them and create a next tree, you can say. All right. Then we have mesh topology. So as you can see, it's a complete mesh. A mesh topology is a point-to-point connection where nodes are interconnected. The topological layout is more complex because you can see here in the diagram that one system is connected with number of systems. So it can be the complex architecture, right? Also, you can see here, you can use basically full mesh or partial mesh topology. In partial mesh topology, you can basically connect to a number of devices that you want, or in basically full mesh topology, you have to connect all of the devices with other number of devices. So it can be partial mesh and full mesh. Then we have hybrid topology. So when a topology is comprised of two or more different topologies, it is referred to as a hybrid topology, right? Like in this architecture, you can see we are using one ring topology and other one is star topology. This is the ring topology and this is we have star topology. So basically, if you are combining one or two or more topologies, then it's called hybrid topology. But hybrid topologies can be quite complex depending on the topologies that you have decided to use. All right, so here we have discussed computer networks, the history, and networking topologies. Right, thanks you. In the next video, we will be discussing about the communication channels like OSI models and TCP/IP models. All right, thanks. Welcome back to the network security training. In this video, we will be discussing OSI and TCP/IP networking models. Basically, these models are the two most widely used networking models for communication. There are some similarities and dissimilarities between them that we are going to discuss, right? So as you can see here, one of the major differences between OSI and TCP/IP is that OSI is a conceptual model which is not practically used for communication, whereas TCP/IP is used for establishing a connection and communicating through the network. OSI stands for Open System Interconnection, that is created by ISO, an international standard organization. It was designed to be a reference model for describing the functions of a communication system. It basically provides a framework for creating and implementing networking standards and devices, and also it describes how network applications on different computers can communicate through the network media. Alright, OSI model has 7 layers, as you can see, each of the layer and its function. So in this we have 7 layers: physical layer, then data link layer, network layer, transport layer, session layer, presentation, and at last we have application layer. Alright, so let's get know the functionalities of each and every layer and the protocols that are used on that particular layer. So let's talk about first physical layer. Basically, it transmits the individual bits over the transmission channel. This is named as physical layer because it is responsible for the transmission and reception of wire level data. You can understand by an example that the physical layer is where it is dictated how bits are represented across a specific networking medium. Alright, the physical layer basically deals with the description of the characteristic of the interface between the devices and the transmission media. Representation of bits, synchronization of the bits, data rate, physical topology, line configuration, and transmission mode. The protocols that are used at physical layer are Ethernet, Bluetooth, wireless, and more. We'll talk about the protocols in our next video. Next we have data link layer. So data link layer is responsible for transforming the raw transmission service from physical layer into a reliable link. It basically makes the physical layer free from error by masking them so that the network layer does not notice them. Right? In this layer, the input data is split into frames. The tasks carried out into the data link layer are framing, access control, physical addressing, error, and flow control. Alright, then next we have networking layer. So you can see basically logical addressing and routing are the major operations performed by the network layer. The third layer, it's network layer, right? And it functions for path determination and logical addressing. It basically translates the network logical address into physical MAC address. And that's why here we use protocols like ARP and RARP, Address Resolution Protocol and Reverse Address Resolution Protocol, to translate the networking logical addresses into physical address or physical address into networking address, logical address, so that the two systems residing in the different networks could also communicate efficiently. Alright, a packet also requires a path to be followed to reach at the destination, avoiding congestion and failed components. So it also facilitates the automatic updation of the routes. As I said, at this layer we use ARP, RARP, these IP addressing protocols. Alright, then next we have transport layer protocol. So basically it supports end-to-end connection and reliability. Here we use protocols like TCP, UDP. Alright, it basically accepts the data from its preceding layer into the form of independent packets and transmits it to the succeeding layer in proper order. The other function that is carried out by this layer are service point addressing, connection control, segmentation, and resembly, follow control and error control. Because it supports basically reliability. right? Then next we have session layer. So this layer establishes the session between different machines in order to synchronize and maintain the interaction between them. The services provided by the session layer are dialog control, token management, session management, synchronization, and so on. Then we have presentation layer, and here you can see it functions for data representation and encryption, and the protocols that are used at this layer are XML, JSON, and all. Presentation layer basically focuses on the syntax and semantics of the transmitting information. It performs tasks such as translation, encryption, compression, where the actual information existing in the form of character strings, numbers, symbols is encoded into bit streams, converted into another form and compressed. And at last we have application layer. So here you can see the protocols that are used at application layer are HTTP, SFTP, SSH, HTTPS, FTP, right? All these protocols are used at application layer, and this layer uses basically can access the network by using interfaces and services like electronic mail, shared database management, file access transfer, and other services. By using these protocols like HTTP, FTP, SMTP, by using these protocols, the user can use the applications of email communicating or shared databases. They can use file transfer protocols. They can use for forwarding, for sharing the files, right? Accessing World Wide Web and all. All right, so this is all about OSI model. Next, we are talking about TCP IP model. So as you can see here in TCP IP model, we have 4 layers, right? This model was created in the 1970s by the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, that is also known as DARPA, as an open, vendor neutral public networking model. The IP protocol, Internet Protocol Suite, is the conceptual model and set of communications protocols used in the Internet and similar computer networks. This is commonly used as TCP/IP because the foundational protocols are used TCP and IP. TCP, Transmission Control Protocol, and IP, Internet Protocol. All right, you can see here in this model we have 4 layers: application layer, transport layer, internet layer, and network access layer. So you can see at network access layer, it's also known as link layer, is the lowest layer of the TCP/IP model. It is also referred to in some text as the network interface layer, right? The link layer combines the physical and data link layer functions into a single layer. This basically includes physical network functions like modulation, line coding and bit synchronization, frame synchronization, error detection, and so on. Then we have internet layer. This internet layer is the next layer, right, and is associated with the network layer of the OSI model. Its functions include traffic routing, traffic control, fragmentation, and logical addressing. Common protocols that are used at this layer includes IP, ICMP, IGMP. All right. Then we have transport layer. So the transport layer is typically related directly with the same named layer in the OSI model. As we have transport layer also in the OSI model. All right. Functions include message segmentation, acknowledgement, traffic control, session multiplexing, error detection, error correction, message recording. All right. The protocols that are used are same like TCP and UDP. We use a transport layer. And at last, we have application layer. So the working of application layer is same as in OSI model. All right, here we use protocols such as HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, SSL, DNS, SMTP, and so on. So this is basically the combination or the next version of OSI model, right? Next, you can see the difference between OSI model and TCP IP model. So through this figure, you can just see that we have combined two bottom layers, physical layer and data link layer. We have combined these two layers and in TCP IP model and named as a network access layer. All right. Then OSI model network layer is known as internet layer in TCP IP model. Then we have transport layer in both models. Then the upper three layers, session layer, presentation layer, and application layer, are combined in TCP IP model and named as application layer in TCP IP model. All right. And as I said, you can see the protocols that are used at these layers. Like at network access layer, you can see we are using Ethernet, token ring, ATM, frame relay. These are the protocols. Then at internet layer, you can see UARP, RARP, IP, IGMP, ICMP. These are the protocols at internet layer, or you can say network layer in OSI model. Then at transport layer, we use TCP UDP, and at the upper layer, you can see HTTP, SMTP, Telnet, FTP, DNS, RIP. It's for voice communication, SNMP, right? So this is the complete protocol suite of TCP IP model, right? In practically, we use TCP IP model, all right? And we don't use OSI model practically. So this is all about OSI and TCP IP model. In the next video, we will be discussing networking types. So stay tuned. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, we will be covering different types of networks. So as we have discussed that computer networks allows computers to connect and communicate with different computers via any medium. So we need to understand that how we are connected, right? And for this, we will be discussing different types of networks such as we have LAN, MAN, VPN, and so on, right? So in this video, we will be covering these types of networks. As you can see here, PAN, this is called personal area network. Then LAN, local area network. MAN, metropolitan area network. WAN, this is wide area network. Then storage area network. Then we have campus area network known as CAN. Then wireless local area network. This is similar like LAN, local area network, but it's a upgrade version having wireless capability. Then we have enterprise private network. It's called EPN. And at last, we will be discussing virtual private network. It's VPN. All right. So let's start with personal area network. So personal area network is basically a computer network that organized around an individual for personal use only. They basically involve a computer, phone, printer, tablet, or any other device like PDAs, personal devices. This could be inside a small office or at your home. The network is typically managed for a single computer but can be accessed from any device. All right. This type of network provides great flexibility because it's in very small range. It has some capabilities like you can send a document to the printer in the office while you are just sitting on a couch with your laptop. You can upload a photo from your cell phones to the desktop computers. You can watch movies and online streaming service to your TV, right? So this is basically a personal area network which provides data transmission among devices such as we have computers, laptops, tablets, smartphones and all. Then next we have local area network. So it's locally, you can see that local area network is basically a group of computers connected to each other in a small area such as a building, a school, a computer laboratory or office and all. It's basically small geographical area. A LAN is a private network owned and maintained by a single organization. As we have schools or colleges, so they basically use local area network in a particular building or in that particular area. LAN is basically used for connecting two or more personal computers through a communication medium such as we can use twisted pair cables or coaxial cables, right? LANs are typically used for single sites where people need to share resources among themselves but not with the rest of the outside world. So for that purpose, we use local area network, right? Then we have metropolitan area network. This is, you can say, a combination of LANs, a computer network that interconnect users with computer resources in a geographic region of the size of a metropolitan area. It consists of a computer network across an entire city, a college campus, or a small region. A metropolitan area network is larger than local area network, definitely, right? Because it's a combination of two or more LANs, you can say, which is typically limited to a small building or a site. Depending on its configuration, this type of network can cover an area from several miles to tens of miles. A MAN is typically owned and operated by a single entity such as government agencies or larger corporations. Alright, in MAN, basically various LANs or two or more LANs are connected to each other through a telephone exchange line, right? It can be used in an airline reservations or colleges within a city. All right, so this is known as metropolitan area network. Then next we have wide area network. So as you can see, wide area network is a network that exists over a large scale geographical area. All right, such as states or countries, right? A WAN connects different smaller networks, like it can be the combination of multiple LANs or multiple MANs, metropolitan area networks and local area networks. So a WAN connects different smaller networks. The internet is the best known example for a public WAN. WAN uses technology like ATM, that is asynchronous transfer mode, frame relay, and X.25, basically a packet switched network that allows remote devices to communicate with each other over any private digital links without the expense of individual leased lines. All right, this is basically used for connecting over the longer distances. As I said, the internet is the best known example for the public WAN. All right, then next we have storage area network. So as you can see in the diagram, a specialized high-speed network that provides block level network access to storage. This is basically a computer network which provides access to consolidated block level data storage, connects servers to data storage devices through technology like fiber channel, right? SAN are typically composed of host, switches, storage elements, and storage devices that are interconnected using a variety of technologies, topologies, and protocols. This is basically used for storing your data. It's a storage area network. Then next we have campus area network. So as the name suggests, it's for a particular campus. It's a campus area network, or it's also known as corporate area network. This is basically for a smaller network, you can say, and for a particular purpose. So a campus area network is basically a network of multiple interconnected LANs in a limited geographical area. All right, a campus area network is also known as corporate area network. A campus area network is a network that covers an educational or corporate campus. That's why it's known as campus area network. It's basically larger than local area network but smaller than metropolitan area network and the wide area network. So it's all clear. Then next we have wireless area network. So basically it's a LAN based on Wi-Fi wireless network technology. As I've told you before, that wireless area network is a technology that is using a clear local area network having the upgrade version of wireless technology. Alright, a wireless LAN is a wireless computer network that links two or more devices using wireless communication within a limited area. Because LAN is for limited area, that's why wireless LAN is also for the limited area but having the wireless technology. Alright, then next we have enterprise private network. So basically these type of network are built and owned by businesses that want to securely connect its various locations to share computer resources. It's for enterprise private network. It serves the original purpose of private network where data is protected and resources are shared. So basically a private network is enforced with many restrictions in order to create a secure environment. All right, that's why mostly organizations use enterprise private network to maintain the integrity, the confidentiality of their network. So they use enterprise private network because this network is basically designed for maintaining the security of a network. That's why organizations use enterprise private network. All right, then at last we have virtual private network. So it's, you can see virtual, the network which is virtual. So it's a virtual private network that extends a private network across a public network, and also it enables users to send and receive data across shared or public networks as if they are connecting devices were directly connected to the private network. Applications running across the VPN may therefore benefit from the functionality, security, and management of the private network. So basically, VPN uses a secure communication channel or the technology that maintains the security of that particular network. And you can connect multiple resources, or anyone can use to connect to your VPN, right? It's a technology that is widely used in the corporate environments, because today employees are sitting at their homes, or they are just connecting that particular corporate network from different locations, right? So they need to maintain the security of their particular network. That's why people or the organizations today are using VPN, because it secures your data from being hacked or from being interrupted, right? Encrypted connection that helps ensure the sensitive data is safely transmitted. It basically encrypts your data. It uses the technology that uses the encryption, right? We'll discuss about encryption in our later videos, but here you can understand that VPN is the technology, is the network that uses the encryption technology, through which all your data that is being transmitted over the network is being encrypted to maintain the security. All right, so these are the different types of networks that we have discussed in this video. In the next video, we will be covering the protocols. So thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Hello everyone. Welcome back to the network security training. In this video, we will be discussing networking components. All right. So as a wide range of devices are used in modern networking, as we all know that, right? So basically, as network security admin or a network security specialist, you must understand networking components, right? You need to have a good understanding of these commonly used networking devices. Each of these devices that we are going to discuss fulfills a specific role in a network. However, only the largest and most complex environments use all of them. So let's begin with our first discussion with the networking devices, which perhaps the most simple and common network device used today. That is hub. So hub is a device that splits a network connection into multiple computers, or into multiple networks, you can say. Hub is basically a device that splits a network connection. When computer requests for some information from a network, it basically first sends the request to the hub through cable. Hub will broadcast this request to the entire network. Hub is basically a device that uses the one-to-many technology. One-to-many. That means hub is getting one request and it's splitting the request to all of the computers that are connected through that hub. It forwards the request to all of the computers that are connected with that particular hub. So it basically broadcasts the connection. Are you getting? Hub broadcasts the connection. That means it uses the one-to-many technology. Currently, hubs are becoming obsolete and replaced by more advanced communication devices such as switches or routers. All right, let's discuss switch. Switch is basically a device, a hardware device that connects multiple devices on a computer network. It contains more advanced features than hub. It connects devices on a computer network using packet switching to receive, process, and forward data to the destination device. It basically contains the updated table that decides where the data is transmitted or not. Switch uses one-to-one technology because switch doesn't broadcast the connection. Alright, like hub, it doesn't broadcast the message to the entire network like the hub. It basically determines the device to whom the message is to be transmitted. Therefore, we can say that switch provides a direct connection between the source and the destination. That's why I'm calling it one-to-one communication. Hub uses one-to-many communication. Switch use one-to-one communication. That means if you are using hub in your network, right, that means hub forwards the connection to all of the network, to all of the computers that are connected to that hub. It basically broadcasts the connection, but switch will not broadcast the connection. All right, at the particular time, it will forward a simple connection to at one end. All right, in switch we have one receiver and one sender. All right, and in hub we have one sender and multiple receivers. So basically the thing is, if you are in your network and you are using hub, that is vulnerable, because if hacker is also connected in your hub, in your network, and you are using hub in that particular network, so it definitely will broadcast the connection, will broadcast the request, and will broadcast the packets. So a hacker can also sniff those packets. That's why organizations today are not using hub. In place of that, they are using switch, because switch doesn't broadcast the packet. Switch doesn't broadcast the connection. All right, so this is the basic difference between hub and switch. Now let's talk about router. So a router is basically a hardware device that is used to connect a LAN with an internet connection. A device that connects a LAN with an internet connection and also used to receive, analyze, and forward the incoming packets to another network. It basically works in the layer 3, that is network layer of the OSI model that we have discussed before, right? OSI model we have discussed. So it basically works on layer 3. Router enhances the overall performance of the network. Like, let's take an example. If you have 24 workstations in your network, so it generates the same amount of traffic. You have 24 workstations and it generates the same amount of traffic. So this will increase the traffic load on the network. But router is the device that can split the single network into two networks of 12 workstations each. So this is how you can reduce the traffic load by half. All right, so router works as a performance management technology also. Now let's talk about NIC. NIC is network interface card. All right, network interface card, a basically hardware device that connect a computer with the network. It basically the main computer network component. The MAC address or physical address is encoded on the network card chip, which is assigned by the IEEE to identify a network card uniquely. They are installed in motherboards, right? We have basically two types of NIC, you can say, a wired NIC and wireless NIC. Wired NIC is present inside the motherboard. Cables and connectors are used with wired NIC. to transferring the data, and wireless NIC contains the antenna to obtain the connection over the wireless network. Like we are using laptop computers, that contains the wireless NICs. Alright, so NIC is the network interface card that is used to connect a computer with another computer onto the network, and it's basically installed in the motherboards. In the practical session, I'll show you how you can check the MAC addresses, right, as per your NIC network interface card. So how can you check the MAC address of that particular network interface card, how you can find out your IP addresses, and how hackers or attackers using spoofing technology to maintaining the anonymity of their machines, right? So I'll show you how hackers are using MAC address spoofing and IP spoofing to maintain their anonymity. But before that, let's discuss another components. Next we have modem. So modem, as the name stands for, modulator and demodulator. All right, it basically converts the digital data into an analog signal. A modem basically enables you to connect your computer to the available internet connection over the existing telephone lines. All right, and modem is not integrated with a computer motherboard. So basically a modem is a very important piece of network that allows you, or that allows a computer to send and receive data through a telephone line or cable connection. All right, next we have cables. So it's basically known as network cables, right? So it's like a wire that is used to connect more than one computers or other devices such as printers and scanners to each other. Cables is basically a transmission media used for transmitting a signal. All right. These cables are used to physically connect networking devices. We have different types of cables that can be used depending upon the devices being connected, the network topology, and the size of the network you are using. So like for an example, if you are having a network in your office, right, so you can use Ethernet cable as the primary network cable to connect number of devices in a very short distance areas. Whereas if you are having a fiber optic cables, that can be used to prefer for transmitting data over a larger distance, such as the connection from the internet service provider to the clients. So same like that, we have three types of cables basically: twisted pair cable, coaxial cables, and fiber optic cables. All right, so depending upon your needs, you can use these type of cables accordingly: twisted pair cables, coaxial cables, and fiber optic cables. Today for basically larger speeds and for larger area networks, we use fiber optic cables. Then we have clients. So clients is basically a hardware or a software device that access a service made available by a server. A client is a computer that is connected to other computers in the network and can receive data sent by other computers. That means it's basically receiving these services. The person or the computer or the hardware device that is receiving the services sent by the server, that is known as client. And server, what is server? Servers are computers that run operating system and hold data that can be shared over a computer network. Basically, a network server is the main component on the network because it provides number of services to different clients. This computer is commonly known as the repository of data and programs which exist on the network. The server provides number of functionalities, number of services for all other devices on the network, and these devices are known as clients. So you can relate client and server. Client is the device or the application that is receiving the services, and server is the device, is the component that is forwarding, or that is basically providing the functionalities. So it's known as server, right? So we have client and server, and so far we have client and server technology. All right, so these are the basic networking components that you must understand how they works and what is the need in your networking environment. In the next video, we will be discussing protocols in the TCP/IP stack. So stay tuned. Bye-bye. Hello everyone. So in the theory section, as we have discussed about network interface card and the address related to your network interface card, that is MAC address. So in this lab, we are gonna work on MAC address, how basically you can find your MAC address of your devices, of your network interface card, right? And you are also gonna learn how hackers or attackers can spoof, can change their MAC addresses to maintain their anonymity. All right, in this lab, we will be going to spoof the MAC address manually and by also using a MAC address changer application, that is SMAC. So let's start with how to find the MAC address first. So first, just go to the command prompt, right? So I'm just opening up command prompt, open it as an administrator. Here is the command prompt, and here you need to type the command that is get MAC to get the MAC addresses of your network interface card, of all the network interface card that is installed in your device. All right, you will get all the MAC addresses. So press enter, and here you can see all the physical addresses, basically you can say, and the transport name related to that. So in this device, in this particular laptop, I'm using these MAC addresses. Basically you can say these number of network interface cards. So basically it can be for virtual machines or it can be installed in my base machine. So these are the network interface cards that I'm using in this device. All right, and right now I'm connected to this network interface card. So let's see how basically hackers can spoof, can change their physical address. See, if I'm talking about spoofing, right? So spoofing is the thing that through which we actually not going to change the MAC address, all right, because we can't change the MAC address. It's just like that I'm masking my real MAC address, right? I'm just putting a mask over it, so it will hide, or you can say it will mask the real MAC address, and in place of that the person or the investigators will see my fake MAC address. All right, so let's check out how attackers can spoof their MAC address so that the investigators could not be able to catch them. All right, because this is the identity of this device. If I'm just doing any kind of crime by using this device, so MAC address is the identification of this device. And if I'm just spoofing it, if I'm just changing the MAC address of this device, so the investigators will not be able to catch this device. All right, that's why attackers use MAC address changers, or they basically spoof their MAC address. So let's see how you can do that. So this is here, open Network and Sharing Center. All right, then just go to change adapter settings, and here you will get all the network interface cards, all the adapters, right? And right now I'm just connected with this adapter, so I'm just going to check the properties. In the properties, you will get an option configure. Just click on it, configure, right? Then go to advanced, and here we have network address. You can see this, right? So like here you can see these are the MAC addresses right now, and if I'm just going to change it, I need to type the value here. All right, I'm just typing. You can just type anything, right? And you can check whether it's working or not. So here I have typed 12 times 1212 because it's a 48-bit address. All right, that's why. Now just press OK. Now you can check the internet got disconnected, and it will give the IP address again, because this is the new address, because this is the new laptop or the new device according to the router, because I have changed the MAC address, and MAC address is the identification of a particular device, right? And if I'm changing it, so the router will accept as a new device. Now let's see whether it's changed or not. So I'm gonna open command prompt again, and let's check by typing get MAC. All right, now you can see it's changed. All right, now it's 121212 and this. So this is the MAC address right now I'm using on this device. So if I'm just doing any kind of crime, right, they will get the MAC address this. So that is how this machine is not be able to catch by the investigators. All right, another method we have, if you are not comfortable with this and if there is any issue, you are not able to find the manual adapter settings, so what we can do, we can just go for another application. I'm just going to show you that we have SMAC, MAC address changer. All right, so this is the MAC address changer. From this link you can download. It's MAC address changer. I've already downloaded it, so I'm just going to use it directly. All right, click yes, then simply install it by just following the wizard and launching it. All right, so here you can see the license, so accept it. I'm not going to buy it right now, so you can just proceed. All right, so here you can see the number of adapters, right, you are using, and the IP address and the MAC address related to that. All right, now what you can do, you can just select the MAC address from this list. Like here, which MAC address you want to give. Like here, I can select this or any of the MAC address that you want. All right, this I have given, and click on restart adapter. first update it. So this version of SMAC will only allow you to change the MAC address to this in evaluation mode. So let's just type 0C, 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 01 in evaluation mode, right? Yes. Now you can see it's restarting the adapter. And after a minute, it will restart the adapter and you will get the new MAC address of this machine. So guys, now you understand that how basically attackers or hackers spoof their MAC addresses to maintain the anonymity, to just to not be able to catch by the investigators. So they are doing these kind of things, right? So this is how you can get the MAC address, and you can spoof the MAC address manually and by using the SMAC MAC address changer. Now you can see it's evaluating, adapter restart complete, and now the MAC address is this. All right, so this is how we have worked on MAC address. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to the module 1 of your network security training. In this video, we are gonna learn networking protocols in the TCP/IP protocol stack, or you can say protocol suite. So in our previous classes, in our previous videos, we have discussed about protocol stack, TCP/IP and its protocol stack. Now we are gonna learn what are the protocols that are used in that particular protocol stack and what is the work of those protocols in that particular layer. All right, so it's also known as protocol suite. So basically a protocol suite is a collection of protocols that are specifically designed to work together. All right, and they are arranged in a particular stack or in a particular suite if you are talking about TCP/IP model. So here we will be discussing TCP/IP model and the protocol suites or the protocols that are implemented on that particular layers of TCP/IP model. All right, so let's first check out the TCP/IP layers and the protocols that are related to those layers. So as we have already discussed about TCP/IP model and its layers, that we have 4 layers in TCP/IP model: network access layer, internet layer, transport layer, and then we have application layer. So accordingly, we have respective protocols related to those layers. Like if we are talking about network access layer, in that particular layer we use protocols like Ethernet, token ring, frame relay. All right, on internet layer we use IP, ICMP, IGMP, and IPsec. This is for IP security. It's known as IPsec protocol. At transport layer we use protocols such as TCP and UDP. And at application layer, we use protocols such as HTTP, HTTPS, all the protocols that are related to applications. Like some of the applications you use, like you browsing the internet, you use emailing servers, right? You use file transfer protocols. So these are the protocols that are related to application, like HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, Telnet, NTP, DHCP, IMAP, LDAP, SSH, and TLS SSL. So these are the protocols we are gonna discuss so that you can understand how they work, what they work, and why it's implemented on these particular layers. All right, so let's begin with our first protocol, HTTP and HTTPS, that works on application layer. So first we are going to discuss application layer networking protocols and HTTP, HTTPS. So basically, in address bar of your browser, you have noticed that either you are getting HTTP or HTTPS at the time of browsing, right? So in short, both of these are the protocols that use the information of a particular website is exchanged between web server and the web browser. So basically, HTTP offers set of rules and standards that govern how any information can be transmitted on the World Wide Web. So if we are talking about HTTP or HTTPS, these are the set of standards, or you can say the rules, that decides that how your information can be transmitted on the World Wide Web. So it's the HTTPS version is the highly advanced and secure version of HTTP. Alright, here you can see the HTTP is the application protocol, as we all know that, because here we are discussing all the protocols that are related to application layer. So definitely it's application protocol for distributed and collaborative hypermedia information system. Alright, HTTP and HTTPS, there is a little bit difference between HTTP and HTTPS. HTTPS is the secure version of HTTP, you can say. HTTPS use SSL and TLS technology to encrypt or to secure the data that is being transmitted over the internet. So if you want to protect your information, if you want to make the integrity of your data, then you have to use HTTPS related websites, or the websites that have implemented HTTPS protocol. Alright, the default port of HTTP is 80, and for HTTPS it uses 443 port. Alright, then next we have FTP. So FTP is File Transfer Protocol. This is a standard internet protocol for transmitting files between computers on the internet over TCP/IP connections. Alright, it's a client server protocol that relies on two communication channels between client and server, basically a command channel for controlling the conversation and a data channel for transmitting the file content. Alright, FTP is often secured with SSL or TLS, that is called FTPS. So FTPS is the secure version of FTP protocol. Alright, if you are using FTP, that means that particular protocol is not secure, so don't use FTP protocol. Besides that, you can use FTPS protocol that uses SSL and TLS technology to make the security of your data. Alright, or replaced with SSH file, that is also known as SFTP. So the secure versions of FTP protocol are FTPS and SFTP. Alright, the default port for FTP is 21 and for FTP it's 990. Now let's talk about Telnet. So Telnet is basically a protocol that provides a command line interface for communications with a remote device or server. Alright, Telnet provides users with a bidirectional interactive text-oriented communication system by utilizing a virtual terminal over 8 byte. Telnet is basically a user command and an underlying TCP/IP protocol for accessing remote computers. So by using Telnet protocol, you can remotely connect to the other computers. Telnet is basically stands for Teletype Network, and in short we call it telnet. Alright, through telnet an administrator or another user can access someone else's computer remotely. As I said, that by using this protocol you can connect remotely to some other computers. Alright, it establishes connection at port 23. Now next we have NTP, that is Network Time Protocol. So it basically used to synchronize computer clock times in a network. It basically synchronizes the clocks of computers to some time reference. Alright, it's an internet standard protocol developed by Professor David. Alright, the term NTP applies to both the protocol and the client server programs that run on computers. It works on port 123. Then next we have DHCP. So it's Dynamic Host Control Link Protocol. DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol basically, or Control Protocol you can also say. So it's for dynamically allocating the IP addresses to the devices that are connecting to your network. So it's basically a network management protocol that is used to dynamically assign an IP address to any device or node or on a network so they can communicate using IP. That is basically, if we are talking about some years back, so your network or your devices are not configured with DHCP. So what you had to do, you had to assign the IP addresses manually to, if you are just having a complete network and somebody else is connecting to your network, so you had to assign manually the IP address to that particular computer system. But today the devices are using DHCP protocol. All right, they have implemented DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, and by using this protocol the devices can get the IP addresses dynamically. Like if I just want to connect with a particular network, so the network administrator doesn't need to assign the IP address manually. It will be assigned automatically, right? So if any system is requesting to connect to that particular network, it's basically gives the request command. All right, so in reply it will get the IP addresses dynamically or automatically, you can say. All right, so DHCP port number for server is 67 and for client is 68. So DHCP is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol that manages the configuration of your network, of your IP addresses, and you don't need to manually assign IP addresses to all the network devices. Instead, it can basically give the IP addresses automatically. Now next we have IMAP. So IMAP is basically stands for Internet Message Access Protocol. All right, is basically a standard protocol for accessing email on a remote server from a local client. IMAP is basically an application layer protocol. All right, and here you can see IMAP version 3. Latest version 3 is another main protocol that used to retrieve mail from a server. IMAP does not delete the content from the mailbox of the server. If you are using IMAP, if you basically are using email clients, like we use some of the email clients in Windows, or we have number of email clients like Thunderbird and all. So if you are using any of the email client like Outlook, if you are using, then you are connected by using this protocol IMAP. See, if you are just forwarding emails online, like if you are using your browser to forwarding emails, then you are using SMTP protocol. But if you are using email clients like Outlook, then you are connected with the IMAP protocol. Alright, so this is the way you can retrieve the mails by using email clients. The default port for IMAP is 143 and secure is 993. Alright, then next we have LDAP. So LDAP is basically lightweight directory access protocol. It's for lightweight directory access protocol. So as the name suggests, it is a lightweight client server protocol. Alright, for accessing directory services, specifically X.500 based directory services. Alright, these services, LDAP services, run over TCP/IP or other connection oriented transfer services. A standard application protocol for accessing and maintaining distributed directory information services over an IP network. Alright, it uses a relatively simple string-based query to extract information from active directory. Like it basically, you can use a particular commands. It has some number of queries or the commands that you can use to retrieve any of the information related to the active directory. Alright, the TCP and UDP port for LDAP traffic is 389. Now next, let's talk about SSH. So SSH is Secure Shell, also known as Secure Socket Shell. It's basically a network protocol that gives users, particularly system administrators, a secure way to access a computer over an unsecured network. Alright, SSH also refers to the suite of utilities that implement the SSH protocol. It provides strong authentication and encrypted data communication between two computers. Alright, it provides several alternative options for strong authentication, and it protects the communications security and integrity with strong encryption. So basically SSH is the protocol that is used to make the security or the integrity of your data. The standard port for TCP port for SSH is 22. Alright, then next we have TLS and SSL. So SSL is the standard technology for keeping an internet connection secure and safeguarding any sensitive data. TLS stands for Transport Layer Security, is just an updated version or more secure version of SSL. So here you can see we have SSH and TLS SSL. So these are the protocols that are used to secure your data that is being transmitted over the network. SSH protocol uses encryption to secure the connection between a client and a server. Alright, SSL is also the technology that is used to make security of your data and safeguarding any sensitive information. So if your website, or if basically you are using HTTPS protocol or FTPS protocol, basically the security protocols, if you are using, that means they are implemented by using TLS and SSL technology. Alright, so these are the protocols that are used at application layer. Now in the next video we will be talking about other protocols, so stay tuned. Now let's talk about protocols that are implemented at transport layer of the TCP/IP model. So we have discussed that TCP and UDP are the protocols that are implemented at transport layer. So let's discuss about TCP and UDP protocols and the difference between these protocols. So TCP is basically transmission control protocol. Alright, and UDP stands for user datagram protocol. TCP is basically a network communication protocol that is designed to send data packets over the internet. If I just talk about TCP and UDP, so these are the protocols that are designed to send data packets over the internet. Both of these protocols are designed to send data. Alright, but here is the basic difference between TCP and UDP, and that is related to the three-way handshake model. So if we are talking about TCP, so it's a connection oriented protocol. It's connection oriented, and UDP is connection less protocol. Now what is connection oriented and what is connection less? So if you know about three-way handshake, let's just talk about three-way handshake. Three-way handshake is basically a method of sending and receiving the data over the internet. It uses basically 3 steps. That's why it's called three-way handshake. Like if we have client and a server, so if client is requesting for any information, it's basically forwarding any request to the server. That means it's forwarding the synchronization packet. That packet is also known as SYN, SYN, SYN. Alright, so client is forwarding SYN request to the server. When server received that request, it forwards the packet that contains this acknowledgement and the synchronization packet with that. Alright, the combination of synchronization and acknowledgement packet. So that means first client has forwarded SYN packet, then server has forwarded SYN plus ACK packet to the client, and at last client will forward the acknowledgement packet to the server. So that means here you can see we are getting acknowledgement from both ends. Like server is also forwarding SYN plus ACK packet, that means acknowledgement packet. So server is also acknowledging the client that yes, I got your packet, yes, I got your request. Alright, and at last client is forwarding acknowledgement packet. So client is just accepting that yes, I got the reply. Alright, so this is the connection oriented method here, where you are getting the complete acknowledgement of all the packets of being transmitted and being received. So here the acknowledgement is necessary. Where you are getting acknowledgement, that means that is connection oriented protocols. And if we are talking about UDP, that means connection less protocols, where you are not getting any acknowledgement. Alright, like let's say like you are using walkie-talkie or radio channels. So these are the examples of UDP protocols. Hey, there you are not getting any acknowledgement. If user is forwarding, if client is forwarding any packet, so it's just forwarding the packets. The server is not replying back with the acknowledgement. Alright, so TCP is connection oriented protocols and UDP is connection less protocol. So this is the basic difference, depends upon three-way handshake, and in three-way handshake we have 3 steps. That's why it's called three-way handshake. First, client forwards SYN packet to the server, then server forwards SYN plus ACK packet, ACK, that means acknowledgement, SYN, SYN, SYN plus ACK, acknowledgement packet, and at last client forwards ACK packet, that means acknowledgement packet. So this is the way to communicate over the TCP network or by using TCP protocol. So TCP provides extensive error checking mechanism, because here you are getting acknowledgement of all the packets, so definitely you can check the errors between them. or between the communication channel. All right, UDP is a very light protocol defined in RFC 768 and it's connectionless. UDP is efficient for broadcast and multicast type of network transmission. As I said, you can use it you can take an example of walkie-talkies or radio channels. All right, so UDP is used for broadcasting the packets or broadcast in a particular transmission channel where you need to broadcast a particular information or multicast networks. All right, so these are the two protocols, TCP and UDP. Now let's talk about internet layer networking protocols. Here you can see we will be discussing 4 protocols: IP, ICMP, IGMP, and IPsec. So IP is internet protocol. As most of the people know today that what is IP? It's internet protocol, and we have 2 versions of IP address, IPv4 and IPv6. IPv4 is the older version. Now our network is configured with IPv6 version 6 technology. IP is basically underlying technology that makes it possible for us to connect our devices to the web. All right, so we have IP, internet protocol, that is used to connect the devices to the web. Next we have ICMP. It's basically control messaging protocol. All right, it works on internet layer that provides troubleshooting, control, and error message services. It's basically for controlling the messages over the internet. And same like that, we have ICMP v4 version, the 4 version, and 6th version. So today we are using version 6. Then we have IGMP. It's group management protocol that mainly manages the group membership in a multicast network. So it's IGMP, group management protocol. Next we have IPsec. IPsec is basically for IP security. As I said, it's for internet protocol security. So in short, it's known as IPsec. It's a secure network protocol suite that authenticates and encrypts the packet of data sent over the internet protocol. So basically, if we are using IPsec, so here is the basic difference between IP protocols and IPsec protocol is that IPsec protocols are secure protocols that uses the encryption technology for making the packets or the communication network secure. So it's IPsec. Then next we have network access layer networking protocols. So these are the network access layer, and we have Ethernet, token ring, and frame relay. So first let's talk about Ethernet. It's a technology that is used in wired local area networks, or basically local area networks, metropolitan area networks, and wide area networks, enabling devices to communicate with each other via protocol. Many people use Ethernet technology their whole lives without knowing it. It is likely that any wired network in your office, in your college, in your school, at your home is an Ethernet LAN. All right. Most of our desktops and laptops come with an integrated Ethernet card inside, so they are ready to connect to an Ethernet LAN. All right, then we have token ring. So token ring is basically a LAN technology that is a communication protocol for local area networks. All right, it uses a special 3-byte frame called a token, and that travels around a logical ring of workstations or servers. That's why it's known as token ring, because here we have token and a ring of workstations. So This technology is a communication protocol for local area networks, and in token ring, nodes and stations are arranged in a ring topology. That's why it's known as token ring protocol. Next we have frame relay. So frame relay has evolved from X.25 packet switching, and objective is to reduce network delays, protocol overheads, and equipment cost. It's basically a standardized wide area network technology that specifies the physical and data link layers of digital communication channels using a packet switching technology. It's basically designed for transport across integrated services digital network. All right, so we have Ethernet, token ring, and frame relay. These are the protocols that are used at network access layer. So we have discussed all of these protocols on TCP/IP protocol stack. Now in the next video, we will be discussing IP addressing concepts. All right, thank you. Now let's talk about IP addressing concepts. So in our previous videos, we have discussed about IP address, that we have two types of IP address, two versions of IP address are available, that is IPv4 and IPv6, right? So this is we have discussed, but now in this video we will be discussing in more deeply about IP addresses and how it works. All right, so let's start with IP address. So as we know that the IP, that is Internet Protocol, is an address that is a unique number assigned to all devices when they are connected to the internet, when they are on the same network or when they are connected to the internet. It represents the unique IP address or the unique address of that particular device. It's a numerical representation, right, that is uniquely identifies that particular device. And IP stands for Internet Protocol and describes a set of standards and requirements for creating and transmitting data packets or datagrams across the network. All right, we have two versions of IP addresses that are available in the market, that is IPv4 and IPv6. So let's discuss about this. As we know that number of internet users and devices are growing rapidly, right? That the pool of available IPv4 addresses is rapidly slimming down. So because IPv4 uses 32-bit address, so it can only support 4.3 billion devices can only connect to that internet. Now this is the big issue, because only 4.3 devices can connect to the internet, right? Because it provides only 32-bit addresses. And the replacement model, that is IPv6, supports 128-bit address, so it provides such a vast number of addresses. It has a vastly enlarged address space compared to IPv4. All right, that's why IPv6 has been created in 1990s. IPv6 address are represented by 8 set of octet of 4 hexadecimal digits, and each set of numbers is separated by a colon. IPv4 address can be represented in 4 octet of numbers. All right, like for an example, if you are using, you can just check your IP address by using command prompt. You can type in the command prompt ipconfig and it will give you your IP address details. So whenever you are just getting this kind of IP address like 168.212.226.204, that means you are using IPv4 address. All right, but if you are getting the IP address, that is 2DAB colon FFFF, or this is the long address, right? You can see here. So if you're getting this type of address, that means you are using IPv6 address. So this is the basic difference between IPv4 and IPv6. All right, when you are connected to your router, a router assigns you a private IP address to everything, right? Now here the question comes, private address. So basically we have two type of IP addresses, public IP address and private IP address. Either you can say static IP address or dynamic IP address. All right, public IP address is basically the IP address that is assigned by the ISP, right? When you purchase a computer network, when you purchase basically a network, right, you create a network, then ISP assigns a particular IP address to your network. That is known as public IP address or the static IP address. All right, and when you are connecting your devices in that particular area, in that particular, if you are talking about your organization or your home, when you are connecting number of devices in your home or network or in your organization's network via the DHCP protocol, it will give you the IP address dynamically, that is known as dynamic IP address or the private IP address. All right, so basically the private IP address is assigned by the routers to everything on your network, to your own network via the DHCP protocol. All right, as we have discussed also about DHCP protocol, right? So DHCP, dynamic host configuration protocol, assigns IP addresses to the network, to the devices that are created in that particular network. All right, so we have two type of IP addresses. All right, in the practical session later on, I will give you the complete demonstration that how can you find the public IP address, the private IP address, and how basically the attackers are spoofing these IP address to maintaining the anonymity of their identity. All right, now these IP addresses can reveal some pretty in-depth information about your location, such as your city, country, state, or postal code, these kind of information, like basically your location, your city, your country, and these kind of details. All right, so I will show you that how you can get these details, that if you are connected to your IP address, then how can you find that from where you are located. All right, so this I will show you in the practical session. Now next, move on to the another topic, that is subnet mask. So a subnet mask is a number that defines a range of IP addresses that are available within a network. A single subnet mask limits the number of valid IP addresses from a specific network. All right, and multiple subnet masks can organize a single network into smaller networks, also known as subnetworks and subnets, right? Systems within the same subnet can communicate directly, and the systems that are in the different subnets can communicate using a router. All right, a typical subnet, like here we have given the example of class C subnet. So this class C subnet mask would be 255.255.255.0. so this is the representation of class C subnet. Now look at the IP address classes. So here we have class A, class B, class C, class D is for multicast, and class E, that is reserved, right? So if the subnet mask is defined as 255.255.255.0, the IP address can be like 10.0.1.99, right? And 10 10.0.1.100. So here you can see that these two IP addresses are in the same subnet, 10.0.1.99 and 10.0.1.100. That means 100. So 99 and 100. So this you can see these are in the same subnet. And if the IP address, your IP address is like 10.0.2.100, so that means it's not in the same subnet. That means it's from the different subnet. All right. So now here you can see class A, we have leading bits, you can see 0, size of network number bit field is 8, size of rest bit field is 24, number of maximum networks or the devices can be connected, right? 128. Start address 0.0.0.0 and end address is 127.255.255.255. Same like that you can see for class B, class C, class D and class E. All right, for class C you can see the representation, the start address is 192.0.0.0. so if this is the start address, then end address would be 223.255.255.255. all right, and the maximum number of computers that can be connected, maximum number of networks, you can see all this. So basically class A is the network, the first 8 bits or the first dotted decimal is the network part of the address, with the remaining part of the address being the host part of the address. So there are only 128 possible class A networks. And in class B, networks have their first bit set to 1 and the second bit set to 0. All right, there would be maximum number of possible networks can be created 16,384. For class C, you can see it's approx 2 million possible class C networks. All right, and in class D and class E are not defined. Now let's take a look at this bitwise representation of class A, class B, class C, class D and class E networks. So these are the IP addresses and you can see the bitwise representation. So it's 0, the bitwise representation for 0 is this, right? In the 4 octets. For 127.255.255.255, the representation is this, right? So, and for class B, class C, class D and class E. So this is the complete calculation that you can calculate. You can just simply go for converting the IP addresses into the bitwise representation. That's it. All right. So this is all we have discussed in our network security training module 1. Rest in the next video we are gonna start module 2. So stay tuned. Hello everyone. So as we have discussed in the theory section about IP addresses, right? We have discussed IPv4, IPv6, right? So in this lab, we are gonna work on IP address, basically how you can find the IP address, the public IP address and the private IP address, or you can say static IP address and the dynamic IP address of your device, and how attackers are able to spoof the IP address manually, right? So let's work on it. To find your IP address, you need to open your command prompt. So just search for command prompt and run it as an admin. This is here your command prompt, and type here ipconfig/all. all right, if you're just pressing /all, in this you will get all the details. Otherwise you can just go for simple IP config also, but here I'm typing /all so that you will be able to get all the details related to IP. Now here you can see the host name, node type, Ethernet adapter 4, all the IP addresses and the physical addresses related to your machine, related to all the adapters that are installed in your device. All right, so right now I'm using this adapter. I'm just connected with this adapter. Right here you can see the IP address, the subnet mask, as we have already discussed in the theory section about subnet mask. So you can see this is the subnet mask. All right, this is the DHCP server, the DHCP protocol I'm using. As I have said that we use DHCP protocol to automatically allocate or assign the IP address to the devices that are being connected to that particular router. All right, so this is the DHCP and this is the default gateway. So default gateway is basically the router address. All right, if you're just going for 192.168.1.1 in your browser, right, you will get the router configuration page. So these are the details, and here I'm gonna discuss about IP address. All right, also you are getting the MAC address or the physical address. So guys, we have IP address. Now this is the IP address that is allocated, that is assigned by the router to your device. Now I'm just talking about, this is known as dynamic IP address. All right, or you can say the private IP address. Now I'm going to show you how you can find your public IP address. All right, to check your public IP address, go for Google and type here, what is my IP? Right, it will show you number of links. So here I'm just going for what is my IP address. Just go for this link and it will give you the details of your public IP address. So here you can see this is your public IP address. All right, and here you can see the details. As I said that you can get city, country, region and all the details by using IP address, right? So these are the details you can see. So this is the IP information. So if you are connected with your IP address, and you can, so anybody can check that where you are located, right? The location, your location details can be easily obtained by using your public IP address, right? This is the public IP address and this is the IP information. All right, now this is the public IP address, or you can say static IP address, that is allocated, that is assigned by the internet service provider to your broadband service. All right, and this is the private IP address. So here I'm gonna show you how hackers or attackers basically spoof their IP address, and in this lab we are gonna spoof your private IP address. All right, and to spoof your private IP address, you need to check the subnet mask and the default gateway. So to spoof your private IP address, just go for network settings, network and sharing center, right? Change adapter settings, then go for the properties. And here you can see we have IPv4, Internet Protocol version 4. Go for properties and you can see here we have two options. Either you can go for automatically or either you can give it manually. All right, so I'm going to give it manually. So use the following IP address. So here I'm typing. Now you can check this. The IP address right now I'm using is 192.168.1.11. So here I'm typing one. you need to give the same subnet, right? Because here I'm just spoofing the private IP address. So 192.168.1.20 I'm giving. Subnet mask is 255.255.255.0 and the default gateway is 192.168.1.1. all right, default gateway, you can see this one. And now just press OK, then close, and here you can see it's identifying and it will give you another IP address. It's assigning basically, right? So within 30 seconds or just a couple of minutes you will get the new IP address. Or either you can check that it's changed or not. Go to the command prompt, run as admin, and here I'm typing ipconfig wireless LAN, and here you can see it's changed 192.168.1.20, right? So this is how basically you can spoof your private IP address. All right. Hello everyone. So in the previous lab, you got to know that how you can spoof, or how hackers and attackers spoof their private IP address, right? By using manual settings. Now in this lab, we are gonna discuss how you can spoof your public IP address, right? Manually. So let's check it out. So first we need to check the IP address. So type here my IP, right? This is the IP address that is assigned to you as the public IP address that is assigned by the ISPs, right? Or for other details, you can go for whatismyipaddress.com and you will get the complete IP information like ISP, city, region, and country. Now for doing the IP spoofing, you need to go to your browser settings. So go for the settings. Basically you need to go for, if you are using your Chrome browser, then you will get the proxy settings, or if you are using the Firefox, then you will get this option in your network settings. So as per your browser settings, you can just check, right? And in this we are going to do LAN settings. So first let's find out the IP address to spoof. For that I'm going to use proxy list. Now here you can see I've just typed proxy. So proxy is basically the server that is used for basically assign the IP addresses that are available, right? And you can use them as a proxy so that you can maintain the anonymity. So you can see hide your IP and surf anonymously. So if you want to maintain your anonymity, or basically if hackers want to hide themselves, right? So what they do, they basically use proxies so that they will not be able to caught by the investigators. So here you can see, just open this list and you can use any of the proxy IP address. Like you can see, it's from Pakistan, it's from Russia, it's from China, right? You can use any of the IP address, and this is the IP address, right? And this is the port number. So let's go for this one. I'm just going to use this one. So it's 118.99.99.16, right? First uncheck these and check proxy server settings, right? And also I need to get the port number. So just press the port number here, right, and click OK. Right, now let's check whether it's assigned or not, whether it's working or not. So to check it, I need to go for my IP, right, and for complete information I can go for what is my IP address. I'm just refreshing it. All right, now you can see I am now will be shown as from Indonesia. Can you see this? So this is basically how you can maintain your anonymity, how you can hide yourself from being searched by the investigators, right? So this is how, if you want to do any, if basically hackers or attackers are gonna do any kind of crime, so what they do, they maintain or they use IP address spoofing or MAC address spoofing, right, so that they will not be able to catch by the investigators, right? So this is basically, we got to know that how we can do IP address spoofing, MAC address spoofing. Right now we have discussed all of these things, right? So in the next video we are gonna work on some more practical sessions. Till now, stay tuned. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this training, in this video, we will be discussing network design elements and its components. All right, so basically network design and network components plays an important role in implementing the overall security of an organization. All right, the objective of this course will be to understand, to learn the networking components, such as we will be discussing DMZ, it's demilitarized zone, VLAN, that is virtual local area network, subnetting, NAT, network address translation, remote access, telephony, NAC, virtualization, cloud computing, IoT, and at last we will be discussing layered security and defense in depth. All right, you will be learning the perimeter network boundaries that distinguish between private networks, intranets, and the internet. So let's start with our first topic, that is DMZ. All right, so what is demilitarized zone? As I said, DMZ is also known as demilitarized zone, is basically a networking component. You can say it's physical, or it can be physical or logical, that is used to connect hosts that provide an interface to an untrusted external network. All right, external network, usually the internet. All right, and while keeping the internal, that is private network, separated and isolated from the external network. All right, this is basically an area of your network that doesn't have as stringent security controls in place. All right, the DMZ is basically isolated using a security gateway, such as you can place a firewalls to filter the traffic between the DMZ, demilitarized network, or the zone, and the private network. As you can see in the diagram, they have used external firewalls and internal firewalls to distinguish the traffic of the internet zone, demilitarized zone, and internal network. All right, by using DMZ or demilitarized zone, you can keep your private information separate and secure from public network or from public accessing. Basically, the goal of DMZ is to allow access to resources from untrusted network. all right, while keeping the private network secured. The resources that can be commonly placed in the demilitarized zone can be like Exchange front-end server, public web servers, mail servers, FTP servers, or VoIP servers. These are the private, because they contain some private information, that's why. All right, so this is demilitarized zone. Next, we will be discussing virtual LANs. So virtual local area network, as you can see here, we have included local area network. So it's a concept in which we can divide the devices logically on layer 2, that is data link layer of the OSI model. All right, a logical group of workstations, servers, and network devices that appear to be on the same LAN despite their geographical distribution. So basically it's like local area network. A VLAN is associated with the broadcast domain, because here we have included two technologies. First is virtualization and second is LAN, local area network. And when we are combining virtual technology and LAN technology, then it's called virtual local area network. All right, and we are using this technology to separate users into individual network segments for security and other reasons. All right, next we have subnetting. So subnetting is basically the practice of dividing a network into two or more smaller networks. Subnetting can enhance routing efficiency, because let's take an example. If you have your in your organization, you are using a network, right, and you have a group of devices in the accounting department, in the marketing department, in the IT department. All right, you have group of devices in these departments. If you're using a complete network, all right, if there is no subnet, it's a complete whole network, then you can see there are a number of devices and they are exchanging or the information, right? So it will take time to send and receive the information. But if you have divided these devices separately, like if you have created 3 subnets in your organization, one subnet for accounting department, another subnet for marketing department, and third subnet is for IT department, then you can see the whole structure, it is divided into 3 sections, you can say, or 3 subnets, basically 3 smaller networks. So this is how you can keep your data secure, because it's not, obviously they can't share the information directly, right? So it will be possible them to make their information secure, and also the speed, the networking speed up. All right, so subnetting can enhance routing efficiency or have advantages in network management when subnetworks are administratively controlled by different entities in a larger organization. Basically, all the devices from different departments should be grouped in a separate subnet. As I said, right? Subnets may be arranged logically in hierarchical architecture, partitioning an organization's network address space into a tree-like routing structure. So it will be like a tree routing structure, right? And subnetting is also used for network security purpose, where a server containing sensitive information should not be in the same network as an user workstation. That's why organizations are using subnetting in their organizations to keep the sensitive information separate from the other workstations. All right, so here we have finished. In the next video, we will be discussing network address translation and some other components. Hello everyone, welcome back. to the module 2 of your network security training, and in this video we will be discussing some other networking components like network address translation, network address control, telephony, etc. So let's begin with network address translation. So network address translation, NAT, also called as NAT, is basically a method of remapping one IP address into another by modifying network address information in the IP header of the packets while they are transmitting across a traffic routing device. Alright, it's basically like to make the security, to make the integrity and the confidentiality of your network, of your IP addresses. Mostly the organizations use network address translations, right? Because if you want to make the make your IP address private, right? So what you can do, you can just use network address translations. So at the router, what it will do, it will just translate the IP address in the packet, in the header of the packet. So it will be look like from the different IP address, that is known as public IP address. Public IP address is for the number of users that is viewing your network traffic, right? So this is basically, you can hide, you can just maintain the anonymity, you can just maintain the security of your IP addresses, of your workstation's IP addresses in your organization. It basically modifies the IP address information in the network packets. Alright, the main use of network address translation is basically to limit the number of public IP addresses an organization must use for the economy and security purposes. It basically provides you privacy, as a device IP address sending and receiving the traffic will be hidden. Alright, so by using network address translation, you can hide your IP address, you can maintain the privacy of your organization, you can hide the IP address of the workstations that are connected in your organization from the public network. So as you can see, this is the complete NAT table, network address translation table, right? And here you can see inside private IP, the IP address and the port number, inside public IP and port number, and also you can see the public IP and the port. So the outside network or the outsiders will see these IP addresses in place of the actual IP addresses. So this is how they can maintain the privacy and the hackers are not able to get the real IP addresses. Alright, so this is network address translation. Now let's talk about types of network address translation. So we have three types: static, dynamic, and port address translation. So static NAT basically means you have maintained, you are using a single IP address, all right, for a particular private IP address. If you are using number of IP addresses in your organization, that is called as private IP addresses, and you have fixed any public IP address, that is called static. All right, where a single private IP address is mapped with a legally registered or public IP address, and this is generally used for web hosting. Dynamic NAT means where you are using different IP addresses for private IP addresses, like basically a private IP address that is translated into a public IP address from a large pool of public IP addresses. So it's basically giving you dynamically, it's all right. So it's known as dynamic NAT. So basically, if the IP address of pool are not free, then the packet will be dropped, as only fixed number of private IP addresses can be translated to public IP addresses. Because here we are using a pool of public IP addresses, so if there is no free IP address, no free public IP address, then the packet will be dropped. So it's going on dynamically. Next we have port address translation. So where many IP addresses, many private IP addresses can be translated to single registered IP address, single public IP address. Are you getting my point? Where many private IP addresses are using single public IP address. So port numbers are used to distinguish the traffic, that is which traffic belongs to which IP address. So it's basically they are using different ports for that particular traffic. Here they are using port address translation. So this is all about PAT. It's also known as NAT overload. All right, now let's discuss about remote access services. So remote access services basically allows remote clients to connect through a telephone line or other wide area network link to the RAS server or the remote access server. So basically it's a combination of hardware and software which allows you to connect from your computer or basically a remote location to your computer network, and you can work as if you are connected directly to the corporate network. So basically if you are sitting at your home, you can connect with the corporate network. All right, remote access services also allows you or the remote clients to connect through a telephone line or wide area network link to the RAS server. Next we have telephony. So telephony, you can see here, is a technology which allows voice and or interactive communication between two ends through the usage of appropriate equipments. Basically the analog sound signals are translated into electrical signals and the communication request is initiated. So when it comes to security, telephone services have to be protected in the same way as other services, because if anyone can capture your voice traffic, all right, so obviously they can listen whatever you are talking to your to the other person, or whatever you are talking to in your internet, in your network. All right, these electrical signals can be converted back to the analog signals once received at the destination end. All right, VoIP communication is vulnerable for DOS attacks, call interruption, call interception, theft of service, and other malwares can be embedded in the session. So it is extremely important that telephony services are considered when designing network security. All right. Next we have network access control. So network access control is basically a security solution that enhances or that enforces policy on the devices that access networks to increase the network visibility, and through that they can reduce the risk. It's network access control. If there are a number of users are connected into your network, right, so whatever they are doing, whatever they are accessing in your network, you can put some control, you can put control parameters in accessing of that particular network. All right, so basically in order to ensure operational security of a network, a set of standards or policies can be implemented that is known as network access controls. It helps you or the enterprises to implement policies for controlling devices and the users or the employees accessing whatever they are accessing to your networks. All right, these NAC policies or network access policies, control policies, can be used to resource or to it's basically role and device and location based access and enforce security compliance with security and patch management policies, among other controls. All right, next you can see here general capabilities of a NAC solution. As I said, NAC solutions can help the organizations and the enterprises to control accessing of their networking environment, right? So these are the general capabilities like policy life cycle management, profiling and visibility, guest networking access, security posture check, incident response, and bidirectional integration. So let's discuss what is policy lifecycle management. It's basically enforces the policies of all the operating scenarios without requiring separate products or additional modules. Profiling and visibility, it basically recognizes and profiles users and also their networking devices before malicious code can cause a damage. So it's by completely visibility of your networking devices, they can enhance the visibility of your network. All right, next we have guest networking access. So if this is basically to manage the guest in your network, like number of guests are connected for a particular period of time. So this is how you can manage the networking access of your guest users. So you can manage guest through a customizable or self-service portal that can include guest registration, guest authentication. So this is basically you can manage the guest networking access. All right, then security posture check. So it can evaluate security policies, compliances by user type, device type, and operating system. So it's like security posture check. You can check the posture, the complete set of standards that you have implemented for a particular network device or a particular networking group. So you can check, you can regularly monitor that they are following the security checks or not. All right, then we have incident response. So incident response is basically if you're getting any response, if you're getting any incident in your network, so how you're responding to that particular incident. So it can mitigate networking threats by enforcing security policies. So they can block and isolate and repair non-compliant machines without administrator attention. All right, so it's basically how you are responding to that particular incident is very important when we are talking about networking security. And at last we have bidirectional integration. So it's basically you can secure a network solutions through other and open RESTful APIs. You can just manage the bidirectional integration of the information. So these are the general capabilities that should be in a particular NAC solution. If you are going for purchasing or installing any NAC solution in your networking environment, you must check that the capabilities should be contained in that particular NAC solution. At last, let's discuss types of network access translation. So as you can see here, we have 4 types of network access control. First is agent-based, agentless, hardware-based, and dynamic network access control. So what is agent-based network access control is basically through the endpoint device, which provides a higher level of security and ensures that the end users is complying with security policies. It's agent-based. All right, and agentless, where there is no agent, it doesn't require any added installation. All right, instead This type of NAC solution accesses compliance on both endpoints before the user is allowed to access the network. Then we have hardware-based network access control. It works through an appliance that is installed on the network and functions in the conjunction with the network traffic. So it's like a hardware component that is implemented in your network. All right. And dynamic network access control is the easiest way to put control into the accessing of your end users, right? This is because the system doesn't require any software or any hardware appliance or any changes in the networking configuration. It basically works on specific computers that are connected to a local area network and are considered to be trusted systems. All right, so these are the 4 types of network access control you can implement in your networking environment. So this is what we have discussed in this section. In the next video, we will be discussing other networking components. So stay tuned. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Network Security Training Module 2. In this video, we will be discussing some other networking components. Till now, we have discussed DMZ, network address translation, network access control, telephony, and so on. Right? Now, let's discuss virtualization. So, as you know that this is the technology through which we can enhance our networking resources, our hardware resources, right? Like now you are using cloud computing, you are using virtual machines, right? This is because virtualization. This is all because this technology, virtualization. So this is the technology that enhances or that allows you to create multiple simulated networking environments or dedicated resources from a single physical hardware system, right? Now you can use number of operating systems in your single machine, by using a single hardware, right? The benefits of virtualization technology allows organizations and the users to maximize the output. This is basically the combination of software and hardware that creates virtual machines, right? Basically an abstraction of the computer hardware that allows you or a single machine to act as if it were many machines, right? You can use number of machines in your single hardware. This basically enhances or enables multiple operating systems to run on the same physical platform, right? So here you can see virtual machine we have. So this is basically a tightly coupled, isolated software container with an operating system and application inside. And we use a program that is known as hypervisor that create and run virtual machines. All right. Next, you can see here types of virtualization. So this is how you can use the virtualization technology in different resources. Like if you are using virtualization in servers, this is known as server virtualization. If you are using virtualization technology in your desktop, then it's known as desktop virtualization. So basically virtualization is the technology of using the same hardware resources, and you can create multiple computing environment. So it's a technology and you can implement it anywhere, like in server, networking functions, desktop, data, operating systems, and so on. All right. So accordingly, we have types of virtualization. Server virtualization that enables multiple operating systems to run on a single physical server as highly efficient virtualized machine. All right. Network function virtualization is basically separates a networking key functions so they can be distributed among environments It allows applications to run on a virtual network as if they were running on a physical network. All right, like people are using number of technologies, like like if I'm talking about iLabs, so iLabs is a virtual lab option through which you can practice on a number of devices. You don't need to install number of operating systems in your real machine, in your base machine, in your uh, own machine, right? Instead, you can use a single portal which has implemented number of operating systems, right? And you don't need to install it, you can just use it. So it's basically enhances the functionality of the networking and computing functions. Then we have desktop virtualization. It basically deploying desktop as a managed service that enables IT organizations to respond faster to changing workplace needs and the emerging opportunities. Then we have data virtualization, where single person or the multiple persons are using this single data. All right, so it basically allows companies to treat data as a dynamic supply. It provides processing capabilities that can bring together data from multiple sources, and you can easily accommodate new data sources and transform data according to your needs. Then we have operating system virtualization. So it's basically virtualizations happen at the kernel level, the central task manager of your operating system, right? It's a very useful way to run multiple platforms, multiple environments like Linux environments, Windows environments side by side in a single machine by using a single hardware resources. All right, so this is the virtualization technology that enhances the speed and the resources of, and you can easily manage a single hardware resource in your organization or in your own machines, right? Now you can see here, why do we need cloud computing? So as we have discussed a lot about virtualization, right? So virtualization is the technology that is implemented that uses cloud computing, right? This cloud computing is the best example for the virtualization technology. And because cloud computing increases the efficiency and helps us to improve the cash flow and it also offers many more benefits. So it's necessary to use cloud computing, because today's when we need to implement, when we used to need to use multiple resources, right? So you can't install, you can't use, you can't purchase all these resources, right? So instead you can use cloud computing technology where you can share the resources. That is the important thing, where you can share the resources. So cloud computing basically allows consumers or the business or the organizations to use applications without installation, and you can access their personal files at any computer using the internet access. So virtualization technology is the core of cloud computing. All right, virtualization plays a significant role, an important role in cloud computing and its working mechanism. All right, now let's discuss about cloud computing. So basically what happens in the cloud, the users not only share the data that are located in the cloud like an application, but also share their infrastructure, right, with the help of virtualization technology. So you can, by using cloud computing, users are able to access software and applications from wherever they are, from whenever they need, right, while it is being hosted by an outside party in the cloud. So if anybody has maintained a cloud environment, so the number of users can access the resources, the infrastructure that is on that particular cloud, right? Like today, if you want to listen a song, watch a movie, then you need to download it, right? You can just go to the cloud and access it. You can just play a song, you can just watch a movie directly. You don't need to install it, right? Even you don't need to install an application. Like if I'm talking about VLC media player, on any media player, you don't need to install that particular application too. You can just directly go to the browser, you can just open that particular cloud environment and you can use that particular resource, right? So this is the benefit of cloud computing. The main objective of the cloud computing is that if you need to buy a milk, right, you don't need to purchase a cow, right? Definitely, if you want milk, then you don't need to purchase a cow. You can just directly get a milk, right? So this is the whole objective of cloud computing technology. Now let's discuss about the three types of cloud computing environments. So here you can see we have three types of cloud computing environments: software based, infrastructure based, and the platform based. So it's known as software as a service, infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service. So software as a service, this is basically used in web-based applications. It's a method for delivering software applications over the internet, right? Where cloud providers are managing and hosting these software applications, making it easier to have the same application in all the devices and by using accessing of the cloud. So it can run on distant computers in the cloud that are owned and operated by others, right? Next we have infrastructure as a service. So it's used for internet based access to storage and for computing powers, right? The most basic category of cloud computing type is infrastructure as a service, that lets you rent the IT infrastructures like servers, virtual machines, storage, networks, computing devices, operating systems from a cloud service provider on a pay per use basis. So basically you can rent the IT resources like data centers, storage, servers, and networking space, servers, and so on. So it's infrastructure where you are purchasing the infrastructure. And next we have platform as a service. So it's basically gives the developers the tools to build and host web applications, right? It gives you the platform that is designed to give users the access to components they require to quickly develop and operate web or mobile applications over the internet, right? It provides a cloud-based environment with everything required to support the complete life cycle of building and delivering web-based applications. So this is all about software as a service, infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service. All right, then next we have cloud computing deployment models. So basically these are the four models through which you can deploy your cloud computing resources. First we have public cloud, private cloud, hybrid, and multi-cloud, right? So this is, you can see where we are depending on the type of data you are working with, or you will want to compare this in terms of level of security management and okay. So public cloud, where whole computing infrastructure is located on the premises of a cloud computing company, and it's offering, that particular cloud computing service is offering those cloud services. So it's basically for public resources, right? Public cloud. Next we have private cloud, where a particular organization is using that resources privately, right? So it's basically hosting of all your computing infrastructure yourself and is not shared with the public, right? So through which you can maintain the security and control level of your private network. Hybrid is all about when you are just using a public and private cloud, right, according to your requirements. So you can host your most important applications on your own servers to keep them more secure and secondary applications elsewhere. So this is basically you are using both of the services, public cloud and private cloud, where you can implement public services and private services. Private services for your own purpose or for the limited number of users, for your authenticated users you can say, and public resources is for other users for the public use, right? And next we have multi-cloud. Multi-cloud where you are using a community that can be shared between organizations with a common goal or that can fit into a specific community, right? Like for a particular professional community or for a geographical community, so it's known as multi-cloud or the community cloud. All right, so this is all we have done, virtualization and cloud computing. All right, thank you so much. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training module 2, and in this video we will be discussing some of the other networking components. So let's discuss IoT, Internet of Things. So what is IoT? IoT is basically the network of physical devices, vehicles, home appliances and other items that are embedded in with electronics, software, sensors, actuators and connectivity, which enables these things to connect, collect and exchange data, right? Today, like we are using artificial intelligence, IoTs, cloud computing, so it enhances the networking components, right? By using IoT you can connect number of devices, right, through which they can communicate and transfer the data. IoT devices are becoming a most important part of the new mainstream electronics culture, and people are adopting these technology, the smart devices that are built into their homes for faster services. Like you can see, by 2020 it is estimated that there will be up to 21 billion connected devices to the internet, right? Because today we are using our home appliances, all of them are smart, right? People are adopting the smart devices. Their home appliances can be connected through the internet, right? Their washing machines, their cars, their electronic devices, right? They are all connected through internet. So this enhances, the IoT enhances this functionality. IoT is Internet of Things. It's basically a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines, objects, animals or people that can provide with unique identifiers, right? Like we are using machines, right, and they have the unique identity that is called IP address. So same like that, we have the unique identity for all of these devices, of all these objects, and the ability to transfer data over the internet without requiring human interaction, right? 10 predictions about the future of IoT you can see here. It's estimated that there will be more than 21 billion devices by 2020 or 2025, right? It's estimated, right? Cyber criminals will continue to use IoT devices to facilitate DOS attacks, DDoS attacks, right? Because as all of your devices are connected, like your home appliances, all of the objects are connected through internet, so definitely the people, the hackers, the attackers can use these devices for DOS attack. More cities will be smart, will become smart, right? As if they will be using smart devices, so definitely the cities, the person will get better, right? They are using artificial intelligence that will continue to become a bigger thing. The routers will continue to become more secure and smarter, right? Because it will work on artificial intelligence, so they can they can basically identify, they can find out the behavior of the incident of your network, right? And if there will be any incident that is happening to your network, it can identify that by using artificial intelligence technology. So the routers or the devices will become smart. 5G networks will continue to fuel IoT growth, right? Like today we are using 4G networks, so it will be 5G networks. Car will get even smarter. Not even car, all of your vehicles, right? 5G's arrival will also open the door to new privacy and security concerns, definitely, right? Because now if there are number of devices that is connected through the internet, so definitely there will be more requirement of the privacy and security concerns, right? This will definitely grow the career of cybersecurity or network security. IoT based DDoS attacks will take on more dangerous forms. Definitely. Just imagine when all of your devices will be connected through internet, right? Your home appliances like your washing machine, your TV, your computer, obviously your computers are connected, your devices or your vehicles are connected through internet. And if there is a DOS attack on these devices, then you can imagine nothing will work, because DOS attack will block these services, right? And because they are connected through internet, so definitely nobody will be able to access their resources, their devices, their objects even, right? So you can imagine what will gonna happen in the future. Security and privacy concerns will drive legislation and regulatory activity, right? Your objects that can fall into the scope of IoT include connected security systems, thermostats, cars, electronic appliances, lights in the household, and commercial environments such as alarm clocks, speaker systems, vending machines, and more. So you can imagine if there is a DOS attack on these devices, you will not be able to access anything. So definitely that is why we need to create some more security professionals who can maintain the security of these resources, because as technology is developing, hackers or the attackers will also find some other ways to hack these resources, hack the new technology, right? As far as the reach of the Internet of Things, there are more than 12 billion devices that are currently connected to the Internet. 12 billion devices are connected to the Internet currently. And it's estimated by IDC researchers that by 2020 or 2025, there will be 26 times more connected things than people. So you can imagine, right? Next, let's discuss about defense in depth or the layered security. This is basically a layered model, right? If you want to secure, if you want to protect your data resources, then you have to maintain the security on each and every layer. Like you have network layer, platform layer, application layer, data layer, and response layer. So basically maintaining the security architectures or the security parameters on all of these layers, you can protect your data resources. Because finally, what we are going to protect, we need to protect our data, our information, right? And it can pass through network layer, platform layer, right? Number of layers it can be go through. So basically, defense in depth or the layered security is a model, is an architecture that is based on controls that are designed to protect the physical, technical, and administrative aspects of your network, right? It's an information assurance strategy that provides multiple redundant defensive measures in case of a security control that falls and or a vulnerability that is exploited, right? So you can see in the diagram that at network layer you can put firewalls, demilitarized zone, and data loss prevention, IDS and IPS, right? These are the devices that you can put control over your network layer. At platform layer, you can put antivirus softwares, patching, and security specifications for a particular system. Application layer, you can put controls through using secure coding and security specifications, right? At data layer, you can use FHIR and data encryption, right? Steganography, encryption technology, that enterprise rights management, and so on. All right. And at response layer, you can put monitoring devices, or you can put intrusion prevention systems, detection systems, and the remediation at the response layer. Also, we need to protect the physical security of that particular data, right? So for physical security, you can implement a number of authentication parameters, biometrics, locks, and all, right? So this is basically the complete model that is based on layered architecture. That's why it's known as layered security. Now, defense in depth is an approach to cybersecurity in which a series of defensive and defensive mechanisms are layered in order to protect valuable data and the information, right? So as I said, you can put physical controls, technical controls, and administrative controls, right? Physical controls such as biometrics, locks, fire extinguishers, right? All of the physical security parameters like camera or monitoring devices, right? From physical accessing of that particular resource. So it can protect your data from physical access. Then technical controls such as security controls or management controls or number of devices, firewalls, architectures, or IDS, IPS. These are the technical controls. All right, firewalls, IDS, antivirus, security patches, these are all technical controls. And administrative controls such as admin level of access, right? Root level of access, basically, how they are implemented. So these are all administrative level of controls. Who can access, how they can access, in which condition they can access. So all of these security policies can be implemented at administrative controls. Then next we have defense in depth. We will be discussing some of the security layers that help protect individuals' facets of your network. So here you can see access measures, workstation defenses, data protection, perimeter defenses, monitoring, and prevention. So access measures include authentication controls, biometrics, time-based access, and VPNs, virtual private networks, right? Workstation defenses include antiviruses, anti-spam monitors, or network Windows defenders. So these are the parameters, or these are the applications that you can use at workstation level. For data protection, you can use encryption, hashing, steganography to maintain the security of your data while transmitting and while they are in rest. Then perimeter defenses, such as you can put firewalls, IDS, IPS, right? And for monitoring purposes, and you can use like network monitoring systems, vulnerability scanners, sandboxing, security awareness training is the most important asset in your organization. Because if you have implemented number of security architectures, number of security parameters you have implemented, but your employees are not aware how to use them, right? Then there will be no benefit of using smart devices or the security devices in your environment, in your organizations. So definitely security awareness training is the important concern today's. All right, so this is all about, we have discussed networking components and some of the security elements, right? So here we have finished our module 2. Then in module 3 we will be discussing number of components, right? So stay tuned. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training module 2, and in this video we will be discussing some of the other networking components. So let's discuss IoT, Internet of Things. So what is IoT? IoT is basically the network of physical devices, vehicles, home appliances, and other items that are embedded in with electronics, software, sensors, actuators, and connectivity, which enables these things to connect, collect, and exchange data. Right? Today, like we are using artificial intelligence, IoTs, cloud computing, so it enhances the networking components, right? By using IoT, you can connect number of devices, right, through which they can communicate and transfer the data. IoT devices are becoming a most important part of the new mainstream electronics culture, and people are adopting these technology, the smart devices that are built into their homes for faster services. Like you can see, by 2020 it is estimated that there will be up to 21 billion connected devices to the internet, right? Because today we are using our home appliances, all of them are smart, right? They are adopting the smart devices. Their home appliances can be connected through the internet, right? Their washing machines, their cars, their electronic devices, right? They are all connected through internet. So this enhances, the IoT enhances this functionality. IoT is Internet of Things. It's basically a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines, objects, animals, or people that can provide with unique identifiers, right? Like we are using machines, right? And they have the unique identity that is called IP address. So same like that, we have the unique identity for all of these devices, of all these objects, and the ability to transfer data over the internet without requiring human interaction, right? 10 predictions about the future of IoT. You can see here, it's estimated that there will be more than 21 billion devices by 2020 or 2025, right? It's estimated, right? Cyber criminals will continue to use IoT devices to facilitate DOS attacks, DDoS attacks, right? Because as all of your devices are connected, like your home appliances, all of the objects are connected through internet, so definitely the people, the hackers, the attackers can use these devices for DOS attack. More cities will be smart, will become smart, right? As if they will be using smart devices, so definitely the cities, the person will get better, right? They are using artificial intelligence that will continue to become a bigger thing. The routers will continue to become more secure and smarter, right? Because it will work on artificial intelligence, so they can they can basically identify, they can find out the behavior of the incident of your network, right? And if there will be any incident that is happening to your network, it can identify that by using artificial intelligence technology. So the routers or the devices will become smart. 5G networks will continue to fuel IoT growth, right? Like today we are using 4G networks, so it will be 5G networks. Car will get even smarter. Not even car, all of your vehicles, right? 5G's arrival will also open the door to new privacy and security concerns. Definitely, right? Because if there are number of devices that is connected through the internet, so definitely there will be more requirement of the privacy and security concerns, right? This will definitely grow the career of cybersecurity or network security. IoT based DDoS attacks will take on more dangerous forms. Definitely. Just imagine when all of your devices will be connected through internet, right? Your home appliances like your washing machine, your TV, your computer, obviously your computers are connected, your devices or your vehicles are connected through internet. And if there is a DOS attack on these devices, then you can imagine nothing will work, because DOS attack will block these services, right? And because they are connected through internet, so definitely nobody will be able to access their resources, their devices, their objects even, right? So you can imagine what will gonna happen in the future. Security and privacy concerns will drive legislation and regulatory activity, right? Your objects that can fall into the scope of IoT include connected security systems, thermostats, cars, electronic appliances, lights in the household, and commercial environments such as alarm clocks, speaker systems, vending machines, and more. So you can imagine if there is a DOS attack on these devices, you will not be able to access anything. So definitely that is why we need to create some more security professionals who can maintain the security of these resources, because as technology is developing, hackers or the attackers will also find some other ways to hack these resources, hack the new technology, right? As far as the reach of the Internet of Things, there are more than 12 billion devices that are currently connected to the internet. 12 billion devices are connected to the internet currently. And it's estimated by IDC researchers that by 2020 or 2025, there will be 26 times more connected things than people. So you can imagine, right? Next, let's discuss about defense in depth, or the layered security. This is basically a layered model, right? If you want to protect your data resources, then you have to maintain the security on each and every layer. Like you have network layer, platform layer, application layer, data layer, and response layer. So basically maintaining the security architectures or the security parameters on all of these layers, you can protect your data resources. Because finally, what we are going to protect, we need to protect our data, our information, right? And it can pass through network layer, platform layer, right? Number of layers it can be go through. So basically defense in depth or the layered security is a model, is an architecture that is based on controls that are designed to protect the physical, technical, and administrative aspects of your network, right? It's an information assurance strategy that provides multiple redundant defensive measures in case of a security control that falls and or a vulnerability that is exploited, right? So you can see in the diagram that at network layer you can put firewalls, demilitarized zone, and data loss prevention, IDS and IPS, right? These are the devices that you can put control over your network layer. At platform layer, you can put antivirus softwares, patching, and security specifications for a particular system. Application layer, you can put controls through using secure coding and security specifications, right? At data layer, you can use FHIR and data encryption, right? Steganography, encryption technology, that enterprise rights management, and so on. All right, and at response layer you can put monitoring devices, or you can put intrusion prevention systems, detection systems, and the remediation at the response layer. Also, we need to protect the physical security of that particular data, right? So for physical security, you can implement number of authentication parameters, biometrics, logs, and all, right? So this is basically the complete model that is based on layered architecture. That's why it's known as layered security. Now, defense in depth is an approach to cybersecurity in which a series of defensive and defensive mechanisms are layered in order to protect valuable data and the information, right? So as I said, you can put physical controls, technical controls, and administrative controls, right? Physical controls such as biometrics, logs, fire extinguishers, right? All of the physical security parameters like camera or monitoring devices, right? From physical accessing of that particular resource. So it can protect your data from physical access. Then technical controls such as security controls or management controls or number of devices, firewalls, architectures, or IDS, IPS. These are the technical controls. All right, firewalls, IDS, antivirus, security patches, these are all technical controls. And administrative controls such as admin level of access, right? Root level of access, basically, how they are implemented. So these are all administrative level of controls. Who can access, how they can access, in which condition they can access. So all of these security policies can be implemented at administrative controls. Then next we have defense in depth. We will be discussing some of the security layers that help protect individuals' facets of your network. So here you can see access measures, workstation defenses, data protection, perimeter defenses, monitoring, and prevention. So access measures include authentication controls, biometrics, time-based access, and VPNs, virtual private networks, right? Workstation defenses include antiviruses, anti-spam monitors, or network Windows defenders. So these are the parameters, or these are the applications that you can use at workstation level. For data protection, you can use encryption, hashing, steganography to maintain the security of your data while transmitting and while they are in rest. Then perimeter defenses, such as you can put firewalls, IDS, IPS, right? And for monitoring purposes, and you can use like network monitoring systems, vulnerability scanners, sandboxing, security awareness training is the most important asset in your organization. Because if you have implemented number of security architectures, number of security parameters you have implemented, but your employees are not aware how to use them, right? Then there will be no benefit of using smart devices or the security devices in your environment, in your organizations. So definitely security awareness training is the important concern today's. All right, so this is all about, we have discussed networking components and some of the security elements, right? So here we have finished our module 2. Then in module 3 we will be discussing number of components, right? So stay tuned. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. Today you will learn module 3, network security threats, vulnerabilities, and attacks. All right, so as you know that you have learned network security components and basics of networking. All right, till now we have discussed these things. Now in this course you will be able to learn a baseline of common network security threats, vulnerabilities, and also we will be discussing the networking risk, an overview of how basic network attacks are constructed and applied to the real network system. Alright, here you can see the module objective. So in this you will learn first some essential terminologies like what is vulnerability, attack, threat, or these things. So important terms we will discuss. Then network security concerns, then threats and attacks, and at last we will be discussing security vulnerabilities. So let's start with our first topic, essential terminologies. So as you know that today we rely on internet for many of our day-to-day stuffs, right? Whether we are in the organization or we are at home, we are connected to the outer world by anyhow through internet. So there are many people who we call them hackers or attackers, wants to damage our computer systems and wants to take access of our devices, of our personal and official information, to violate our privacy and so on. So given the frequency and number of existing attacks as well as the network attacks of new and more destructive future attacks, network security has become a central topic in the field of cybersecurity. And by implementing the network security measures and appropriate security parameters, we can make our computers, users, or programs to make their permitted critical functions within a secure environment, right? So this is the graph that represents the percentage of network vulnerabilities that are going in the market and the application vulnerabilities. So you can see it's 81% of network vulnerabilities are going right now, or are basically in the trend. Full stack vulnerability view represents the number of vulnerabilities by categorizing it into network and application and its criticality level. You can see it's 2% high and critical risk for network layer attacks and 19% of high and critical risk for web layer or application layer attacks, right? Here you can see, as today's network architecture is complex and is faced with a threat environment that is always changing, attackers that are always trying to find and exploit vulnerabilities, right? As you know that today we rely on internet for many of our day-to-day stuff, right? So it's very important to make it more secure. So in this scenario, basically, we must place those set of rules and configurations that are designed to protect the integrity, confidentiality, availability, and authenticity of computer networks and data using both software and hardware technologies. When just a few seconds of downtime can cause widespread disruption and damage to an organization's bottom line and could damage the reputation of a company, so it is very essential that these protection measures are in place. All right, as you can see, the graph is representing here everyday threats or the breaches every hour, every minute, and every second. What is happening in the market? What is going on when we are talking about data breaches, right? So records that are exposed or stolen globally in 2018 represents here, right? Even we can't calculate, right? So every day statistics, you can see it's 7.85 million. Every hour statistics, it's 327,000 of data breaches every hour, every minute, and every second we are losing our data. The 91 data breaches are occurring every second. So you could imagine that how much security we need today, right? So let's discuss essential terminologies first. So these are some of the essential or the important terminologies that could help you to learn these terms or the networking security in a better way. All right, so first we have data breach, right? Vulnerability, then attack, right? Exploit, botnet, dark web, right? So these are some basic essential terminologies, and some more we will be discussing. So let's start with data breach. So a breach is basically a security incident in which information is accessed without authorization. Basically, the breach is after threat. When you have the vulnerability or the threat in your machine, in your system, in your resources, then these data breaches could happen. If anybody is accessing your information without your knowledge, without your permission, then this is called a data breach, right? Or the theft of the information. So these are included in terms of data breach. So it's a security incident. All right. Vulnerability is basically existence of a weakness, design, or any implementation error that could lead to an unexpected event that can compromise the security of your system. So a vulnerability is kind of flaw in the code or design that creates a potential point of security compromise for an endpoint or network. All right, vulnerability is basically a loophole through which an exploit can happen. Then we have attack. So attack is basically an action with malicious intention to interrupt the operations of a network or steal the data. All right, there's a little bit difference between attack and vulnerability. Attack, where you are just without getting know about the vulnerability, there's basically a little bit of difference between attack and exploit. In attack, you don't know about the vulnerability. All right, all you are doing, you are just going to that particular resource or the website or the network, and you are just putting some of the scripts, malicious scripts, or you are trying number of technologies or methodologies to gain the sensitive information or the information resources. All right, that is known as attack. And exploit is a defined way, a breach of IT system security through vulnerabilities. All right, an exploit is taking the advantage of a weakness or the vulnerability or a flaw in the system to intrude or attack it. Basically, in exploit, we are using the vulnerability. So when you have the vulnerability, you have a defined way to attack on that particular system or to find or to gain the sensitive resources, right? So in attack, we don't have any vulnerability. There is no defined way, right? What you are doing, you are just doing number of techniques to gain the sensitive information. And in exploit, you have a defined way, you have a vulnerability, and by using those vulnerabilities, you are trying to fetch or trying to gain the access or the sensitive information of that particular system. All right, then we have botnet. So botnet is basically came from robot network. Now we have robot network. So first we are going to discuss bot. So basically a bot is a software application that can be controlled remotely to execute or automate predefined tasks. All right, bot. And when we are just combining number of bot, it makes a network. So we call it robotic network or the botnet. So a botnet is a remote controlled robotic network or a network of computers that are set up to further attacks to the target computers or networks. Like if I'm just using an example here, like if you want to make a DOS attack, right, you need to have a single system, right? You can just use your single system to perform a DOS attack. But if I'm talking about DDoS attack, that is distributed denial of service attack, there you will require number of systems that can basically perform DOS attack at the same time. So those number of systems are known as botnet because they are controlled by the attacker, right? And the attacker can control them remotely to just give them instructions of to make the DOS attack. All right, so this is known as botnet. Now let's discuss dark web. So dark web, also known as dark net, is basically an encrypted portion of the internet that is not indexed by search engines. When we are talking about internet, then we have a portion of separate internet, right? Like we have normal search engines, right? Normal internet that gives you all the requests and responses, but we have some hidden internet, you can say, or the hidden portion of the internet which is encrypted, and normal people or the normal accessing of that particular portion of that information internet is not available, right? So to access that particular portion of the internet, you need to put some queries or you need to put some efforts to find the information from the dark web. Dark web contains number of illegal information, illegal stuff, so that's why it's not available in the normal format, because to make it hidden, right, to make that portion hidden is known as dark web, right? Anybody can't access the dark web normally, so for that they need to use particular search queries for or the particular browser, right? So in the lab session I'll show you how you can access the resources from the dark web. All right, then now let's discuss other terminologies. So we have threat, zero-day attack, payload, farming, whaling, and doxing. So threat, first we are going to discuss threat. So basically threat is an incident, right? Threat refers to anything that has the potential to cause serious harm to a computer system. It's basically an incident that could violate the security of your system. So threat is basically an incident that has the potential to violate the security of your networking resources or the computer systems. Then zero-day attack. Zero-day attack is basically an attack that exploits computer application vulnerabilities before the software developer releases a particular patch for that vulnerability. A computer threat that attempts to manipulate the computer application vulnerabilities that are undisclosed to the software developer even. So it's like zero-day vulnerability. If there is a new vulnerability in the market or the new application in the market and it contains a vulnerability and there is no patch, even the developer of that particular application doesn't know about that vulnerability, right? That means there is no patch, then it's known as zero-day attack. All right, then we have payload. So payload is basically a piece of code that is used to execute the exploit, right? Payload is basically the part of an exploit code that could perform the intended malicious action, such as it can be used for destroying the system or for creating the backdoors or hijacking the session or the computer systems, right? So as I said, in vulnerability, when we found the vulnerability of a particular system, then for exploiting that vulnerability, we can use payloads. All right, then we have farming. So farming is basically a cyber attack that is intended to redirect a website's traffic to a masquerading website or the fake website. So farming is like when a hacker wants to redirect you from the real website to the fake one. Whaling. Whaling is basically where the attackers or the hackers are targeting the high ranked profile person. So basically, it's a specific type of phishing attack where the target high profile employees such as the CEO or the CFO in order to steal sensitive information of a company. So where the hackers and the attackers are targeting the high profile employees or the high profile persons of a particular organization to find or to gain the sensitive information. All right, and at last we have doxing. So doxing is basically publishing personally identifiable information of a particular person about an individual collected from publicly available resources or databases or social media. All right, the process of retrieving, hacking, and publishing other people's personally identifiable information, right? And personally identifiable information could be name, address, credit card details, social security numbers, Aadhaar numbers, and so on. All right, so these are basically essential terminologies. Now let's move on to our next topic, that is the goals of network security. So finally, these are the basic elements of network security, or whether I'm talking about cyber security. See, when we need to consider, when we are just considering security or the cyber security, we need to create an objective, right? And these are the basic pillars. So basically, when we can say that that particular resource contains the confidentiality, integrity, availability, authenticity, and non-repudiation, then we can say that this particular resource is secure. Otherwise, it's not. Right? So these goals or these parameters work as the basic elements of any security system, whether we are talking about your organization's security, whether it's about NASA's security, or a security architecture that is created for your home network, right? We need to consider these 5 elements: confidentiality, integrity, availability, authenticity, and non-repudiation. So first, let's talk about confidentiality. Confidentiality is basically the assurance that the information is accessible only to those who have authorized to access. All right. Confidentiality is basically the set of rules that places restrictions on access to or sharing of information with the aim of preserving and protecting the privacy of the information. All right, and for this you can use number of parameters like authentication or the number of set of rules, right? So this is the goal, that that particular resource should be accessed by the authorized person. Next we have integrity. Integrity, basically the trustworthiness or the trust of that particular resource in terms of preventing improper and unauthorized changes, right? It basically guarantees that your information is not modified, right? Integrity of a system or a network is the assurance, is the guarantee that that particular information can only be modified by those who have authorized to modify, right? By only the authorized person. And for this, basically we use checksums or identifiers, integrity identifiers, right, to identify whether that particular data contains the integrity or not, right? In the practical session we'll work on it. Next we have availability. So availability is basically the assurance that the particular networking resource is responsible for delivering, storing, and processing information that are accessible when required by the authorized user. There should be no delay, right? So availability is the guarantee that there will be no delay in accessing that particular resource by the authorized person only. So availability is the time duration a system or resource is ready for use. Okay, then next we have authenticity. Authenticity is basically the proof or validity that a claimed identity is real and legitimate. It basically refers to the characteristic of a communication, document, or any data that ensures the quality of being genuine, right? So it guarantees whether that particular resource is genuine or not. Like for an example, you are getting an email from Facebook at the rate facebookadmin@gmail.com, right? And you got a mail that somebody that the Facebook server is just backing up or is basically updating their servers, and they need your credentials, your passwords, your usernames, right? So what will you do? Will you just give them all your credentials or not? Definitely not, because anybody can create facebookadmin@gmail.com. Anyone can create, because it's a free available resource for creating emails, right? And anyone can create these kind of emails, email IDs on Gmail or any of the email service providers, right? So definitely you could not share your credentials, right? So authenticity guarantees that that particular resource is genuine or not. Then at last we have non-repudiation. So non-repudiation is the assurance that someone cannot deny the validity of something. Even the sender or the receiver cannot deny that they have not received and they have not sent that particular information. So it guarantees that the sender of a message cannot deny having sent the message, and the recipient cannot deny having received the message. All right, so these basically are the 5 pillars of any security. Whether we are talking about cybersecurity or network security, we need to consider these 5 parameters: confidentiality, integrity, availability, authenticity, and non-repudiation. All right, so stay tuned. We'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. We are on module 3, and in this video we will be discussing about network security and its concerns. All right, so let's get started. First we have network security. So in our previous video we have discussed about some essential terminologies or important components that is very helpful to understand network security or cyber security domain. All right, we have discussed the basic pillars of network security or cyber security, like confidentiality, integrity, availability, authentication, and non-repudiation, right? So these are the basic pillars that we have discussed in our previous video. Now let's understand what is network security. So basically network security is a set of standards, or you can say rules, that are configured, that are designed to protect these 5 pillars, or you can say they are designed to protect the integrity, confidentiality, and accessibility of your computer resources, right? By using both software and hardware technologies. So either you can choose software components or hardware components to implement network security in your organization or at your home, right? Like for an example, we can use Windows Firewall as a software component, right? Or we have hardware based firewalls also that you can implement in your computer network, in your network. All right, network security typically consists of 3 different controls. So it can be physical control, technical control, and administrative control, right? At the physical level, it's called physical control. Technical controls, like that we implement technically, like IDS, IPS, firewalls, VPNs. So these are technical controls. And administrative controls, like administrative privileges or some set of standards that only admin can access. So these are administrative controls. So you can choose, or you have to implement basically these three controls in your organization. Next we have, why is network security important? So before implementing network security, or before implementing such devices, we need to understand why network security is important. All right, so as we know that we are living in an information era, right, where every second thousands and millions of data is transferring. Enterprises these days are more digitally advanced than ever, right? And as technology improves, organizations' security posture must be enhanced as well. So now, with many networking devices communicating with each other and sharing networking resources over wired or wireless or cellular networks, so network security is an important concept. Network security is basically the process or the methodology of taking preventive measures. All right, just to protect the underlying or network architecture from unauthorized access, misuse, interruption, modification, disruption, or improper disclosure. So basically, network security technologies protect your network and its resources from being theft and misuse of confidential business information. And also, it guards against malicious attacks such as viruses, worms, or trojans, or botnets, right, ransomware, and so on. So without network security in place, your company or if you have a network at your home, risk unauthorized intrusions, network downtime, service disruption, regulatory non-compliance, and even legal action. All right, so that is why we need to maintain proper network security controls in your networks. Now let's understand what network security specialists basically do. So they basically monitor computer networks for security threats or unauthorized users. They basically identify compromised machines and report them to their administrator, right? Or basically report on security measures taken to address threats. Now, functions of network security specialist. So basically they have to, or they basically develop, maintain, and implement network security, right? Maintain and implement firewalls. So basically, if you're working as a network security specialist, or if you're looking for, right, for these kind of jobs, then your work will be to develop and maintain, implement network security, to maintain and implement firewalls or IDS, basically the security devices and the hardware and the software components, right? Monitor and secure networks and servers, monitor critical system files, backupping the files, because this is also the important thing. If you have a data in your network, right, so basically we need to take a backup of that. So if there is any loss of your data, then you can just maintain, or you can just recover that data from your backups. Administrative security procedural controls and documentation, logs, and journals. All right, so these are the functions of network security specialist. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, we will be discussing network security threats and attacks. All right, so let's first understand what are network security threats. So guys, as we know that about threats, right, we have already discussed what are threats. So threats are basically any action or an event that can violate to this that can violate security, or basically anyone or anything that poses danger to the information, the computing resources, users, or data, right? The threat can be from insiders who are working as an employees within your organization, or from outsiders who are outside your organization. So accordingly, we have divided network security threats in two categories, right? External threats and internal threats. So as according to the studies, 80% of security incidents are coming from insiders, because they have all the accessing powers, or they know each and everything about your organization. So that is very easy to compromise the security of your organization for internal employees rather than external users or the attackers, right? So security threats can be categorized in many ways, but we have categorized here external threats and internal threats. So external threats basically originate from outside the organization, right? Primarily from the environment in which the organization operates. These threats can occur either remotely or locally, right? The individuals that carry out external threats without assistance from internal employees or contractors. So basically, these are some external threats, or you can say external attackers, who are who want to compromise the security of your organization, but they are connected through remotely, right? These threats can be further categorized into structured threats and unstructured threats. Structured threats, the threats that are in a structured format, right? Like they have a complete plan, that first they will go for this, first they violate this security, then this, right? And unstructured threats, when they're just putting or doing any kind of activity, but they have no idea that what information they will get. They basically don't have any idea about your information, about your network structure, but they are trying to attack it. They are trying to implement the threats in your organization. That is called unstructured threats. All right. Next, we have internal threats. So internal threats originate from dissatisfied or unhappy employees. Like, you have thousands of employees working in your organization. Definitely one or two of them will are not satisfied with your policies or with your rules of your organization. So they are known as disgruntled employees, right? And they do these kind of illegal activities. They forward some sensitive information to your competitors, or they just want to harm your organization, right? So these are known as internal threats. Internal threats have some form of access to the system. As I said, that they are working in your organization, they are sitting with you, they know all the new projects that are coming, right? They have accessing permission. So it's very easy to implement threats, or it's very easy to violate the security for your organization from internal threats. It's very easy, right? And usually they try to hide their activities, definitely, because if they are doing some illegal activities, they will definitely hide their activities from being caught, right? So these are also known as corporate espionage. So basically, corporate espionage is the illegal and unethical theft of business trade secrets for use by a competitor to achieve a competitive advantage, right? So these are network security threats. All right, so what is passive network attacks? Here we will be discussing about passive network attacks and active network attacks first. Let's just understand the difference between passive and active network attacks. All right, so basically a passive network attack is an attack in which a system is only monitored and sometimes scanned for open ports or services and for vulnerabilities. All right, in passive attack, we only scan or monitor a particular system, a particular target system, to find out the open ports or the closed ports or the services that are running in the target system, vulnerabilities and all. The purpose of scanning or passive network attack is to gain information about the target and no data is changed on the target. All right, no data is changed on the target. That's why it's called passive network attacks. It basically includes active reconnaissance or passive reconnaissance. All right, and the attacks for passive, you can see here: wiretapping, port scan, idle scan, encryption, traffic analysis, and information gathering. All right, what is active network attacks? So basically it attempts to alter system resources or affect their operations. That's why it's called active, because here we are actively involving or actively attacking on that particular system. We are altering the data, or we are modifying the resources. That's why it's called active network attack. It basically involves some modification of the data stream or creation of false statements. All right, and the active network attacks, you can see here malware, because malware do some changes in that particular system. That's why malware attacks is a kind of active network attack. Eavesdropping, data modification, DOS or DDoS attack, DNS spoofing, man in the middle, ARP poisoning, and VLAN hopping. All right, so we'll be discussing these attacks one by one. So let's get started with the wiretapping. All right, so wiretapping is basically the monitoring of telephone or internet based conversations by a third party, often by covert means. Now here we have a term, covert. So basically we have two type of communication channel, overt and covert. All right, overt channel is basically put in place by design and represents the legitimate or intended way for the system or process to be used. All right, and covert channel uses a system or process in a way that basically was not intended to be used. So covert means it's a fake channel or the illegitimate channel that is basically used by attackers or the hackers to gain the sensitive information. All right, covert is not the legitimate channel. That's why it's used by hackers or the criminals. But overt channel is the communication channel that was intended to use. So that is legitimate channel. All right, in case, let's take an example, like if you want to forward you basically want to forward a file. All right, so for that you will use FTP protocol channel, right, file transfer protocol channel, right? So this is the overt channel, overt communication channel, because FTP is the port that is that is created to forward the files, to transfer the files. But in place of using FTP, you are using any other port. Let's take an example, like you are using SMTP for forwarding files, for transferring files by anyhow. So this is known as covert communication channel, because SMTP is not created to forward the files, to transfer the files, right? But you are still forwarding or transferring the file by using SMTP. So that is known as covert communication channel, because it's not legitimate, it's not intended to forward the files. All right, so basically in wiretapping, attackers or the criminals use covert communication channels to listen or to monitor the telephone or internet based conversations. Passive wiretapping monitors or records the traffic, while active wiretapping alters or otherwise affects it. So basically you can understand we have passive and active. In passive wiretapping, we only monitor or record
the traffic, but in active wiretapping we can also alter the communication. All right, next we have information gathering. So information gathering is the part of reconnaissance. Basically, you have to gain as much as information of a target, right? So what attackers do, attackers find a lot of information about their target, about their services, the ports and the protocols that are open, right? So this is reconnaissance. So basically, reconnaissance or information gathering is an attack in which we or the attackers find network systems and services. This basically enables the attacker to discover vulnerabilities or weaknesses on the network. All right, if you know more about your target, right, so definitely you can do a particular attack, right? So this is information gathering. Next we have port scan. So port scan, as we have discussed, that we do a lot of scanning, right, or monitoring to find out the open services or the ports. So if you are finding the open ports or closed ports, if you are just scanning to find out the port details, basically if you know that we have 65,535 ports in our networking system, right? We have 65,535 ports. So for these ports are created to transfer or to give a path for communication, right? Different port, different service, like 21 port FTP, 25 port SMTP, 80 port HTTP, right? So whatever service is listening or is established in your computer system, that means the particular port is also open in that system. So this is how you can find if there is a port that is open in your system. Like if we say 21 port is open in your system, that means you are using file transfer protocol channel, right? So what hackers or attackers can do, if they know that you are your 21 port is open, so they can forward any malicious packet through that port, or they can do any intended work by using that port. So that's why hackers or attackers do port scanning, right? Same like that, if I'm talking about cybersecurity professionals or the network security admins, how they can use port scanning, right? So basically they can scan their computer system. If the port is open, they can just close it if they are not using any service on that particular port, or they can establish any filtering device like firewall or IDS on that particular port, right? So hackers also use port scanning for malicious activity, for performing malicious activity, and network security admins also do port scanning basically for security purpose, right? So a process that sends client requests to a range of server port addresses on a host with the goal of finding an active port. So if there is any active port, they can do any malicious activity. A port scanner is designed to probe a server or host for open ports. Yeah. Also, we will be working on Nmap. Nmap is the network mapper that is specifically designed for performing scanning, network scanning or port scanning or protocols scanning, right? So we'll do a lot of things by using Nmap. Next we have idle scan. In idle scan, basically attackers create a spoofed packet, right, to forward it to the target system and monitor the activity of incoming and outgoing packets, right? Through that they will be able to find that what ports and services are open in the target system. So a TCP port scan method, it's a TCP port scan method that is intended to create, or in which we send spoofed packets to a target computer system to find out what services are available. This is basically accomplished by impersonating another computer called a zombie. and observing the behavior of the zombie system. So what is zombie? Zombie is basically a bot, a robotic network, you can say, or the botnet, you can say. It's a kind of bot, right? Basically the computer that is handled remotely by an attacker, that is called a zombie system. So next is encryption. It's basically the technology that is used for maintaining the security of your sensitive information. But also attackers can perform malicious activity by using encryption technology. Now what they can do, they can just stole your ciphertext attacks, right? They can attack on encryption keys. Insider attacks, right? Insider attacks means they can find out the encrypted data that is saved in your drives, right? They can just get it. They can get the ciphertext or the plain text or the encryption keys. Data corruption or integrity attacks, and data destruction attacks. So this is basically the threat to encryption of data at rest includes cryptographic attacks, right? These are under cryptographic attacks, in which attackers try to steal your encrypted data so that they can just use some encryption keys or algorithms to find out the data in the plain text. All right, so this is also can be used as network attacks. All right, so in the next video we will be discussing about active attacks. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training, and in this video we are going to discuss about active network attacks. All right, so as we have already discussed the difference between passive and active network attacks, right? So passive network attacks that basically only monitor the system, right, to find the vulnerabilities or the loopholes of that particular machine or that particular network. And active network attacks are the attacks that attempt to alter the system resources so that they can infect their operations, right? They are just going to modify the data stream or the creation of false statements. So that's why they are known as active network attacks. And in this video, we will be discussing some of the active network attacks. So first we have malware attack. So guys, what is a malware? So malware is a malicious code or a malicious software that can be delivered over a network, and it can infect, explore, steal, or conduct virtually any behavior that an attacker wants. All right, these are a kind of malicious softwares that are created for performing such harmful activities, right? Like they can disrupt the operations, they can delete the files, they can corrupt the system. So these can be the operation that can be performed by using malwares or malicious items. Now here you can see some of the examples of malicious items like viruses, worms, Trojan horse, rootkits, botnets, spyware, keylogger, and ransomware. So let's discuss one by one about these malicious items, or you can say malware. So first is virus. Now what is a virus? Virus is vital information resources under siege. All right, so these are basically the malicious items that will not work if you are not allowing them. What does it mean? Viruses are NAF file. NAF, non-automation file. That means these file or these malicious items will not work automatically. All right, if you are having a malicious item or say virus, right, in your computer system, and they are not in executable format, they are not has been executed yet, right? So it will not infect your computer system before your presence, or before you are not allowing them. All right, so this is non-automation file. And worm, next we have worm. Worm is write once, read many, right? It's basically an automation file. So virus is non-automation file, it will not work automatically. And worm is automation file, it will run or it will work automatically. That's why we are getting autorun.inf file in the worm, right? If basically we are having malicious item, let's say abc.exe, right? It's a malicious item in your computer system. So if we are having abc.exe, it's a virus. But if we are having abc.exe and that is enabled with autorun.inf file, that means it's a worm, right? So there is not a big difference between virus and worm. Little bit difference. Virus is non-automation file and worm is automation file, right? So let's take an example. If you are having virus and worm in your computer system, right? You have virus and also you have worm in your computer system, and you are chatting with your friend or transferring any data by that machine. So which file will be forwarded or will be transferred automatically? Any guesses? Yes, definitely it's worm. All right, because it's an automation file. Now let's discuss about Trojan horse. So Trojan horse is basically a file or the malicious code that looks a legitimate one, right? And after installing, it will work maliciously. It looks like a legitimate one. It's not a it's exactly, it's a malicious file, but it's not look like that. It looks like a legitimate file, a game, or an basically a favorable application, right? But exactly it's not, right? It works on a client server technology. Basically these Trojan horses or this kind of malicious item helps to gain the system access remotely, right? So if you are having or you are just basically creating a Trojan horse, right? So it will give you the remote access of the targeted machine, right? So if you are having a Trojan horse in your computer, so definitely an attacker is can able to access your system remotely. Next we have rootkits. Rootkits are basically the malicious applications that harm your computer system up to the boot level, up to the root level, right? It can harm your kernel structures, your processing files, right? So that's why it's known as rootkits, because it harm your computer system up to the root. Next we have botnets. Botnets is basically came from robotic network. Botnet, robotic network, right? And robotic network, you can simply think that robotic network, that network can be controlled remotely by an attacker or by the help of number of applications, right? So botnet is a kind of network of bots, of number of bots, right? And those bots can be handled remotely by an attacker. So these botnets are helpful for maintaining the DOS attack or the DDoS attack, right? So when we are just putting DDoS attack, then we use botnets in this case. Next we have spyware. So spywares are basically the malicious files that basically gives you the accessing, right, of that particular system, right? And by using spyware, an attacker can simply look at your system, right? Whatever you are performing in your system, it will be taken as a screenshot and will be forwarded to the attacker. So it's for spying the machine or the network, right? So that is spyware. Next we have key logger. Now you can see that key logger, basically a logger that put number of basically we have a keyboard, right? And this kind of malicious code, this kind of malicious item take access to all of your keys. It basically maintain the logs of your keys, and whatever you will be typing in your machine by using that keyboard will be forwarded to the attacker, right? Next we have ransomware. So ransomware is the most popular malicious item or the malware right now we are just facing. Ransomware basically encrypts all of your data, right? So whatever it will be, all the data will be encrypted by the key, and to get that key, to get your data back, you need that key, right? And to get that key, definitely you need to pay the ransom, right? So ransomware is a kind of malware that will encrypt all your data, and you will not be able to access your data because it's encrypted. And to get your data back, right, you need to pay the ransom, right? That's why it's known as ransomware. So basically we have seen these viruses, right? In the practical session I'll show you how they work and basically how you can create them. Now, though varied in types and capabilities, the objective of these malware attacks can be to provide remote control for an attacker to use an infected machine, send spam from the infected machine to unsuspected targets, investigate the infected user's local network, and could steal your sensitive data, right? So this can be the objective of any malware, any malicious code. Next we have eavesdropping in active network attacks. So basically eavesdropping is a kind of method through which you can listen the conversation, right, in the network. And also if that particular communication is not secure, then you can alter it, then you can modify that particular communication, right? So this type of network attack occurs when an attacker monitors or listens to the network traffic in transit, then interprets all the unprotected data. It basically works on the concept of man in the middle attack. Man in the middle, as you can see in the diagram, that this man is in the middle of these two systems and listening the conversation that is going on from system A to system B. And if that communication channel is not secure, then definitely this attacker can listen the conversation and can interpret it, can modify it. Alright, and the ability of an eavesdropper to monitor the network is generally the biggest security problem that administrators face in an enterprise, because definitely if your communication channel, if your network is not secure, then anyone who is having just a small application that is known as sniffer can listen all the conversations. Even your credentials can be captured, like whatever you are typing in your network, in your system, your credentials, right, like ABC or password something, right? These credentials can also be captured if your communication channel is not secure. So this is eavesdropping, to listen the conversation, and if that communication channel is not secure, then the packets or the communication can be interpreted. Then next we have data modification. So data modification, as basically it means a network attack where confidential companies' data can be interpreted, deleted, or modified, right? Data modification, here we are just modifying the data. If that data is not secure, then we can modify that. So data modification is successful when data is modified without the sender actually being aware that data was tampered with, right? Basically, where the sender or where the legal party of that data or the authorized person of that data is not aware that data has been altered. So this kind of scenario known as successful data modification. For an example, if you are exchanging purchase requisitions, you do not want the items or the amounts or billing information to be modified. Definitely, right? But it can be modified by some other means. So in the lab session, I'll show you how hackers or attackers can modify these items. Like if you are just going for purchasing something, right, online, you are just going for purchasing something. So when you are just going for the billing, going for the final purchasing, right, you can modify the data, or hackers or attackers can modify the data. Like in place of $200, they can just make it $2. So you can just imagine that it could be very easy to purchase anything, right? So attackers and hackers can modify this data, and our web applications or our network can be vulnerable of these type of attacks. Next, we have DOS and DDoS attack. So in DDoS attack, we'll discuss DDoS attack later. Let's first discuss about DOS attack. So DOS attack basically tries to make a web resource unavailable to its users. DOS means denial of service, where a particular server is denying to give the service, right? So this known as DOS attack. So basically the attacker or the hacker tries to make the resource unavailable for the legitimate users, right, by just flooding the target with more requests than the server can handle. Basically, for an example, if your website is down, right, so there can be a chance that it's suffering from a DOS attack, denial of service attack. Next, we have distributed denial of service attack. It's just an updated version or the better version of DOS attack. In DDoS attack, what we do, we basically use botnet, right? As already we have discussed about botnet, we use botnet, and by using that robotic network, that botnet, we perform the same activity but by using number of machines. As you can see in the picture, in DOS attack, we are performing an attack by only a single machine. But in DDoS attack, we are using number of machines for flooding a target, right? So a distributed denial of service attack is also a DDoS attack, is also a DOS attack that comes from more than one source at the same time. All right, so DOS attack with the single machine, and DDoS attack with number of machines to a single target at the same time. Only that's the difference between DOS and DDoS attack. Next, we have spoofing attacks. So spoofing is like masking your identity, masking yourself, right? So spoofing is the act of disguising a communication from an unknown source as being from a known trusted source. So you can just mask yourself, and if you are unlegitimate or unauthorized person, then you can represent yourself as a legitimate one. All right, so spoofing can apply to emails, phone calls, and websites. Like if I can call someone, right, and I can pretend to be from some other company, and I can call to them, I can talk to them, right? So it's just like pretending someone or spoofing my real identity and pretending to be someone else or someone known or someone trusted source. All right, and spoofing can be applied to emails, phone calls, or websites. More technical spoofing attacks can be IP address spoofing, ARP or address resolution protocol spoofing, and domain name system spoofing. So let's discuss all these. First is IP address spoofing. So as we have already discussed that how attackers can spoof their identity, right? They can basically hide their identity and impersonate to be another computer system. So basically by using some different medias, some methods, you can hide your identity, because IP address is the unique identification over internet, right? So basically hackers or the attackers hide their identity by using IP spoofing technique and represent themselves from some other source. Like if I'm just sitting here in India, right, and I just want to make a crime, like think that I'm an attacker or the hacker, right, and I just want to do some crime. So what I can do for hiding my identity, I can just use some other IP address from some other location, like from US or from Pakistan or some other country, right? And I can use that IP address so that I will be showing from some other, from that country, not from India. So this is IP address spoofing. Next is ARP spoofing. So let's first understand what is ARP. ARP is basically address resolution protocol that helps to map the MAC address to IP address, right? If you know about the MAC address and you want to know the IP address to communicate in a network, then you need to use ARP protocol, right? And reverse address resolution protocol is just like, if you are having IP address and you need to have the MAC address, then you use our ARP protocol. So what it can be, if you are having ARP spoofing attack, so what it can be, as I said, ARP helps to link MAC address to IP address. So if you are having ARP spoofing, then it can be mapped, right? So it can show you, it can link an attacker's MAC to a legitimate network IP address. So the attacker can receive data meant for the owner associated with that IP address. Are you getting my point? So it will map to the illegitimate IP address. It's also known as ARP poisoning. Next we have DNS server spoofing. So DNS is domain name system, right? And these domain name system helps us to basically map or to gain the access of our domains, right? As we know that we can't remember the IP address, right? So that's why we are using domain name system, because if I just want to go for teachapex.com, then definitely I can't remember the IP address of teachapex.com, but at the backend it works based on IP address. So what is happening, DNS helps us to resolve the IP address of that particular domain, and it could be help for fetching the IP address, right, so that we can access that particular domain, right? So if we just want to convert our domain name system, our domain to IP, right, and IP to domain, so in this case DNS works. So what it can be, if we are using, or any attacker is using DNS server spoofing, so what it can be, it can just represent to some other IP address or some other domain name. So what it can be, if I'm just going for teachapex.com, right, and it is mapped with some other IP address, some other fake IP address, so I will be redirected to that fake page or the fake website, right? So DNS server spoofing allows attackers to divert the traffic to a different IP address, leading victims to sites that spread malware, right? So this is DNS server spoofing. Next we have man in the middle attack. So this is already we have discussed that it's a part of eavesdropping, you can say, or in man in the middle is basically the same as eavesdropping, when there is a man who is listening the conversation in between, and they can just listen all those conversation, and if that particular communication channel is not secure, then they can just alter that uh, communication, alter those packets. So a man in the middle attack occurs when a hacker eavesdrops on a source communication session and monitors, captures and control the data being sent between the two parties that they are communicating. Right? The attacker attempts to obtain information so that he or she can impersonate the receiver and sender communicating. Alright, so this is man in the middle attack. Next we have VLAN hopping. So VLAN is virtual LAN, virtual local area network. So it's a method of attacking a network by sending packets to a port that is not normally accessible from a given end system. Alright, VLAN hopping is basically a computer security exploit, a method of attacking networked resources on a virtual local area network. The basic concept behind all VLAN hopping attacks is for an attacking host on a VLAN to gain access to traffic on other VLANs that would normally not be accessible. Right? So VLAN hopping is a method of attacking a network by sending packets to a port that is not normally accessible from a given end system. And the two primary methods of VLAN hopping are switch spoofing and double tagging. Alright, so these are all about active network attacks. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In our previous video, you have learned what the types of malwares that are available in the market, right? And in this video, you will learn how hackers or attackers create such malwares such as a virus or worms, right? And spread it in the network, right? So basically you can perform network security, right? So if your antivirus program is not working properly, right, it's not fetching those viruses or those malware applications that you have created, that means your antivirus programs are not properly working, right? So by using JPS virus maker or some other virus maker applications to prepare or to create number of malwares like virus or worm, right, you can create them in your network, and you can check whether your antivirus applications, anti-malware applications are working properly, efficiently in your network or not, right? So in this video, you will learn how you can create a virus program by using JPS virus maker. So let's get started with JPS virus maker. So search on Google JPS virus maker, right? You will get the information about JPS virus maker. Open this link. It's asking for potential security risk ahead. You can go to advanced and accept the risk and continue. If it's popping up this kind of issue, you can just go ahead, right? And the downloading link is available here. So by using JPS virus maker, you can create a virus and worm too, right? So this is JPS virus maker. Here is the application, you can see. All right, this is the download link. So it's available for 32 and 64-bit viruses. So let's create a malware that is a virus by using JPS virus maker. So as I have already downloaded, so I'm just going to execute it. You don't need to install, it's just executable application, you don't need to install, right? And this is a very small application. So here are some of the options, some of the checkboxes you will get. So by just checking these options, you can enable your virus to work like that. Like, if you will check this option, disable registry, then it means your virus application, right, after installing the virus or after executing the virus in this system, your Windows registry will be disabled. Like, we are getting number of viruses in our system, right? So some of the application block some features or block some settings in our system or in our network. This is due to like that, right? So this is basically hackers or attackers create those kind of viruses that can block those applications, or that can block those settings, that can disable those settings, you can say, right? So same like that, you can create those kind of viruses, right? So these are some of the options. Like, you can disable registry, you can disable ms config, right? You can disable internet explorer. Sometimes you are getting an error that you can't enable or you can't run your internet explorer, right? So this is due to your virus application that has disabled the internet explorer at the backend. All right, so this is how you can disable internet explorer. You can disable time, disable group policy. So number of settings are here. You can lock mouse and keyboard, you can mute the sound, right? So lots of options are here. Then we have these options, like you want to restart your system, log off or turn off or hibernate or none. So after executing this application, after executing this virus application, your system will be restarted, will be log off, will be turn off, hibernate or none. So as per your choice, as per the hacker's intention, they can create. So if your system is restarting again and again, right, because sometimes we get these kind of errors, our system is restarting again and again, that is due to those kind of viruses that have enabled this option, right? So let's check restart, right? And here are some other settings, like change xp password. If any of the machine using xp systems, then they can change the xp passwords. If this virus application that will be created after executing, right, after just finishing these settings, we will create a virus, it will create a virus application. So after executing that particular virus in the xp system, it will change the password. So this is basically for xp operating system, Windows XP. Change computer name, change IE homepage, Internet Explorer homepage, right? Because some of the times we are getting some other kind of pages that we have not checked it before, or you can say some of the fake pages we are getting enough home page. So this is due to that. So same like that, hackers can generate the home pages, right? Close custom window or disable custom services. So lots of options are here. And if you want to create it as a worm, it's just a virus, right? But if you want to create it as a worm, then you can enable this setting. So by using JPS virus maker, you can not only create a virus, you can also create a worm. You can enable it to work as a worm. So that means worm will automatically execute, right? So after creating this application, this will automatically execute after 1 second or after number of seconds that you will give here. Now the change icon. So which type of icon you want, like it's a dock icon, it's an exe icon. So which type of icon you want, you can just check that particular option. So here I'm just clicking JPG icon. All right, and the settings, like name after install. So what name you want to give after installing. So here I'm just selecting ALG so that I can just remember it, right? And the server name, so it's alg.exe, right? This I have given. Now after configuring all the settings, after enabling all the things, just click on create virus, right? And here you can see server created successfully. Click OK, and let's see it's created or not. Yes, it's created. Here you can see this virus application is created here, right? And when you will execute it, it will work maliciously. It will work as you have given in those checklists, right? So this is basically how you can create a virus by using JPS virus maker, right? So after creating a virus like this, you can check whether your antivirus programs are working properly or not. If these kind of viruses are caught by the antivirus program that you are using, that means it's working properly, otherwise it's not, right? So this is how hackers or attackers create a virus program by using JPS virus maker. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, you are gonna learn how hackers create HTTP rat Trojan. Basically, we have discussed the basics of Trojan in our previous video, right? Now, in this video, you will learn how hackers create HTTP rat. These are the kind of Trojan HTTP rat. This basically used to create on port 80, right? Because HTTP works on port 80, so that's why it's for port 80. These are the kind of Trojan, right? And these are the Trojan that can be used by the hackers or attackers to take remote accessing or remote controlling of your machine, right? So you will learn about HTTP rat. Basically, HTTP rat is a kind of remote access Trojan. Rat means remote access Trojan, which basically utilizes web interfaces and port 80 to gain the access, right? That's why they are known as HTTP rat. Okay, it's very dangerous because it works on the web, and you know that web can be accessed, can work almost everywhere where you can find the internet, right? So it's very dangerous to execute. Here, let's check about HTTP rat Trojan. Just type on Google HTTP rat Trojan, and here you will get link of wattpad.com, right? Now click on HTTP rat Trojan download, right? And all the details you will get it here. So rat allows cyber attackers to do everything they can. This type of Trojan is available for download from internet's black market. Also you can download from there, right? And all other details you will get it here. Also you can download this application from these links, right? So as I've already downloaded, I'm going to execute it, right? So these are the application. So what you need to do, you need to just run it as an admin, right? And you don't need to configure any other things. Only you can specify your email address if you want to get all the details on your email address, right? Then you can give your email address, otherwise leave it blank, because you can access all the things, all the stuff by using the URL, right? By using only the web, right? So you do not need to configure the email settings exactly. Just click on create, and the server port you can see it's 80. As I said, we are going to use port 80 because it works on HTTP. So just click create, and you can see HTTP server file has been created. right? This is the server file, and now I'm going to execute it. So basically you can send this malicious file, this Trojan file, to your victim, or hackers or attackers forward these kind of malicious file by using different methods. Like either they can forward it through USB sticks, through number of internet explorers, through fake websites, through emails, right, through instant messengers. So they can use those methods to transfer this malicious file to your computer system. And when you will execute this application, whatever data they want to get, they can retrieve all your stuff that contains in your system. Now I'm going to show you how hackers do that. So basically I'm going to execute it. So when you will execute it, after executing, you need to go to the browser and type the IP address 192.168 of your victim IP address, right? You need to do that. Here I'm just typing the machine IP address. All right, so it's working. This is the IP address of the victim machine, right? Or you can say where I have executed that malicious file, that Trojan, right? You need to type the IP address of that particular machine, and you can see all the running processes in that particular system. You can see that. You can browse all of the drives, like in C drive. You can check all the stuff that are in C drive, in D drive, right? You can check the computer information like computer name, Windows directory, system directory, username, right? The users, one is admin and another is guest, hardware information, processor type, page size, and number of things, right? So you can browse the drives too. You can check the running application, running processes, and in case you want to kill any of the application, you can kill them too. Like you can kill this particular application. So chrome.exe has been killed, right? So this is basically how you can create, or how hackers or attackers can create remote access trojans by using HTTP RAT, right? And can take remote access, remote control of your machine. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, you will learn how hackers use SpyTech spy agent for system monitoring and surveillance. Also, as a network security admin, you can use these tools to monitor a particular system or for surveillance, right? So here, SpyTech spy agent. This is a kind of a spyware tool, right? This is from spytech-web.com. So basically, as a network security admin, you can use this tool, right, to monitor your employees' activity in your network, right? What are the things it can perform? Overview for monitoring, right? It can monitor the keystrokes and passwords, application usage, website usage and searches, screenshots, microphone audio, webcam images, social activity emails and chats, computer usage sessions, events timeline, internet activity, file usage and transfer, mouse clicks, and number of things, right? So as a network security admin, you can log Skype, chat messaging, software, all popular web browsers, Facebook, social networking, emails and webmails, and much more. Here are some of the screenshots. right? And for security purpose, you can use it for monitoring invisibly. It can hide and encrypt log files and much more, right? So basically you can be invisible. You can use this application in stealth mode, right? So spy agent runs invisibly in the background without users knowing. So basically you can install, as a network security admin, you can install this application in the background of each and every employee, and you can monitor the activity of a particular employee. It disables spyware detectors. It's used for monitoring scheduling, optional monitoring notice, password protected. All the information is password protected. Backdates log files, lockdown scheduling, self-destruct uninstall basically. So configure spy agent to self-destruct and automatically uninstall itself when you want. So it's an amazing feature. Log file encryption, invisible log files, idle timeouts, log archiving and clearing. So it has a great functionality, right? And from here you can download a free trial version. It's available for Windows, Mac and Android. So here I'm going to execute for Windows, right? It's spy agent. It's real-time spy. It monitor and spy on your computer from anywhere. It's sanitary PC. It's cloud-based monitoring, filtering and access control, right? So here I'm going to execute spy agent. It's downloading, right? And here I can extract and the password is spytech, right? This is the application. So here you can extract it, and now I'm going to execute it. If it asks a password, then you need to type spytech. Here is a password. Password is equal to spytech. And this is the, click the type of setup you prefer, like it's administrator or tester or stealth installation. So when you will click on this, it will be installed as in stealth mode, but right now I'm going to install it as an admin. Then click next. And would you like to include an uninstaller? So right now I don't need that, but if you need that, you can click on yes, right? It's a very easy to use application. All right, so now you can run spy agent. So just close it and it will start. Click continue. If you want to buy, you can buy it. Otherwise, click on continue. Right? So welcome to spy agent. It's step 1. So before you can start using spy agent, you must configure your password that will be used for accessing spy agent. All right? Do not lose this password, as it cannot be reset without a reinstallation of a spy agent. So basically you need to very careful while creating a password, right? So here I'm just creating a password. Then confirm. You need to remember it, right? If you forgot this password, you can't reset it. So be sure that you need you should remember this password very well. Then click OK. Right, and then step 2, you will now be presented with easy configuration wizard, right? You can use this wizard to quickly set up spy agent's most frequently used features and you can also restart this wizard at any time in the future, right? Then click continue, and this is the setup wizard. So if you want to run it complete plus stealth configuration, click this complete configuration, then choose this, otherwise typical configuration. So as per your requirement, you can just configure the package, then click next. Choose additional options to enable for spy agent from the below sections. If you want to send logs to your email, right, you can just select this option, but for that you need to connect the cloud option, or either you need to select an email option, email delivery option. So basically you need to set up the email option here, right? So that's why right now I'm not doing that. Display alert on startup if you want to do that, or load on Windows startup. So I'm just selecting this, load on Windows startup, then click next. Are you sure you want to continue your configuration? If yes, then select next, right? And these are the settings that I have configured. All logging options will be pre-configured for optimal stealth, and spy agent will load on Windows startup. So this is the setting that I have applied. Configurations applied, next, and finish. Now this is spy agent's user interface. This is where you can start and stop monitoring, view activity logs, change settings, and configure the software. So would you like to view spy agent documentation? No. And here is the complete wizard, right? So program options, these are the options. You can configure the different settings, like some general settings, auto archive option, auto clear option. After a particular period of time, you can clear the log, auto remove, right? Instant log retrieval. Logging options, you can log all keystrokes typed, log all windows used, log all applications executed. So as per your requirement, you can just check or uncheck the options, right? You can log all mouse clicks, log all print jobs. So basically this is how you can configure. Screen spy, all these record screenshots will be captured on this particular directory. Webcam spy, if you want to use that, right? And this will be saved in this particular directory. Then smart logging, username filtering, and remote log viewing. That is basically, as I said, if you want to get these logs in your email or on a particular cloud, then you can configure these options, right? So we have FTP log delivery, email log delivery, and spyware cloud delivery. Advanced option such as security, splash warning, log location. This will be the location of all the logs. Stealth hotkey. This is the key that you need to remember. Select your hotkey pattern. This hotkey pattern is the hotkey pattern that will, when pressed, prompt you for your spy agent password to stop its stealth mode, right? So just keep remember this option. Control plus Shift plus Alt plus M. Then thread priority, remote desktop, content filtering, and lots of features, right? Scheduling, logging, lockdown, number of things we have. So we can click on OK and start monitoring the system activity. So by just pressing start monitoring, it will start monitoring, right? Here you need to enter the password and click OK. In this key you need to remember Control plus Shift plus Alt plus M, right? So you should remember this, Control plus Shift plus Alt plus M, right? If you will forget this option, then you can't access this particular spy agent. Then click OK, right, and continue. So now whatever you will type or whatever you will access, basically it will be recorded. Like here we can type on notepad. These sessions will be recorded. If you are using the backspace, it's also been recorded, right? Here I'm giving the credentials, right? So some of the stuff that you can use. And now I'm going to execute that. So for that, I need to press Ctrl, Alt, Shift and M. Right? So when you will press the key Ctrl plus Shift plus Alt plus M, it will ask you to enter the password. Now just type the password. And now you can check all the activities that have been performed, like 220 keys last session. This is all the logs you can see. So basically keystrokes with the screenshot. So here you can view, this is the screenshot. I have opened Firefox, Explorer, Notepad, whatever I have typed, right? As I said, even if you will press backspace, it will also be captured, right? This is the on the notepad that I have typed. The Firefox I have executed, Explorer, mouse clicks. These are the left click, right click, right. Windows viewed, application ran, application usage, all screenshots that it has captured, email activity if there is any email activity, right, file usage, documents opened, documents printed, file downloads, uploads, computer usage, mic or webcam, microphone recordings, webcam recordings, emails received or sent, right, internet activity, internet connections, internet traffic, and number of things. So this is basically how SpyTech spy agent work, how basically by using this application you can monitor systems activity, you can monitor any user activity, right? So this is basically can be used by the hackers or attackers for illegal purpose, and also as a network security admin or as a security admin, you can use this application in your systems so that in future you can monitor the activities of your employees or your users basically, right? So it's an amazing tool. You can save all the logs in a different directory, right? And also you can view like this. So this is basically SpyTech spy agent. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video you will learn how hackers or attackers basically create keyloggers that can be used for logging or monitoring your keystrokes, right? Whatever you will type in your system, it will be logged, it will be recorded by the keyloggers, and it will be forwarded to the hackers or the attackers, right? So basically you can use this application which we are going to use, that is all-in-one keylogger. So basically you can use these keyloggers for monitoring purpose, right? So hackers or attackers can use for illegal activities, and as a network security admin you can use keyloggers to monitor your employees activity or whatever they are typing in their computer systems. For monitoring purpose you can use these keyloggers, right? So here we are going to use all-in-one keylogger, right? This is the official link, or this is from where you can download. So security is at the front end of many users, right? And whatever the reason you may need to consider using a keylogger on your device, you can use this. So it will let you track any keyboard interaction any user has. This is the important thing, right? It has the ability to monitor devices and keep their use secure. You can also check the complete description here. This is the complete screenshot, right? And here are the complete details. While all-in-one keylogger, what does it do? Basically, as I said, it records all the key that is pressed on the keyboard of the device, right? It then stores this information, meaning you can later review the use of any device which the software is installed on. And it doesn't matter how the user is using the device. They could be typing a document, entering web addresses, or chatting on social media. Whatever they are doing, whenever they are using the device, all the activity, all the keystrokes will be recorded, right? So here we are going to use all-in-one keylogger. So just execute it. And to install it, just follow the wizard. Click next, accept the agreement, then next, install. Click finish. This is the all-in-one keylogger screen, and here first you need to create a password, right? And you need to remember this password so that you can access all-in-one keylogger. If you will forget this password, then you can't be able to execute or to access this application, right? So just remember this password. Here I'm just creating a password. Click save, and typing your password in any application, maybe it's Word, Notepad, Explorer, or even desktop, will display the keylogger main screen, right? So click understood. Now here I'm going to type my password. So my password is password, right? So that's why I'm going to execute it, and here it's open up. So it's a keylogger screen here. Now you can configure the settings. So these are some general settings that you can configure, right? Like run window when Windows starts, or hide entry from the Windows startup list. These are the settings that you can configure. Log maintenance, this is the directory where all the records will be saved. Textual settings, visual settings in every 1 second, or you can just giving it 0, so basically it's in 1 minute and 1 second, right? Or capture screen on every mouse click, so this is the better option, capture screen on every mouse click, or enter key, right? Media settings, email settings, if you want to get all these log details on your email, you can configure these settings. So here you need to type the email address, right? Then port, then SMTP server of that particular email server, and login and password. After that, it will be configured with the email, right? And all the logs will be forwarded to your email. FTP settings, if you want to get all the logs to your FTP account, then you can configure this. LAN settings, password, restrictions, miscellaneous, and other things. This is open log manager, so you can check all the logs here. The commands, stop logging, and I pressed hide, so here I'm tapping again. Okay, so this is basically the general settings. Now I'm going to start it. So I'm pressing start logging. Close this. Exit will close the keylogger and cause it to stop logging. If you want to continue with the surveillance in hidden mode, then press on hide button. So just press on hide button. It will be now in hidden mode. Now we can do some stuff, like we can type this session will be recorded. Can go to the browser, and here you can type something, right? So now I'm stopping the logging and starting the screen. To start the screen, we need to type the password. So password is this, and now you can see the logs that are captured. So click on open log viewer. Here you will get all the textual logs, right? Whatever I have typed, I have texted. Run, notepad, program manager, untitled, message box, start logging, stop logging, view chat log, if any, web log, file, go to visual logs. These are some of the visual logs you can see. Filter, empty rows. Notepad, right? I have typed this password. Here is the notepad, and whatever I have typed, this session will be recorded, right? Like this. So it's also here. So this is basically all the logs will be saved here. You can open these logs like this. Right? So this is basically how all-in-one keylogger works. How basically hackers or attackers can use this application for illegal purpose, and how you can use as a network security admin for monitoring the activities of your employees or of your users, your clients, or basically it can be used for your internal network security, right? Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training, and in this video we are gonna perform DOS attack, basically denial of service attack, by using LOIC, right? So we have two applications, LOIC and HOIC. In this video we are gonna use LOIC. So first check what is LOIC. Type on Google LOIC and it will give you the complete information and the download link for LOIC, right? LOIC is basically low orbit ion cannon. As I said, we have two applications, LOIC and HOIC. So LOIC is basically used to perform attack, right? And the attack traffic amount generated by LOIC is low. That's why it's low orbit ion cannon, and the attack traffic amount generated by HOIC is high. That's why it's known as high orbit ion cannon, HOIC. I'll show you how you can use HOIC, but in this video we are gonna use LOIC, low orbit ion cannon, right? This is the download link. So if you want to download it, you can download from this link, LOIC, right? This is how it looks like, and this is the download link. So as I have already downloaded LOIC, let's execute this application. So just double click on it, right? And it will be executed like this. So you don't need to install, only you need to execute it and it will open up directly. Now here you can see you need to select your target first. So here I have selected my target, a particular machine, right? So here I have installed a virtual machine of Windows 7 operating system, right? And I'm gonna perform DOS attack on this particular machine. Either you can choose IP address or the URL. So if you are going to perform DOS attack on a particular domain, right, then you can use the URL of that particular domain, like it's www.xyz.com. And if you just want to execute on particular system, then you can use the IP address. Also you can take IP address of the domain, right? So it's all up to you how you are gonna perform. Here I'm just choosing the Windows operating system to perform DOS attack. Right, so let's first check the IP address of the machine, right? So first execute the command prompt. Right, and in the command prompt type ipconfig, right? It's ipconfig and it will give you the IP address details. So it's 192.168.233.128. all right, so this IP address I'm gonna use here. So if you are going to perform DOS attack on a particular domain or URL, then type here www.xyz.com, right? But here I'm gonna use IP address, so that's why I'm typing here 192.168.233.128. This is the IP address of that particular machine. Then put lock on. So it's now locked. This IP address is locked now, right? So this is the first step and this is the second step. So if you're ready, then just click on here. Otherwise, configure the attack options. So here are the attack options that you can configure. It's the timeout, HTTP subsite, TCP or UDP message. So in case you want to change the message of TCP or UDP packets, then you can change it here. So here I'm just typing, this is the DOS attack. So when a particular basically if that particular machine on which we are gonna attack having a particular sniffer or is monitoring, basically, then in the packet they will get the detail here like this, right? So they will, in the message of the TCP or UDP packet, they will get this message if they are capturing the packets, right? And here you can configure the port settings and select the type of packet that you gonna use. So here I'm gonna use the HTTP method. Here you can increase the number of threads. So here I'm using 100 threads, and the speed, so it can be faster or slower, right? So here I'm just putting on faster. Now that we are ready to perform DOS attack, so when you are ready, just click on this link, this button basically. So here you can see the attack status, right? Here you can see the connecting packets, requesting, right? So it's performing now DOS attack. So after a couple of minutes, after some time, that particular machine got hang basically, right? So this is how you can perform DOS attack using LOIC. I'm just stopping it. Okay, so this is basically how you can perform DOS attack using low orbit ion cannon. So when you do like this, so after a couple of minutes or after some time, that particular machine will got hang because it will receive number of packets, and due to not handling properly all these requests, all these packets, it will be working very slow. So this is how you can put any resource, right, on a particular DOS attack, and that's how you can perform that particular resource unavailable for the users, right? So this is how you can use or how you can perform DOS attack by using LOIC. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, we are gonna perform DOS attack using HOIC, right? As we have discussed in our previous video about HOIC and LOIC, what is the difference between them, right? So HOIC is basically used for DOS and DDoS attack, right? And the attack traffic amount generated by HOIC is high. That's why it's known as high orbit ion cannon, right? It was developed for internal security, internal network security and stability testing, right? It's also open source, so it's freely available. You can use that and you can test your network security and stability, right? Basically, the high orbit ion cannon have high speed multi-threaded HTTP flood, right? You can simultaneously flood up to 256 websites at once. So you can see it's basically used to generate high amount of traffic, right? So let's start with HOIC. For this, you can use Google and search for HOIC. It's high orbit ion cannon, right? It is developed for network stress testing and DOS attack. So basically, as a network security admin, you can test your network security and also you can test the stability of your network, right? And if there is any kind of malicious activity, right, when you are just getting all the packets, so you can test what kind of packets you are receiving and you can directly block those packets or those particular IP address from which you are getting number of requests, right? So this is basically for DOS and DDoS type of attack. So from this link you can download, right? The features you can see, it's high speed multi-threaded HTTP flood. You can simultaneously flood up to 256 websites at once. Built-in scripting system to allow the development of boosters. Script designed to thwart DDoS countermeasures and increase DOS output, right? So basically by using HOIC, you can increase the DOS output, right? It's easy to use interface, can be ported over to Linux and Mac with a few bug fixes, right? Ability to select the number of threads in an ongoing attack, like we have done in LOIC, we have increased the number of threads, right? Ability to throttle attacks individually with 3 settings: low, medium and high. So we have low, medium and high 3 settings, and you can download it from these links, right? As I've already downloaded, so I'm just gonna use it. It's HOIC, right? I'm gonna run it as admin, and it's directly opened up, right? So this is HOIC. Now first we have to select our target. So click on this button, select target. So here you can put any of the URL or the IP address. So here I'm giving the same IP address. Right, it's my virtual machine IP address. In case you want to check the IP address of a machine, then open up a command prompt and type ipconfig. So here you will get the IP address 192.168.233.12. So in place of URL, basically in this field, you can either type the URL or an IP address, right? Then the power settings, it can be low, medium or high. So I'm just putting it on high, right? And the booster. So you can use these extra plugins basically to add or to basically boost it up, right? So or otherwise you can just leave it blank, right? If you don't know about this, so it's dutchfree.hoic, generic boost, right? User agent test and visa stress.hoic. So either you can use or you can just leave it blank, right? So here I'm just selecting generic boost.hoic and click on add, right? It's been added, you can see here, but I guess the IP address is not correct. It's 192.168.233.128. It's high, I'm adding it. It's not taking the IP address correctly. It's taking 92.168.233.128. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give in a particular domain, right? So here I'm selecting a target. It is www.dukarinfo.com in the http:// and www.dukarinfo.com. This is the this is the URL that I have taken and put it on high and add, right? Now it's correct, and I'm just going to flood it. But before that, I'm gonna increase the output threads. So you can increase up to the 20. I'm increasing the output, right? And here I'm gonna flood it. So by just clicking on this button, you can flood it. So you can see now the output, you can see, right? So it's basically doing flood, right? And here is the output, you can see. So this is basically after a particular period of time or after a couple of minutes, the system or that particular domain that you have given the target, right? So your target will got hang, or the resources of your target will got down, right? So this is basically you can perform DOS attack using HOIC, Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. And in this video we are gonna do HTTP flood using DOS HTTP, right? It's a application, right? It's easy to use and powerful HTTP flood DOS testing tool for Windows operating system, right? So by using DOS HTTP, you can flood your HTTP traffic, right? And it includes basically URL verification, HTTP redirection, port designation, and number of features, right? So it's easy to use and powerful tool for HTTP flood. And how you can use that? But before that, from where you can download, so just type on Google DOS HTTP and it will give you the link. Right? It's an easy to use and powerful HTTP flood DOS tool, right? And from this link you can download for Windows operating system, right? So DOS HTTP uses multiple asynchronous sockets to perform an effective HTTP flood. HTTP flood is basically we are just using HTTP traffic or HTTP type of packet, HTTP method basically, right, to flood our target, right? This is known as HTTP flood, where you are just forwarding number of HTTP kind of HTTP request, right? And you are going to jam or going to slow down your target by using HTTP packets, right? DOS HTTP can be simultaneously or on multiple clients to emulate a distributed denial of service attack. So by using DOS HTTP, you can also perform distributed denial of service attack, that is DDoS attack, right? It can also help IT professionals to test web server performance and evaluate web server protection software, right? It was basically designed by certified IT security and software development professionals, right? So basically as a network security admin, you can test your web servers because here we are gonna flood for HTTP packets, so definitely it will work for web servers, right? So you can test your web servers by using this application. It's easy to use and powerful HTTP flood DOS testing tool, uses multiple asynchronous sockets to perform an effective HTTP flood. It allows multiple clients to emulate a DDoS attack, allows target port designation within the URL, right? So here you can also put the port number like this, right? HTTP :/host then :port, right? So in place of port you can put AT because AT is the port number that is used for HTTP, right? It supports HTTP redirection for automatic page redirection. It includes URL verification that displays the response header and document. It includes performance monitoring and enhanced reporting, allows customized user agent header fields, right? Allows user defined socket and request settings. It also supports numeric addressing or target URLs. It includes a comprehensive user guide and clear target URLs and reset all options. So these are some of the features that are included in the latest version of DOS HTTP. All right, so I have shown you the link from where you can download. Right now I'm just gonna execute it because I have already downloaded. So just run it as an admin, and here I'm just going to install it. So just follow the wizard, right? I accept, next, and next, then finish. It's here, right? DOS HTTP, just click on it and put just accept the agreement, and here is the DOS HTTP. So it's a 14 days trial version, so I'm just not going to register it. If you want it, so you can either register it. If you have the serial number, you can just put it here and click on register button to register it for the use. Otherwise you can just close it. Oh, sorry, I'm just gonna click on try. So this is DOS HTTP. Now here you have to put the target URL, right? So here I'm just putting HTTP : / and the target URL, right? User agent, what user agent you are gonna use. So it's by default I have selected Mozilla 6.0. The number of sockets, right? So you can configure the number of sockets. It's 500 or 1000 or something. You can select as per your choice, right? The request, continuous, or only these number of requests you want to give. Like it will forward the request packets only 25,000 or 50,000, something like that, right? All the options are here. Or otherwise you can put continuous if you don't have any idea about how number of packets, how number of requests you want to put for the target. And then you can verify the URL. Now you can see it's HTTPS. So this is the very valid URL basically. Right, and then just click flood. Valuation mode will only perform a maximum of 10,000 requests per session, right? So it will only flood 10,000 requests, not more than that, because it's not a purchased version, right? So here you can see it's running, number of requests and the responses. You can see in the footer running, it's the status of this application, number of requests and the responses. So it's running still, right? So this is basically how you can perform HTTP flood by using DOS. The specified target could not found or inaccessible. Why is it so? Let's try it again. Start flood, right? Or either we can select our another target. Here we can give just closing it and running it again. www.google.com, right? And then click start flood, and here you can see the number of sockets. It's increasing, right? Request and the responses. So this is basically how you can perform HTTP flood DOS attack. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. Today we are gonna discuss about how hackers can use default passwords. As we have discussed in our theory section that hackers can get your passwords, right? They can crack by using number of techniques, number of software applications that are available in the market. So basically the thing is, if you have configured your default passwords, if you basically have not configured your settings, then we have some default passwords, right? It's basically a standard or pre-configured passwords for a particular device or for a particular application. So such passwords are the default configuration for many devices, many applications, and if they are unchanged, if we are not changing our default settings or our default passwords, then they can present a serious security risk, right? So today we are going to discuss this, how hackers can get these default passwords for number of devices, number of applications, and they can use definitely, because if they know that you are using this device like Cisco firewall this you are using, or Cisco router you are using this one, and you have not changed the settings, you have not changed the default password of that particular device, then what hackers can do, they can use those default passwords from internet. Basically, I'll show you how. So they can get those default passwords from internet, and they can access your router, your device, right? So that's why I said that we should change the settings as per our requirements. We should configure our settings for our own purpose, for our own organization, right? Now, how hackers can get these default passwords? So just type on Google, you don't need to do anything, just type simply on Google default passwords, right? And you will get a complete list. You will get basically number of links on which you can get number of default passwords. So these are some of the links. First is cirt.net/passwords. Second is defaultpassword.com. Third one is from GitHub, right? It's from for default credentials, and bestvpn.org/default router passwords. So here you can see the complete list of default router passwords, right? These are number of router, its IP address, the default IP address for that particular router, the username, and the password. So you can see that on next slide, right? This is from DWL. When you will click next, you will get number of passwords, right? So this is the complete list. Now you can see it's 2, 3, 5, 4 entries it contains, right? Same like that, when you will go for the GitHub, it will give you the complete list from default passwords, right? Like as I have taken an example of Cisco device or Cisco routers, so you can see the Cisco, and a hacker or an attacker can try these default passwords like administrator, and the password is change me, or default password can be admin, like that, right? So this is the complete list of default passwords from IBM, HP, number of all the technologies that provide some default passwords you can get from this link. Now the thing is, as a network security admin, you must change these default configurations, these default passwords to protect your devices, your network from password attacks, right? From this list you can also see. So basically what you can do, you can just check your device whether it can be cracked with these default settings or from these default passwords, right? And definitely when you are going to install a particular device in your network, then you should check the default passwords, default configuration at the backend, because in some of the devices we got default password settings at the backend of that particular device. Or either you can go for these default websites, these websites basically from where you can get the default passwords, and you can check whether that particular device works on default passwords or not. And definitely by just going to the settings of that particular router or that particular device, you can change those default passwords, right? So this is basically how hackers can use default passwords, and how as a network security admin you should know that these are the default passwords that are available on internet, and you should change these default passwords to protect your network, your device from password attacks. All right. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. Today we are going to discuss about how hackers can use default passwords. As we have discussed in our theory section that hackers can get your passwords, right? They can crack by using number of techniques, number of software applications that are available in the market. So basically the thing is, if you have configured your default passwords, if you basically have not configured your settings, then we have some default passwords, right? It's basically a standard or pre-configured passwords for a particular device or for a particular application. So such passwords are the default configuration for many devices, many applications, and if they are unchanged, if we are not changing our default settings or our default passwords, then they can present a serious security risk, right? So today we are going to discuss this, how hackers can get these default passwords for number of devices, number of applications, and they can use definitely, because if they know that you are using this device like Cisco firewall this you are using, or Cisco router you are using this one, and you have not changed the settings, you have not changed the default password of that particular device, then what hackers can do, they can use those default passwords from internet. Basically I'll show you how. So they can get those default passwords from internet, and they can access your router, your device, right? So that's why I said that we should change the settings as per our requirements. We should configure our settings for our own purpose, for our own organization, right? Now, how hackers can get these default passwords? So just type on Google. You don't need to do anything. Just type simply on Google default passwords, right? And you will get a complete list. You will get basically number of links on which you can get number of default passwords. So these are some of the links. First is cirt.net/passwords. Second is defaultpassword.com. Third one is from GitHub, right? It's from for default credentials, and bestvpn.org/default router passwords. So here you can see the complete list of default router passwords, right? These are number of router, its IP address, the default IP address for that particular router, the username, and the password. So you can see that on next slide, right? This is from DWL. When you will click next, you will get number of passwords, right? So this is the complete list. Now you can see it's 2354 entries it contains, right? Same like that, when you will go for the GitHub, it will give you the complete list from default passwords, right? Like as I have taken an example of Cisco device or Cisco routers, so you can see the Cisco, and a hacker or an attacker can try these default passwords like administrator, and the password is change me, or default password can be admin, like that, right? So this is the complete list of default passwords from IBM, HP, number of all the technologies that provide some default passwords you can get from this link. Now the thing is, as a network security admin, you must change these default configurations, these default passwords, to protect your devices, your network from password attacks, right? From this list you can also see. So basically what you can do, you can just check your device whether it can be cracked with these default settings or from these default passwords, right? And definitely when you are going to install a particular device in your network, then you should check the default passwords, default configuration at the backend, uh, because in some of the devices we got default password settings at the backend of that particular device. Or either you can go for these default websites, these websites basically from where you can get the default passwords, and you can check whether that particular device works on default passwords or not. And definitely by just going to the settings of that particular router or that particular device, you can change those default passwords, right? So this is basically how hackers can use default passwords, and how as a network security admin you should know that these are the default passwords that are available on internet, and you should change these default passwords to protect your network, your device from password attacks. All right. Hey guys, welcome back to the network security training. Today we are gonna crack and audit Windows passwords by using LoftCrack. So let's check about LoftCrack first. Here is the LoftCrack, right? This is the official link, loftcrack.com. Right? So LoftCrack is basically a password auditing and recovery application that is originally produced by Mute from Loft Heavy Industries. It is used to test password strength and sometimes to recover lost Windows passwords by using dictionary, brute force, hybrid attacks, and rainbow tables. So these are some of the attacks that we have already discussed in our theory section, right? Like dictionary attacks, brute force attacks. In hybrid is the combination of dictionary, brute force. So these are some of the attacks, types of techniques this application use, right? This is the great application. If you forgot the password, then you can then you can use this application to recover your lost passwords. Basically, these are the applications that can also be used by hackers or attackers to crack your Windows passwords, right? So as a network security admin, you must be sure that you are using those passwords which are not crackable by using these applications. So if you're working as a network security admin, just check whether your applications in your network, whether your device in your network are secure with these applications or not, right? By just testing, auditing the passwords by using LoftCrack. So here I'll show you how you can use LoftCrack. This is the latest version of LoftCrack, right? And it has number of features like ultra fast cracking, easy to customize, powerful scheduling, simple password loading, remediation, audit multiple operating systems. So basically it can be used on Windows plus first rate Linux, BSD, and AIX support, extensible hash types and importers through plugins, right? It can fix weak passwords by forcing password resets or locking out accounts, right? So it has number of features. You can use these features by using LoftCrack. Now I'll show you how you can use this. You can download this application from this link, right? In case you want to watch a video, you can watch from this link. And this is the free trial download link. It's available for 15 days only. So make sure about that. And this is for Windows 64 version and this is for Windows 32 version, right? And in case you are not sure about which version or which bit of operating system you are using, then go for Windows 64-bit version. Now as I have already downloaded, now I'm going to install it. So this is the application that I have downloaded, and to install you need to just follow the wizard. It might take a couple of minutes. So it's processing. Now it's saying this version of Loftcrack requires a 64-bit operating system. A 32-bit version exists for download though, but you have downloaded this version, so let's just try with 32-bit version. So simply you can download 32-bit version. It's been downloaded. So let's execute 32-bit version. In case you are facing this kind of issue, so you can resolve like that, right? Alright, so now just follow the wizard, click next, I agree, next, and install. Alright, so it's completed. Then click next, and now you can check this option if it's not checked by default, right, to run Loftcrack. Then click finish, and this is the Loftcrack 7 version, right? The trial will expire in 15 days. So here we are going to proceed with the trial. In case you have purchased it, so you need to activate it with the license key. Otherwise, go for the proceed option. Alright, so this is the setup wizard. So you need to configure some of the settings, right? This is the update. An update for Loftcrack is available for download now. So I'm skipping this update. And here is the auditing wizard. So this is the first step you need to follow. Click next. All right, which target system you are using? Maybe it's Windows, or if it's Unix, then you have to select this one. Right now I'm going for Windows. Then click next. Now, which operating system? Maybe it's a remote. You are cracking a password of a remote desktop, or it's a local machine, right? So accordingly you have to select it's a local machine. Then next, then Windows import from local file. So choose which credentials to use while performing the hash extraction. This is basically in case you want to specify some of the credentials about your target, then you can give here. Otherwise, use logged in user credentials, right? You can just click on it. Then click next, and this is the audit type. Which audit type you need to select? Like it's quick password audit, common password audit, thorough password audit. It will basically check in deep, right? So it can take about 6 hours long, right? It will use brute force attack technology, right? And strong password audit. So as per your knowledge, right, about your target, you can give the audit type. right? So here I'm selecting common password audit, right? Then click next. This is reporting options: display passwords when audited or display encrypted passwords audited, hashes, right? So this is the configuration, I mean which reporting option you would choose. Then click next. Job scheduling: run this job immediately, or basically after a certain period of time you want to start this specific job. So you can check if this is and configure the date and time of your target, when you want to start this job of cracking the password, right? So I'm going for run this job immediately. Then click next, and this is the summary that you have given about your settings. Then click finish. All right, this is the application that is requiring to be run, and here you can see it's been started, right? And it's performing the process. Here you can see these are the users, administrator, guests, Windows 7. These are the NTLM hashes. These are NTLM passwords. When it will be cracked, it will be shown here. Then NTLM state and user info, right? This is user ID, last changed, when the password was last changed. This is basically some of the details they have processed. Now we need to wait for a particular period of time. After that particular period of time, you will get the passwords here, right? All right, so you can see in this screen the process has been finished, right? This is the status you can see, right? The session completed and the task is finished. And here you can see the NTLM password. This is admin. So this is the password for this machine. I have taken very simple password so that it can be cracked very easily, and it will be cracked very fast, right? So that I can show you in the practical. But in case if you want to test this application, you can use it in your own machine, right? But it will take a lot more time, right? Maybe it will be 6 hours if you have selected normal testing audit. Otherwise it will take more than that, right? So depending upon your password, your password length or your password strength, it takes that much of time, right? So basically my motive is to show you how these applications work. So basically, as you are a network security admin, you can test your system, you can audit your passwords by using Loftcrack like this. You can test your network, you can test your machine whether the password is crackable or not by using this application. All right, so this is all about Loftcrack. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training, and today we are gonna discuss network security vulnerabilities. So as I have already told you that vulnerabilities is basically a loophole, right, that can lead to the attack or the exploit. So basically, if any hacker or the attacker finds a vulnerability in your computer devices or in your network, in your web application, then it can be exploited, right? And the hackers or the attackers can gain sensitive information that is stored in that particular computing resource.
So let's discuss some of the common network security vulnerabilities. And the common vulnerabilities are missing patches, weak or default passwords, misconfigured firewall rule bases, mobile devices, and USB flash drives. So basically guys, what is missing patches? This is basically when a missing patch on a server permits any unauthenticated command to be executed, or other backdoor path can be created into the network environment. That's why we should be very careful while applying patches, and all your patches should be applied on a regular basis. You should monitor your computer devices, and if they are not patched, you should patch it, right? And either you can use any patch managers so that it will notify you if if any of the application is not patched, so it will notify you, right? Next we have weak or default passwords. So guys, there are number of devices that we use in our network, right? Like routers or hubs or switches or computing devices, number of devices we use, right? And also they are password protected. So these hardware devices comes with default passwords, and you have not configured these default passwords, you have not changed it, then it can be possible that it can be hacked by the attackers, because obviously they know these default passwords too. So there are many applications, content management systems, database servers, and even computing devices that are still configured with the weak or default passwords. And this could lead to be vulnerability. That's why we should change and test for weak or default passwords regularly. And for this, we can use password management tools, of course, right? And also we can implement account lockout after a defined number of failed login attempts. I'll show you this. How can you do this in your Windows operating system, right? How can you use account lockout policy, right? So that if there are any number of defined failed login attempts, then that particular account will be logged out for a particular period of time, right? Next is misconfigured firewall rule bases. So this one of the most risky and stupid assumption is that everything is well, right? Everything is well in the network or computer system because it's been working fine, but definitely it's not. So you can analyze the serious configuration weaknesses that can allow unauthorized access by just digging into your firewall rule bases. So just review it regularly and keep it relevant. Next we have mobile devices. So basically your computing devices such as laptops, tablets, smartphones can pose some of the greatest risk if they are not encrypted, right? Encryption is the technology where we change our sensitive information, are basically known as plain text, into some other code, into some other language, or this is basically known as encrypted text by using some keys. All right, so this is known as encryption. So just think about all the mails containing sensitive information, web browsers, history, stored passwords, VPN connection that you store in your mobile devices, and the use of unsecured Wi-Fi via mobile devices could lead a serious attack or theft of all these information, right? So if you are not using encryption technology, if your data is not encrypted, then anyone could steal it and can get it in a plain text, in a readable format basically, right? Because encrypted text is not it cannot be readable, it cannot be understandable, right? Like if my name is Aparna, APARNA, so I can convert it with some other language like a @#1234, so it can be readable but it cannot be understandable. Are you getting my point? So maintain a clear instructions to follow the data encryption security policy for you and for all the employees who are working in your organization. So encryption is the latest technology that is used for securing your devices, your communication channels. Next we have USB flash drives. So these are also one of the most common ways a network can get infected from inside a firewall, right? So have a clear security policy regarding personal storage devices, including who can use them and in what places, right? Because as we have discussed, like USB flash drives can be used to perform a malware based attacks, right? Any hacker or the attacker can forward a malware by using USB flash drives. So definitely we must keep secure our devices from these kind of USB flash drives, right? So what you can do, you can restrict the computers that can read USB flash drives, and you can help prevent unauthorized access by just encrypting the data as soon as it hits the device. All right, so these are some of the common network security vulnerabilities. So here we have finished our module 3. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, you are gonna learn how you can go for account lockout policy, how can use account lockout policy in your Windows operating system so that you can prevent the unauthorized access in your operating system, right? This account lockout policy basically locks the user's account after a defined number of failed login attempts, after a number of failed password attempts, right? So basically the account lockout prevents the user from logging onto the network for a period of time even if the password correct is entered, right? So basically, as a network security admin, you can configure this setting so that you can protect your network systems from being accessed by the unauthorized persons, right? So by using this this feature, if anyone tries to access that particular account, that particular system, right, so he will not be able to access it after a certain number of defined failed login attempts. Now let's see how you can do that in your Windows operating system. So whether you are using Windows 7, 8 or 10, you can do this setting by just going to the control panel. Go for the control panel, right? Then administrative tools, and here you will get the option local security policy. Just click on it, right? Then account policies. So in account policies basically is used for password and account lockout policies. So just click on it, right? Then you have account lockout policy option here, and here are the settings that you can configure for this particular operating system, right? So account lockout duration, so you can configure it that for a particular particular period of time you want to do this setting. But before that, we need to give the account threshold. So here I'm just giving account will not lock out after a number of failed login attempts or after an invalid login attempt. So I can give it's maybe 3, right? So after 3 invalid login attempts, this account will be locked. So it will be locked for a certain period of time, right? And we need to configure that time too. And after that, maybe you are using the correct password, the user will not able to access that for that particular period of time. Now just apply this, right? Now account duration, account lockout duration is 30 minutes by default, right? And reset account lockout counter after 30 minutes. So after by default it's configured for 30 minutes, and you can increase or decrease the number of minutes. So by just going to this option, you can change the option here, like I can give here 15 minutes, right? So then apply, then okay. So now you can see here, reset account lockout counter after 15 minutes, and the account lockout duration is 15 minutes. So basically after 3 invalid login attempts, the unauthorized user will not be able to access this system for 15 minutes at least, right? So he could attempt the another number of chances, the another number of attempts after 15 minutes. Or basically you can protect your device, your system for 15 minutes at least, right? Same like that, you can just increase the number of size. Maybe you can give it 30 minutes or it's 1 hour, but it depends upon your requirement. Maybe you have gone somewhere for a particular period of minute, for 1 or 2 minutes, and someone was tried to access your system, right? And when you come back, then you will also be not able to access it for this particular period of time. So as per your requirement, you can give this setting. All right, so this is basically account lockout policy that you can use in your Windows operating system to prevent the user from logging onto the network for a particular period of time, even if the password is entered correctly, right? So this is account lockout policy. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training, and today we are gonna start module 4, network security controls, devices and protocols. All right, so basically, as we know that in more recent years, network security needs have intensified as data communications, e-commerce, big data are reshaping business practices and also introducing new threats to corporate activity. So basically organizations need to devise effective network security strategies. It can be like there can be large number of sensitive information that are transferred over the internet or intranets connected to it. The data recovery can be very expensive in terms of business, right? The chairpersons or security specialists of an organization are increasingly required to provide effective information security, right? That's why we need to understand the network security controls, devices and protocols. Let's see the objective here. What will be the objective of this course? So in this course, we will be discussing elements of network security controls, user identification, authentication, authorization and accounting. This is also known as IAAA, types of authorization systems, authorization principles, cryptography in network security devices, policies and other technologies. All right, so without wasting our time, let's get started with elements of network security. Now here you can see we have 5 elements of effective network security. These 5 elements are identity, perimeter security, data privacy, security monitoring and policy management. So what is identity? Basically accurate and authentic identification of the computing devices, network users, host, applications, services and as well as other resources is a must. Microsoft authentication protocols such as LM and TLM allows users to prove its identity, right? Also Kerberos authentication mechanism allows a user with knowledge of his or her password to obtain a ticket and session key for and to prove its identity to any verifier registered with the authentication server, right? Perimeter security such as firewalls, IDS, IPS enables you to control access to networking applications, data and services so that only authorized users and information can pass through the network. Data privacy gives a guarantee that the confidential data is to be provided only to the authorized users and protect that information from being tampered or sniffed, right? Like we are using VPN tunneling, encryption technologies and protocols like IPsec to provide important protection when implementing virtual private networks. Now, security monitoring. So basically you also should regularly test and monitor security preparations. By being proactive, you can identify areas of weaknesses and make the proper adjustments. When a real security event occurs, you should be ready, right? That's why security monitoring is also the part of network security, right? To maintain the effective network security, basically. And at last, policy management. So it's likely your network will grow in size and complexity. So you will need centralized policy management tools that use directory services to grow with the network. These tools basically define, distribute, enforce, and audit the security policy through browser interfaces, plus they enhance the usability and effectiveness of your network's security solutions. All right, now let's understand what are the security controls. So here we have defined three basic security controls that are preventive, detective, and corrective, right? Already we have discussed about the controls that we can put, like physical controls, administrative controls, and technical controls. Now today we are going to discuss what are preventive controls, detective controls, and corrective controls, and some of the controls we are going to discuss. So first let's understand preventive controls. These controls basically attempt to prevent incidents before they occur, right? A firewall is like a technical preventive control because it can prevent malicious traffic from entering a network, right? So it's a kind of preventive control. A guard is a physical preventive control. Administrative preventive controls include access reviews and audits, right? So as we know that we have basic controls like physical controls, administrative controls, and technical controls, right? So we can categorize our devices, our controls, our policies accordingly. Next we have detective controls. These identify security violations after they have occurred, right? Preventive controls attempt to prevent incidents before they occur, but detective controls after they have occurred, or they provide information about the violation as part of an investigation, right? An intrusion detection system is a technical detective control, and a monitor or a motion detector is a physical detective control, right? You can notice that both an intrusion detection system and a motion detector include the word detect, which is a good clue to understand these are the detective controls. Reviewing logs and audit trail after an incident is an administrative detective controls. All right, next we have corrective controls. So these are the basically controls that attempt to modify the environment after an incident to return it to normal state, right? So basically it includes like recovering your data from the backups or using antivirus solutions, right? That quarantines a virus is an example of a technical corrective control. Like a fire extinguishers is an example of a physical corrective controls, right? So basically how you are just modifying or how you are just getting back your to your real state, to your previous state. Some other controls like deterrent controls attempt to discourage someone from taking a specific action. A thing that discourages or is intended to discourage someone from doing something, right? A high fence with lights at night is a kind of physical deterrent control. A strict security policy stating severe consequences for employees if it is violated is an example of an administrative deterrent control. A proxy server that basically redirects a user to a warning page when a user attempts to access a restricted page is an example of a technical deterrent controls. Alright, and other control we have like directive controls that are administrative controls that provide direction or guidance. Okay, so we have 5 basic security controls: preventive control, detective controls, corrective controls, deterrent controls, and directive controls. Alright, now let's understand what are network security access control. These are the basically control that limits connections to computer network, system files, and other resources, right? It's basically a security solution that enforces policy on devices that access networks to increase network visibility and reduce risk. And the goals of the concept are like mitigation of non-zero day attacks, right? Non-zero attacks or non-zero day exploits. Authorization, authentication, and accounting of network connections. Encryption of traffic to the wireless and wired network. Role-based controls to users, device, application, or security posture post authentication. Also policy enforcement. This is basically NSE security solutions. Network security access control. Security solutions allow network administrator to define network security policies such as the types of computers or roles of the users that are allowed to access areas of the network, right? And identity and access management. These are basically the framework of policies and technologies for ensuring that the proper people in an enterprise have the appropriate access to technology resources. With an IAM framework in place, information technology managers can control user access to critical information within their organizations. All right. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, we are gonna learn user identification, authentication, authorization, and accounting, right? It's basically known as IAAA. So basically, as network security professionals, one of the most important thing that we consider is to ensure that only authorized individuals gain access to the information systems, network resources under our protection, right? The access control process consists of these 4 steps that all security professionals must understand, right? And these steps are identification, authentication, authorization, and at last accounting. So let's first discuss what is identification. It's basically during the first step of the process, identification, an individual makes a claim about his or her identity, right? Identification occurs when a user claims an identity, such as with a username. Basically, the person who is trying to gain access doesn't present any proof at this point, right? They are not proving any identity at this point, but they are just representing that who they are. This simply make a declaration, right? It's important to remember that the identification step is the only a claim that the user could certainly be making a false claim. Proof comes into play during the second step of the process, and that is authentication. Here let's take an example of a physical world where you want to enter an office, and during identification process you say, "Hi, I'm Aparna," but the proof of your identity will come into the next step of the process, that is authentication. All right, so here comes authentication. So basically it occurs when the user proves the claimed identity by using one or more factors of authentication. So these factors can be something the user knows, right? Such as passwords or PIN. Something the user has, such as smart cards or RSA token, right? Something the user is or does, like proven with biometrics. So basically you can combine two or more factors to provide strong authentication, right? And two-factor authentication uses a method in two of the categories and is stronger than us using a single authentication, than a single factor authentication. All right, because in two-factor authentication you will be using two or more factors. So basically and in multi-factor authentication you can use two or more authentication factors. All right, so this is authentication. Next we have authorization. So basically just proving your identity is not enough to gain access to a network system, right? The access control system also needs to be satisfied that you are allowed to access the system. That's the third step of the access control process. Authorization comes. So authorization often takes the form of access control list known as ACL, right? Access control list that itemize the specific file system permission granted to an individual user or group of users, right? For example, a user is denied access to files and folder unless the user is specifically given permission to access them. All right, so basically for authorization we use ACL, access control list, to maintain the controls that you have given to a particular user for a particular object. Basically here in ACL we use subject and object. So basically for which subject you have what permission you have given to that object. All right, next we have authorization principles. So access must be granted based on personal roles, and the security principles of clearance, need to know, separation of duties, and least privilege, right? Clearances, all the authorization principles or the authorization you are giving to that particular user should be clear, right? Need to know, whatever permission you have you must need to know them. Separation of duties basically means that don't give full control of any resource to a single user, to a single person, right? In fact, just separate the duties, right? Like in a particular system, whatever task you have to give to that particular resource, just separate it to number of employees or number of users, so that if there is any kind of illegal activities going on, so you will get to know that yes, someone other is just accessing it and there is kind of illegal activities going on. So just separate the duties. Next is least privilege. Now this is the important thing, that when you are just giving any privileges to any user, just give them the least privileges, right? Less number of privileges or the least number of privileges, right? Only the minimum permissions you should give to a particular user. Next we have, and at last, accounting. So first identification, then authentication, authorization, and last accounting. Now accounting is the part of monitoring, So when you have given access to that particular resource, right, to that particular user, so what that particular user is performing, right, that you should monitor. So basically the process of tracking of a user's activity while attached to a system. Now, accounting or monitoring systems contain confidential information that should be kept safe and secure at all times, because all the monitoring activities should be recorded in the in accounting systems. So definitely they need to be protected more, right? And the accounting data is used for trending, detecting breaches, forensic investigating, right? If there will be any kind of crime, then you can definitely get the logs from the monitoring logs, right? And you can just use them. So this is the IAAA. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training, and in this video we will be discussing cryptography and its concepts. So let's get started. So basically, as we know that today information is an important asset of an organization, right? All our efforts to protect systems and network resources basically attempt to achieve 5 outcomes of security. And those 5 outcomes are confidentiality, authenticity, integrity, availability, and non-repudiation, as already we have discussed, right? And as we have also seen, no network infrastructure security controls are 100% effective. So we think that our data can be hacked or stolen. All right, whether you have implemented number of firewalls, IDS, IPS, security devices, security protocols, policies, and number of things, but at the end, we think that our data can be hacked or we can be hacked, right? So that's why cryptography is the most important concept in this scenario. Now, cryptography deals with a set of standards or methods which enable us to store and transmit information while protecting it from intruders or hackers. Basically, it means we can use cryptography concept to keep our sensitive information private and to communicate in a way such that only the intended recipient can read the message. Right? Now the question is how it can be achieved. So cryptography achieves this by converting data into a different form which is unreadable, or it cannot be understood. All right? It's often called as ciphertext or code, right? Or basically the decrypted text. The process of converting data to ciphertext is called as encryption, and the process of converting or retrieving data from ciphertext is known as decryption, right? Performing encryption and decryption requires a secret information such as a key. All right, so as you can see in this image, in this picture, that we have a plain text, right? This is the plain text we have. Now we are just converting this plain text into the decrypted text, or you can say the ciphertext, right, by using a key. And this process is known as encryption, right? And here we can see in this portion that we are converting the decrypted text or the ciphertext to the plain text, or basically we are going back to the normal state, or we are just retrieving our data in the plain text, right, by using the key. Definitely, right? And this process is known as decryption algorithm. Now don't get confused with steganography, right? Because steganography is the science of hiding information in the plain text. Cryptography is the method of converting the data, right, into some other language or some other code that cannot be understood but steganography is the concept of hiding the information. All right. Now here let's discuss the types of cryptography. So basically we have two types of cryptography, symmetric and asymmetric, right? In symmetric, basically the main difference between symmetric and asymmetric cryptography is the key. So where you are using the same key for encrypting and decrypting the code or the text is known as symmetric cryptography, and where you are just using different keys for encryption and for decryption is known as asymmetric cryptography. All right. So in symmetric cryptography, the same key is used for both encryption and decryption, right? And this key has been shared with the sender and the recipient, right, before the conversation. Key distribution is a tricky problem and was the impetus for developing asymmetric cryptography. So there was a problem the users were facing of sharing the information or just transferring the same key to number of users, right? So that's why they have built a new technology, that is asymmetric cryptography. The most widely used symmetric cryptography are like AES 128. It's basically Advanced Encryption Standard. AES 128, 192 and 256 as per the key you are using, right? This is symmetric. And asymmetric, basically, as I've said, that in asymmetric cryptography we use different keys for encryption and for decryption. So every user is an asymmetric crypto system has both a public key and a private key. So public key is used for encrypting the text and private key is used to decrypting the text, right? The private key is basically the secret key at all times, but the public key may be freely distributed. So basically, if you have the private key, then only you can decrypt the text, right? Popular asymmetric key encryption algorithms include RSA, DSA, elliptic curve techniques, PKCS, right? Number of asymmetric cryptographies we have. In the practical, I'll show you that how you can just use symmetric and asymmetric keys, or basically what are these algorithms and how you can just encode and decode or encrypt and decrypt your data, right? Next we have hash function. So this is also the part of cryptography, but the difference between the encryption and decryption is that in cryptography we use encryption and decryption. Basically we have the plain text and the ciphertext, right? But in hash function it's a one-way cryptography, right? In hash we don't have the decrypted data. Basically we can't do decryption. So decryption is not the part of hash. That's why it's a one-way encryption, you can say, or one-way cryptography, you can say. This is a hash function is any function that can be used to map data of arbitrary size onto data of a fixed size. The values returned by a hash function are called as hash values or hash codes or digest or simply hashes, right? Like basically we use this technology in our computer systems, in our Windows operating system, right? When you create your password of your Windows operating system, it will be stored in your operating system. Do you know that your password is just stored in your operating system, but in hashed format, right? You can't convert it, right? Basically it's stored in a hash format and you can't decode it or you can't decrypt that hash. Hash functions are related to checksums, check digits, fingerprints, lossy compression, randomization functions, error correcting codes and ciphers. So basically hash functions are used for error checking, or basically used as a checksums. So basically what's going on, when you have just created a password for your operating system, right, and it will be stored as in a hash format in your operating system. Now what is happening when you're just entering your password at the login screen? What it will be happening, it will be your password, whatever you are typing, it will be again creating as a hash, and that hash will be matched with the stored hash. If the hash matches, then only you are allowed to log in, otherwise not. So are you getting my point? The hash are used as a integrity checkers. So basically by using hash, you can use whether that particular data has been modified or not, right? It's a integrity checker, or the checksums you can say. So by this you can check whether your data has been modified or not. If there is any modification in the data, so definitely the hash will be different, right? The two most commonly used hash functions are MD5, SHA1, SHA256. All right, so this is cryptography. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, we are gonna do data encryption and decryption using advanced encryption package. Basically, we have discussed in our theory section about what is cryptography, what is encryption and decryption, right? So in this video, we are gonna learn how we can do that. So let's go for Google and search for advanced encryption package. This one, right? Open this link, aeppro.com, and this is the official website for downloading advanced encryption package, right? So this is the screenshots you can see. It basically provides strong and proven algorithms to protect your sensitive documents. Basically, what you can do by using this application, you can encrypt and decrypt your data by using advanced encryption package. It helps you to secure your data by just using encryption technology, right? Number of encryption algorithms it provides, and you can basically protect your data. You can store your data in the encrypted form, and when you need your data in plain text, in readable text, what you can do, you can just decrypt it when you require that. So how basically this is how you can protect your network from being accessed by the unauthorized users, right? So this provides basically symmetric and asymmetric algorithms. It also supports for public private RSA key pair, as well as for binary symmetric files, right? You can encrypt the file or the text by using advanced encryption package. It also provides you secure file deletion, right? It has number of features. Using USB flash drives to store encryption or decryption keys, you can create encrypted self-extracting file to send it as email attachment. So this is also the great application, great feature. No additional software is required on the other end, right? So now let's see why encryption package, why advanced encryption package. We have been developing and improving advanced encryption package for many years. In these years, we have implemented hundreds of improvements suggested by thousands of our customers from around the world, and now in advanced encryption package 2017 is one of the most feature rich file encryption software for Windows 10, 8 or 7, right? So you can use this application in your Windows platform. Maybe you are using 7, 8 or 10, so you can very easily download and install advanced encryption package. And plus point is it's freely available for 30 days. So in case you want to try this application, you can just download it freely and you can use for 30 days, right? So from this link you can download. This is the download button. From here you can download this application. As I have already downloaded, right? So this is here and I'm going to install it. what you need to do, you need to just follow the wizard to install it in your Windows operating system. Right, same site, I have created a sample file. So this is the sample file for advanced encryption package, which I'm gonna encrypt and decrypt in this video, right? So you can just see how I'm doing that. And same like that, whatever file you have that contains some sensitive information, maybe your research papers, your documents, your CV, your profile, whatever the sensitive document you have, you can just use this application to encrypt it, right? So let's click yes, then finish, and it's been installed. And just search for advanced encryption package, right? This is the 2014 version I'm using, but you can go for the latest version. As I said, it contains number of features, advanced features, right? So it's 30-day free trial, then next, and succeed, yes, next. And this is some details that you want to give, if in case, like product, license type, license to, number of seats and all. Then click finish. Now here you can see this is the application, right? Now we are gonna encrypt this file, right, by using this application. So let's get started. First I need to go to that particular location where that file resides. Downloads, advanced encryption package, and this is the sample file, right? So just click on it, just select that particular file which you are gonna encrypt, or what you can do, you can just go for any multiple files in case you want to encrypt multiple files, right? So this is the only file that I'm going to encrypt right now. Then click on encrypt. This is the encrypt button, you can see here, right? Encrypt. Then here is the algorithm that you want to use. So here are a number of algorithms through which you can select, and it will encrypt accordingly, like AES, triple DES, RC2, diamond 2, three-way, square, and number of algorithms, right? If in case you are using the latest version, so maybe the algorithms are different, right? Maybe they have updated number of algorithms. So definitely you can use the best one. Here I'm going to use AES encryption, right, for 256-bit key. And then you need to give the password. Again, right? After just giving all the details, click encrypt, right? When you have done all the settings, when you have selected this and gives the password, then click encrypt. Sorry, just a second. Let's try again. Encrypt. Now you can see it's been encrypted, and here you can see the details like encryption started, right? Sample file name, encryption that has been generated, the encrypted file. Here you can see the encrypted file has been generated, sample.docs.aep. AEP is the extension of the new file that is encrypted by using advanced encryption package, AEP, right? Done, processed, one file, succeed, processed, and number of details, right? So now this is how all about encrypt a particular file by using advanced encryption package. Now the thing is, I'm just going to delete it, right? Because I just want to keep my encrypted file in this particular system, because I want to protect my file, right? That particular file, which is very easily readable. So I have deleted that file and I have stored this encrypted file in the system. So nobody is able to access, nobody is able to read this file, right? Now what I can do, if when I need this particular file in the readable context, when I just want to access that particular file, so what I can do, I can just decrypt this file. Now how can I decrypt this file? Simply just select that particular file. Here is the option decrypt. Click on it. Type the password that you have created, right? Let me check. Okay, and click on that file, and after that, here is the button decrypt now, right? So just press on it, and here you will see the file. So this is the file here, right? Same like that, you can check. This is the file that we have created, right? So this is basically how you can perform encryption and decryption on your sensitive data, right, by using advanced encryption package. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. Today we are going to learn how you can dump and crack SAM hashes. So what is SAM hashes first? SAM hashes is basically a file of hashes that is generated for your Windows, right? In case you are using your Windows operating system, then all your passwords that you generate for your Windows operating system has been stored in your SAM file. Now from where you can get this SAM file, I can show you. If you are using Windows 7 or either Windows 8 or 10, you can simply go to your C drive, right? Then Windows, then System32, then config. It will require your permission, continue. And here is the SAM file, right? So SAM is basically the file. It's logged. You can see that this is logged. You can't access it, right? So this is basically the SAM file which stores all your Windows passwords. Now our goal of this lab is to dump and crack these SAM hashes. Now how can you do that? By using pwdump. So pwdump, type on Google pwdump 7. This is the application, right? And this is the official site. So this is pwdump. It's a command line tool, right? pwdump is also able to extract passwords offline by selecting the target file. Now you can just go for this download button. So I'm going to download it. Okay. And now copy these files, extract these files basically in your C drive, right? Continue. Now you can see I got these files in my C drive. Now our job is to open the command prompt because it's a command line tool. So definitely we need to open our command prompt. Run it as admin. And here what you need to do, you need to go to this location where you have stored the pwdump file. So I'm going for this location, right, on C drive. Here you need to type pwdump7.exe, right? You have to give the file name pwdump7.exe, then press enter. Now it will dump all the password hashes of your Windows operating system, of that particular operating system in which you are using this pwdump, right? It will basically dump all the local Windows host passwords. So these are the hashes. You can see these are NTLM hashes. These are NTLM hashes for administrator account. There is no password for guest account, and this is the NTLM password for your Windows account. Now what we need to do, we need to extract these NTLM hashes in a text file. For that, just go for the same command pwdump7.exe, then type here hash.txt, or you can give any name to this particular file, right, and press enter. Now you can see the hash file is generated on the same location. So I have extracted these NTLM hashes in the text file. Now our job is to crack this. So we have dumped the hashes by using pwdump, right? pwdump is an application that is used to dump the passwords. Now our job is to crack this password. So for that, I can go for the online application or any of the other application that is used to crack the passwords. Either I can go for the loft crack that I have shown in the previous lab, right? Or I can go for online hash crack. This is the great web application for cracking the number of hashes, number of passwords. So this is password or hash crack, right? And now we have to give the hash file here. So I'm just copying this hash and giving it here. Now I need to select the algorithms. So basically Windows operating system now uses NTLM encryption algorithm. So that's why I'm selecting this algorithm. Otherwise, if you know about your hash, which algorithm it uses, so you can choose accordingly. Now you can see it basically gives you the functionality or the algorithm types like LM, NTLM, Citrix, FortiGate, Cisco, Juniper, MD4, MD5, SHA, SHA-256. So number of hashing algorithms it provide, right? So this is the amazing application for you to crack your passwords, to crack your hashes, right? So here I'm selecting NTLM, and here you need to provide the email address. So here I'm giving teachpacks1@gmail.com, and you will get the notification on your Gmail about the password cracking, when it will be cracked, because it takes a couple of minutes, or basically depending upon the strength of your password, it takes a time, right? So after cracking the password, it will notify you on your Gmail account which you have provided. And this is for robot. Okay, verify this and click submit, right? And here you can see the process is in progress. Algorithm, we have taken NTLM, priority, normal, speed up, and the status is here, right? So after just finishing this job, you will get the password here. It might take a couple of minutes, so you need to wait for that. All right, so you can see it has been cracked. So the status is found, and you can see the size is 5 and the password is this, right? So I have chosen a very small password so that it could not take that much of time, but you can use it in your own machine, and you can crack your hashes by using pwdump, and after using online hash crack to crack the passwords. So first you need to dump your hashes, then you can go for cracking it. So this is basically how you can dump and crack SAM hashes. SAM basically stores your Windows passwords, right? This is the file that I have shown you. This is the SAM hash that stores all your Windows passwords, and the location is C Windows System 32 and then config. In that you will get the SAM database. So this is basically, you can, as a network security admin, you can check whether your SAM hashes, whether your Windows passwords are crackable or not by using these options, right? So you can audit your password complexity, you can audit your password strength by using these applications. All right. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video we are gonna discuss about steganography, right? So as we have discussed in our theory section, the difference between cryptography and steganography. So as I said, cryptography is basically to convert our data into unreadable text, into unreadable content, right? And steganography is basically to hide our sensitive data in some other format. Maybe we can use image, maybe we can use audio or video file, and we are hiding our sensitive information, our sensitive data in a particular different format, right? So don't get confused between cryptography and steganography. That's why I'm going to show you a small practical of steganography by using OpenStago, right? We have discussed number of practicals related to cryptography. So hope you understood about the encryption and decryption standards and how you can use number of applications to encrypt or decrypt your data, right? In this video we are gonna hide our sensitive information in an image file by using OpenStago. So let's search for OpenStago first. This is a great application for steganography, right? And you can see here it provides you data hiding facility. It can hide any data within a cover file, maybe image or an audio or video, but here OpenStago will use image only because it's an image steganography. In case you want to hide your data in a particular audio or video file, then definitely you have to use another application, particular application for that particular cover file basically. So here OpenStago only uses cover file image, and it provides you the functionality of watermarking. So watermarking files with an invisible signature, it can be used to detect unauthorized file copying, right? OpenStago is basically used for data hiding and watermarking, and this is basically the screenshot of this application. Now we are going to use this. So from where you can download, this is the download button, and you can download OpenStago from this link, right? These are the versions that are available, and here as I've already downloaded, so I'm going to install it, right? And for this practical I have chosen one image file and one text file. So this sensitive information, this is visa and the PIN, I'm going to hide in this particular image. All right, so let's see how it works. First, just install this application, click I agree. It requires Java runtime installation version 1.50 or above to run properly, right? Would you like to download it? Please restart this installer after installing Java. So it requires this Java runtime environment. Click yes. After just installing Java runtime environment, you need to again install it. Right after installing, just close. Right, and now we can go for OpenStego. So just search for this and run OpenStego. So this is the application. Now you can see we have two options here, right? First is data hiding and second is digital watermarking. So basically in this video we are gonna use this application as a steganograph, right? So here you can see we have two options in data hiding. Either we are going to hide the data or either we are going to extract the data. So here we are going to hide first, right? So I just want these applications. I'm just copying it to my desktop, right? And this is the message file. So first I'm giving the message file. This is my message file. And this is the cover file. So cover file, I'm choosing an image, this one. Here you can see the output stego file. So here you need to give the output location. So it's desktop and I'm giving here the name, hidden file, right? It will be saved in PNG format, then open, right? So this is the location where your hidden file, basically the image file that has some hidden content, that has this hidden data will be stored. Now you need to give the password, then confirm password, right? And click on hide data. So all right, you can see here now this is the hidden file which has the data, which is in which file basically the data is hidden. Can you see the difference between this file and this file? There is no difference. Nobody can even imagine that this file contains some hidden content, right? Now what if you need to extract this data? If you want to extract the data from this hidden file, so how you can do that? So I'm just deleting this file so that you can see the extracted content. So to extract the content, the hidden file, you need to go to extract data, right? Then input stego file. Stego file is the hidden file that we have generated. This is basically stego file, which is generated after the technique of steganography, right? So this is a stego file. Click open. Output folder for message file. So here we need to give the output folder. So here I'm giving the desktop. Open and enter your password that you have created while creating the stegno image, then extract data, right? So here the data is extracted, and here you can see this is the file that we have hide in this image, right? So this is basically the concept of steganography. Now here we have not encrypted the content, we have just hide the sensitive information in a particular file, right? So this is the difference between cryptography and steganography. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training, and in this video we are gonna discuss network security policies. So basically this is the important thing, right? So first, network security policy. What is network security policy? Basically, it's basically a document that outlines some set of rules for accessing computer network resources. Also, it determines how policies are enforced and maintain the basic architecture of the organization's network security environment. All right, this is basically the policy that is intended to protect the integrity of the network, to mitigate the risk and losses associated with security threats to computing resources, and to ensure secure and reliable network access and performance. These are basically the set of standards or set of rules that should be followed to maintain the security of your network. All right, now three reasons for having a network security policy, right? So it's basically to inform users, staff and managers, to specify mechanisms for security, and to provide a baseline, right? Network security policies also helps to keep the malicious users out and also put control over potential risky users within an organization. Some common examples of network security policies are internet access policy, VPN policy, remote connection policy, right? Number of policies we have, we'll discuss. Let's first talk about typically a network security policy documents. So basically what it document. In that particular document, we should consist rules and legal procedures to access the network and to modify its characteristics, right? Governance and management over web internet access, implementation of security procedures such as access controls on network nodes and devices, and what are the roles and privileges based on the policies, right? So examples of network security policies are extranet policy, minimum requirements for network access policy, network access standards, router and switch security policy, server security policy, and wireless communication policy. So what is extranet policy? It basically defines the requirements that the third party, that any other third party or the organization that need access to the organization's network must sign a third party connection agreement. All right, because it's a extranet policy. So if there is any third party organization who need to access your network, your organization's network must sign this document, this extranet policy connection document. Minimum requirements for network access policy. This basically defines the standards and requirements for any device that requires connectivity to the internal network, right? Network access standards. This policy basically defines the standards for secure physical port access for all the wired and also the wireless network data ports. So it's network access standards, what you can use basically on the internet, what ports and the protocols will be there, what are the services will be there that should be included in this policy. Network access standards based on all wired and wireless communication. Next we have router and switch security policy. As you can understand by the name, router and switch security policy. So basically defines the minimal security configuration standards for routers and also the switches, right, inside your organization's network or used in production capacity. Next we have server security policy. So it's defined the minimal security configuration standards for servers inside your organization network, or it can be used in a production capacity, right? And wireless communication policy. So you can say that it basically defines the standards for wireless systems that are used to connect to your organization network. All right, so these are some of the examples of network security policies. Number of policies also we have, like VPN policy, remote connection policy, right? Number of policies we have, but these are the some examples. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to the network security training. In this video, we will be discussing network security devices and other technologies. As we have discussed a lot about network security, the essential terms in the concepts, policies, right? Now it's time to discuss network security devices and some other technologies. So as you know that we have some of the common devices for network security are such as firewall, IDS, IPS, VPN concentrators, and number of devices, right? So let's start with the firewall. So firewall is basically a network security system that monitors and controls over all your incoming and outgoing network traffic based on advanced and a defined set of security rules, right? These are basically these basically work as a filtering device in your network, right? If there is any malicious content in that particular packet, it will be filtered out. So these are some filtering devices like IDS, IPS, or the firewalls, right? A firewall can be the hardware, software, or both. We'll discuss about firewall in deep in our next videos. Let's go discuss proxies. So basically, a proxy, what is a proxy? Proxy is a server. Proxy is basically a communication between two computers, let's say A and B, connected through a third computer, let's say C. So C is acting as a proxy, a mediator, right? A proxy server is a server that acts as an intermediary for requests from clients seeking resources from other servers, right? Proxies, basically attackers or the hackers use proxy servers to hide their identity so that the server they are requesting, right? They are just client, right? They are known as the hacker. If the working, it's basically the client, and when that particular hacker is requesting to something, so in between they are using proxies so that the server will get the IP address of the proxy, not their machine, right? So in this way they can just hide their identity. Let's say like client is we have two computers like A and B, and the proxy is working on C, right? It's C. So when A is communicating to B using C, so what will happen? B will get the B will think that he got a request from C, not A. Are you getting my point? So in this way we can hide the identity of A, of our system A. And basically we have two types of proxies, open proxies and reverse proxies. Open proxies works like I have explained you, and reverse proxies are basically usually an internal facing proxy, right? Used as a front end of a control and protect access to a server on a private network. So basically, if you want to make your network more secure, then you can use reverse proxies, so that when you will just reply or you can just when you will just respond to your clients, they will not get your real IP address, your server's real IP address, right? This is known as reverse proxies. So basically reverse proxies commonly also performs the tasks such as load balancing, authentication, decryption, or caching, right? Next we have load balancers. So as I said, load balancers or the reverse proxies works as a load balancer. So it's obvious that load balancers works as a reverse proxy and distributes network or application traffic across a number of servers, right? It's a load balancer is a device that distributes network or application traffic across a cluster of servers. Load balancing improves responsiveness and increases the availability of applications, right? Next we have secure web gateways. So basically, secure web gateways offers protection against online security threats by enforcing the organization's security policies and filtering the malicious content, malicious internet traffic in real time. Right? At a minimum, a secure web gateway offers basically URL filtering. Yeah, right? URL filtering. So basically, if there is a malicious URL, it will be filtered out. Application controls for web applications and the detection and filtering of malicious code. Alright, data leak prevention features are also the main component of the secure web gateways. So as you can see in this diagram, we have secure web gateway services, right? And the core functionality: user identification, endpoint inspection, URL filtering, web access policy enforcement, malware protection, and identity federation, right? The secure web service gateway is directly connected with the corporate network, right? And the remote users at this one end, and the other end is connected with the number of websites or number of devices, like acceptable websites, infected executable files, updated servers, infected web apps, SaaS, or inapproval websites. Alright, so this is secure web gateways. Next we have VPN concentrators. So basically they offer administrative capabilities such as data encryption or decryption, end-to-end data delivery, VPN tunnels, establishment, user authentication, and number of things, right? VPN concentrators is basically a networking device that is especially designed to give people access to our network remotely, right? Through multiple VPN tunnels. And VPN uses what is a virtual private network, right? And it is used to give the remote accessing to your number of clients or number of users. Next we have protocol analyzers. So basically protocol analyzers are a kind of tool or the hardware or software that can capture the packet, the traffic of your network, and after that you can just analyze what protocols are there or what are the traffic that is being transferred to your network, right? So by using protocol analyzers, you can just analyze what are the protocols and the services that are open in your network, and you can just analyze all these network traffic. So if there is any malicious activity in your network, it can be captured, right? In the practical, I'll show you how you can do it. Next we have spam filter. So what is a spam filter? It basically detects unsolicited, unwanted, and virus infected emails known as spam and stop it from getting into your email inboxes. So basically spam filter detects unsolicited and infected number of infected emails, right? And it can stop it from getting into your email boxes. Basically ISPs, your internet service providers, use spam filters to make sure they are not distributing spam, right? Small to medium sized business also use spam filters to protect their employees on their network. Type of spam filters are content filters, header filters, blacklist filters, rule-based filters. These are the filtering types that is used in spam filter, right? So content filter, basically they parse the content of messages, scanning for words that are commonly used in spam emails. Are you getting my point? They basically scan the content of the email so that they will get to know that if this mail is a kind of a spam or not. Now header filters, Basically, they examine the email header, or you can say source, to look for suspicious information, right? So if there is any activity of, or if there is any keyword that is used in this in the header, then it will be marked as spam. Blacklist filters, they basically stop emails that come from a blacklisted of suspicious IP addresses, right? Because they have created a list of blacklisted IP addresses. So if that particular spam is from a blacklisted IP address, then definitely they will mark as spam, right? So some filters go further and check the IP reputation of the IP address. Rule based filters also we have. So basically it apply customized rules that are designed by the organization to exclude emails from specific senders or emails containing specific words in their subject line or a body. So these are rule based. So as per your rule, as per your own requirement, you can create a rule that according to filter, like you can include content filter also, header filter, blacklist filter. So you can create a rule for your organization that is known as rule based filters. All right, so this is all about spam filter, right? So that's all, we have finished here module 4. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, we are going to configure Tor web browser for proxy network. So as we have discussed number of security devices that you can implement in your network, right? So most of the organizations use proxy servers in between the communication so that they can hide their real identity, right? Proxy server or proxy is like a method through which you can hide your identity, and it works basically in between the client and the server, right? So in this video we are gonna work on Tor web browser that works as a proxy. Let's get started. So first search on Google about Tor browser, right? So this is from where you can download the Tor. It also gives you the functionality to protect yourself against tracking, surveillance, and censorship. So basically, Tor uses number of proxies, as we have like I have shown you that you can use number of proxies from internet manually in your web browser, right? Same like that. If you don't want to work manually, you can go for this browser directly, and it will give you these functionalities of using proxy, right? It is available for Windows, for Mac, for Linux, for Android, right? And here are some of the features that you can look. So this is the link from where you can download. This is for Windows. We are gonna download, right? And save file. Okay, see, we want to know more about Tor, then you can go for this link. Yeah, it's basically provide you onion routing. So the goal of onion routing was to have a way to use the internet with as much privacy as possible, and the idea was to route the traffic through multiple servers and encrypts it each step of the way. So this is basically the concept of onion routing. Onion routing means as you have seen the onion, it has multiple layers. Same like that, when we are communicating through like if I'm a client and I just want to communicate with a particular server, and if I'm using proxy there, right? So it uses the concept of using multiple layers or multiple servers. So basically my request will not be forwarded directly to the server. It will be forwarded to various servers in between, right? And so that it can hide my identity, it can maintain the privacy uh, of my system, or you can say of my network, right? So it basically works on onion routing, which has multiple layers. So when see, if you're if you are a hacker, right? In case of hackers perspective, they can use this concept of using tor to hide their identity. If they want to do some illegal stuff, they want to do some crime, then they can hide their identity. So when the investigator will backtrack the things, so they will not be able to fetch the real criminal, right? What they will get the details of the IP address of the last proxy. Then through that proxy they will get the last details of the last proxy. So in this way the chain will maintain, and it's very difficult to catch the real criminal, right? Because the investigator have to backtrack all the servers, right? So in this way hacker can maintain their anonymity, maintain their privacy, hide their identity by using tor. Same like that, uh, in case you are working as a network security admin, or you are working as a security admin of your organization and want to maintain the anonymity, want to maintain the privacy of your organization, of your network, then also you can use this application to maintain your privacy and provide the more privacy to your users, right? So this is the whole concept of using tor. Either a hacker can use it, either you can use it for your security purpose. Right now I'll show you how we can use this. So as we have already downloaded, now we can install it. Okay, then install it. It gives you the separate web browser, so it's very easy to use, to install, right? Now it's you can just check this option to run tor browser, click finish, and now here you can see this is the tor browser, you can see, right? So this is the tor browser. Now what you need to do, you can just connect with it. In case you want to configure this network settings, if your country if you are in a particular country that censors tor, like Egypt, China, or Turkey, or if you are connecting with your private network that requires a proxy, so you can configure the settings. Otherwise you can just click on connect. So it will connect you through the proxy server, and through this you can maintain the anonymity, maintain the privacy of your network, of your request, right? All right, so this is the simple web browser that we are using right now. Right now you can check on this particular web browser. I can go for my IP, right? This time I'm using this IP address, right? In case I want to get more details about my real IP address, then it will be this. This is my real IP address, 122.161.234.68, right? And it's showing the country India, right? The city is New Delhi. And if I'm just going to use the tor web browser, so let's see what it's showing. For that you can go for the same. You need to check the IP address. Type on Google my IP. It asks you to detect your identity. crosswalks. Just select all the crosswalks till you are not getting those images and click on verify. Now after verifying your identity, you can see what is your IP from this link. From the language even you can notice that we are using from some other location. Now you can see my country is showing from Malaysia, right? Reason is this and city is this. So this is basically I'm sitting in India, but my location, if I'm using the Tor web browser for surfing anything, for doing any activity, it will be showing that the country is from Malaysia, right? So this is basically this server, Malaysia server, is basically working right now in between my real server and the in between the server from which I'm communicating. I'm trying to communicate. All right. In case you can see some other settings of this Tor browser, then you can go for this option. Right here you can select new identity if you want to get a new identity, right? And there are some Tor network settings too that you can use, like Tor is censored in my country. If it is, so then you can just select this and you can select a bridge network. I use a proxy to connect to the internet, right? You can select the proxy type, the address and username. If this computer goes through a firewall that only allows connections to certain ports, then you can give the port details here through which you can forward all your connection request, right? So these are some networking settings that you can configure in this Tor web browser, right? So I hope you understood about the Tor web browser and how you can use this web browser as your proxy network, as to create a proxy network, right? Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, we are gonna work with PRTG network protocol analyzer. So in the last video, we have discussed about the protocol analyzer. We have number of protocol analyzers that basically do analysis on the protocols that are implemented or that are open in your network, right? So by using PRTG network protocol analyzer, you can monitor your network activities that are working on that particular protocol. So let's go for that. Search on Google PRTG network protocol analyzer. Right, this is from passler.com. This is the official link, right? It's protocol analyzer. It's work for logging network traffic. And PRTG powerful monitoring engine is capable of monitoring several thousands of sensors simultaneously. Each sensor can be tagged along for easy navigation through a long list of sensors. Network and bandwidth monitoring data generated by PRTG network monitor can be accessed via a web-based front end. A Windows application or iPhone or other mobile devices, extensive data filtering can be applied for NetFlow, SFlow, JFlow and packet sniffing based on monitoring preferences, right? So this is the functionality of network protocol analyzer, that is from PRTG, right? And this is the download link. So from this link you can download, or otherwise you can download from this link, right? It's available for 30 days. This is the license key, right? And this is the license name. So I'm just copying it. the license key, then download PRTG. So it's almost downloaded. Now I'm going to install it. Click yes and just follow the wizard. Accept the agreement. You need to provide an email address. So here I'm giving teachpex1@gmail.com. The next. It's extracting the files and it will be installed within a couple of minutes. All right, so it's been installed. Now it's installing npcap that helps to capture the packets that are traveling in your network. All right, so it's been initializing. You can see this. Okay, so this is by default login name and password for this application. Click login, and here you can see the complete network monitoring settings. Right, let me just close this. Okay, so here you can see the local prop network discovery. Right, when you will click on it, you will get this link, network infrastructure, internet, and this is the complete overview. Right, it's just scanning the virtual machines in this particular host machine. Right, it's for 2 days, last 2 days monitoring details. Here you can see the HTTP details, the ping, SSL certificate sensor, right? SSL security check, HTTP, HTTPS, all the details separately according to the specific port and protocol, right? This is for port 443 for SSL certificate sensor, right? In case you want to set a password for this particular application, because it's right now using default password, you can just configure that. This is for enabling SSL encryption for the PRTG website, so you can switch to SSL application, right? So I'm just closing it, and here you can see the response and the CPU load index, traffic index, and alarms, right? All the details you are getting here. So this is for the last 2 days details, right? Here are the alarms that have been generated, logs, management, settings, and all these details. When you will click on home, you will be redirected to this. So here you can see all sensors, right? 10 warning, 20 up. So in case you want to check the warning details, so you can click on warning, and here you can see the core health of this device, SSL certificate sensors, SSL certificate sensor on port 443, right? All the details for this computer. It's basically scanned this computer system, right? Same like that. This is all about 10 warning and 20 up. So this is, they have given the ping command and check these resources. This is for DNS, HTTP, HTTPS. As I said, it works on a particular port or the protocol, you can say. So this is giving the details accordingly, right? When you will click on device, it will give you the device details. So either you can get all the details for all the devices. In case you want to select a particular device, then you can select on this, right? So it can be DNS, a gateway for DHCP, right? This is for my computer, and here are other details like local probe, status is okay, dependency, and the status basically. So this is the sensor status, right? So this is a great application that you can use to monitor your network completely, and it will give you the detail like this, right? Your PRTG, in case you want to view the results, can go for view result, right? And it will give you the complete details. Virtual systems, Hyper-V, Linux, printers, even printer details, Windows, clients, can add the device and the client and server. Network discovery, so in case I'm going for network discovery, then you can see network infrastructure for HTTP, for ping, SSL certificate, all the management of this device. Right? In case you want to get the report, then you click on report, right? And this is the summarization of all the details. Summary report for all sensors, top 100 busy idle processor sensors, top 100 fastest slowest HTTP sensors, right? Same like that. So when you will click on it, you can export the complete report in HTML format. You can click on run report, and it will generate a report for you. So this is how the report is. You can see the summary report for all sensors, the sensor core health, right? Uptime, downtime, good or failed, right? This is the graph. This is the complete traffic details, you can see, right? So this is how PRTG Network Protocol Analyzer works. Hey guys, welcome back to the training Network Security. And today we are gonna talk about Introduction to Intrusion Detection System. Alright, so basically as we know that preserving the security of our network or our web application or our networking resources in today's threat environment is more and more challenging, right? So the security landscape is continually growing. The network security professionals or specialists must know about how they can help detect and prevent intrusions. All right, and these professionals are also in the great demand. So our goal in this video or in this course, Introduction to Intrusion Detection System, is to familiarize you with the core knowledge, tools, and techniques to defend your network with insights and awareness. All right, so let's go through with the course module objective. So the objective of this course will be to learn about network intrusions, role of intrusion detection systems, that is IDS, in network defense, IDS functions, what IDS is not basically, right? What basically it cannot do, IDS activities, how it works, IDS components, IDS detection methods. All right, this is all about IDS. Then we will be discussing about IPS, that is Intrusion Prevention System, and its function, IPS placement, need of IPS, IDS versus IPS. So basically in this we will be discussing the difference between IDS and IPS. All right, then types of IPS, and at last IDS and IPS solutions, security solutions, whether it's a hardware device or it's a software device. So we'll be discussing that. All right, so let's get started with network intrusions have become the new norm. According to Global Market Insights, intrusion detection and prevention system market size is set to exceed $8 million by 2025. Can you say this? So basically why it is so? Because rather than believing or relying on human intervention to respond to an attack, intrusion detection and prevention systems automatically stop hackers, worms, or number of attacks, disgruntled employees before their attack can complete. All right, that's why as number of IT data breaches and security threats are growing, on an average 1 million number of new malwares are being created by attackers every day, every single day. These malwares are increasing the threat of network attacks, driving the usage and demand for global intrusion detection system and prevention system market. All right, as basically we know that these threats are increasing day by day, so definitely we need that solution, right? The market, the organization needs that solution that can prevent from these attacks automatically, right? They can work smartly in your network and it can prevent you with these number of attacks. So that's why according to Global Market Insights Incorporation, IDS and IPS solutions market size will be exceeded by $8 million by 2025. All right, now let's talk about what basically IDS is, right? But before understanding about IDS, we must know what are intrusions. What are basically network intrusions? All right, so basically a network intrusion is any unauthorized activity or any unauthorized access on a particular computer network. An intrusion can be passive, right? As we have passive attacks and active attacks. So definitely intrusion can be passive and active. So passive, the attack or the intrusion that is gained in stealthy mode, that is a passive attack. And the active intrusion or the active attack is basically in which the resources are affected or they are modified. The computer network or the resources are affected or modified, right? So these are termed as network intrusions. An attacker can get into your system physically, externally, or internally. So you can get number of attacks or number of intrusions physically. That means someone is trying to access your system, your network resources physically. Either they are just doing any activity, any malicious activity in your router or in your computer system manually, right? That is called physical network intrusions. Externally means some third party, or they are basically doing accessing through remote technology. So basically remote accessing, this is externally. And internally, by anyhow they are not physically connected, but still they are trying to access your resources internally, right? So these are network intrusions. Now let's talk about role of IDS in network defense. So as we know that we can get number of attacks, number of intrusions in our network, so definitely we need a device, we need a security solution that can prevent from these suspicious activities, right? And IDS systems looks for intrusions and symptoms within your network environment, within your network traffic. They basically monitor for any unusual activity, any unusual behavior, or any abnormal behavior, right? It can be malicious codes or unauthorized access, and anything that would look like an intrusion by a hacker being attempted, right? So that's why we need these solutions to protect our networking resources, whether it can be IDS or it will be IPS. So we will be discussing about IPS later. Right now let's discuss about basically what IDS is. So IDS, it's intrusion detection system. As we have discussed about intrusions, right? What are intrusion? Now to detect it is called a device or a solution that can detect those intrusions, right? That are known as intrusion detection system. So basically, intrusion detection is the process of monitoring the events, the logs that are occurring in your network and analyzing them for signs of possible incidents, violations, or coming threats to your security policies. Right? Intrusion detection systems have become a necessary inclusion to the security infrastructure of most organizations, and preciously because they can stop attackers or hackers while they are gathering information about your networking resources. Right? Intrusion detection systems can be a hardware device or a software application, right? Whether you can you can implement both in your network that uses known intrusion signatures basically to detect and to analyze both inbound and outbound traffic. Inbound, incoming traffic, and outbound, outgoing traffic for any kind of abnormal activity. Alright, now you got my point. What IDS is? It's a intrusion detection system that can monitor your network traffic and can detect if there is any abnormal activity going on in your network. Right, now you can see that it only will detect, it will not prevent, right? It will only detect to the administrator or the network admin who is just handling these resources. Next we have IDS function. So basically The IDS is used to identify and log violations and send an alert to an administrator. Alright, or report the violation to a central repository. So basically, they can identify anomalous packet, content, or patterns of traffic that are different from their normal traffic for any particular network environment. Right? They can identify the patterns that are called as signatures, right, of any malicious content within those network packets that are coming into or leaving that particular network environment, right? And after identifying those malicious content or malicious traffic, malicious packet, they will just send an alert to the administrator, right? A repository system centrally combines alerts from multiple tools or sources to better distinguish malicious activity from false alarms. Now, what is false alarms? False alarms basically are those alarms or those generated logs that are not malicious actually, right? But according to the IDS signatures or IDS rules, it can be malicious, but actually it's not, right? So those type of logs will be considered as false logs or false alarms. So IDS or IPS solutions basically can generate number of false alarms that basically are not malicious, but according to IDS rules, or because IDS is monitoring the behavior, right? So the behavior of the network traffic can be malicious, but actually it's not. Then those type of traffic or those type of logs can be considered as false alarms or false logs. All right, so an IDS can be used to perform more complex analysis and investigations. So these alarms or these generated logs can be used for further investigations. So if there is any kind of crime, any kind of activity, illegal activity has been done in your network environment, so these logs can be used to perform investigations and complex analysis. All right, IDS systems can be configured to take a predefined proactive action in response to a threat. All right, so this is the function of an IDS system, an IDS intrusion detection system. Next is what IDS is not. So as I said, IDS is only a detection system. It's not a prevention system. All right. So IDS is not a prevention system. It can only detect something, some malicious activity, and can notify it to the system administrator. But it will not going to prevent you from any incident. All right. So that's why IDS systems can only detect an intrusion and log the attack and send an alert to the administrator. All right, it will not going to block that network traffic. It will not going to prevent it automatically. But for that, you need another system that is known as intrusion prevention system. All right. All right, now let's talk about how IDS works and components. So basically we will be discussing how these components, how IDS components work, and where you can put IDS systems in your network environment. All right, so with this diagram you can see how IDS works. So basically IDS, intrusion detection, works by collecting the information of your network traffic and then examining it for inappropriate occurrences. All right, so basically an IT admin or a network admin will use this data or this collected logs to take further preventive measures and make improvements to your network security. All right, a network based IDS can be implemented between the edge firewall and a backend firewall. As you can see in this diagram, there is a firewall and they have implemented it with the IDS. So either you can just implement it before the firewall or after the firewall, right? So that it can protect the internal network from the publicly accessible network in between, right? Called the DMZ, also known as DMZ, demilitarized zone, or perimeter network or screened subnet. Now, placing the IDS in this location allows that IDS to job on all traffic that gets through the edge firewall, and it can provide an extra layer of protection for the demilitarized zone, which is the most vulnerable part of your network, right? Because it contains your public servers. It can be web servers or front email servers. So that's why we need to protect our DMZs, and you can put IDS between them. Now let's talk about how these components work. So here is the complete diagram, you can see it. So these are IDS components. Now how it works. So let's get started. So first you can see its audit records, right? So data that is processed basically by the data processor, audit data processor, to basically extract the activity records that are important for security analysis. All right, so it's a data preprocessor to extract activity records. This activity then will be sent to the detection engine. All right, this detection engine uses detection models. It's directly connected with the detection models, right, that are already constructed in the IDS, right? And it means detection models are already stored with IDS. If the detection rule matches, that there is in an basically intrusion, the IDS produces an alert, right? Then the decision engine, here it is, decision engine then decides of that particular action according to the decision table. Now how to handle that particular incident, how to handle that particular intrusion, right? So it basically detects or decides what action to be taken by using the decision table. For an example, basically if you need to block that particular connection and report it to the response to that particular admin, then you can go for action and then report. All right, so this is how IDS components work. So systems activities are observable, and normal and intrusive activities have distinct evidence. All right, so this is audit records, audit data preprocessor, then we have activity data, and those data will be detected by using detection engine, and detection engine is connected with the detection models, such as it can be signature based model or anomaly based detection model, right? So as per that, it will detect that particular intrusion. And now how to handle that particular intrusion will be decided by decision engine. All right, so these are the IDS components and how basically IDS works. All right, so at this point we know that what IDS is and how it works, right? Now it's time to discuss what are the types of intrusion detection systems are there in the market, or what other technologies are there that are implemented, or the detection models that are implemented in the IDS systems. All right, so let's talk about that. Here you can see IDS types. So basically IDS vendors implement their products in different ways, right? And there are accordingly several ways to categorize IDS systems. So here we have represented the first and the very common scope of IDS monitoring, that is whether it is installed on and uses data from a single host computer, or it can be network based product, right, that basically monitors traffic on the network environment as a whole, as well as analyzes data from individual computers. All right, so there are basically network based IDS and host based IDS. And next, another difference in implementation has to be based on their detection methods, right? Whether it will work on pattern matching detection method, that is known as signature based or knowledge based IDS, or behavior based or anomaly based detection method. So we'll be discussing in deep about these detection methods. So let's first talk about network based IDS. So basically, network based IDS is used to monitor and analyze network traffic to protect a system from network based threats, right? It basically monitors data from network traffic as well as data from one or more host computers to detect the network intrusions, right? These network based IDS analyzes data packets sent over the network and generally uses a promiscuous network adapter. All right, basically the adapter that can read, that can capture the network traffic, that adapter is known as promiscuous mode. All right, so these network based IDS can examine packet headers. All right, packet headers which are generally not seen by the host based IDS. So that's why it's better to use network based IDS, right? And this network based IDS allows us to detect denial of service attacks and other type of attacks that may not be detected by host based IDS. Guys, do you know that what is the difference between IDS and firewall? If we have already a technology, a security solution that also works on network traffic, that is firewall, then why we are using IDS? Basically, the answer is that firewall only read the network, the packet header, all right, and calculate whether that particular packet is malicious or not. But IDS reads the whole packet, the header and the content of that particular packet, right? So it is better to use firewall and IDS also in your network solutions, in your network environment, so to protect your network from number of intrusions or number of attacks, right? When threats are discovered based on its severity, the system can take actions such as notifying administrators or barring the source IP address from accessing the network, right? So it's all about network based IDS. Now you can see an IDS reads all inbound packets and searches for any suspicious pattern. So this is the diagram you can see. It's a firewall, right? And it's an untrusted network. Now you can implement the IDS application, IDS software, or it can be the hardware, right, to protect it from the untrusted network. Next we have host based IDS. So what is host based IDS? The IDS that works only for a particular host or a particular device, right? An example of HIDS usage can be seen on mission critical machines which are not expected to change their configurations. The machines that are generated, that are created for a specific task, right? And they are not expected to change their configurations, we use HIDS there. HIDS basically monitors the inbound and outbound packets from the device only and will alert the user or the admin if any suspicious activity is detected. All right, basically a host based IDS is one in which the software is installed on a single system and data from that system is used to detect the network, the system intrusions basically. All right, so because the host based IDS protects the server at the source, it can more intensely protect that specific computer. So because these host based IDS are created to work only for a specific system, right? So that's why they can protect more
to that particular system, right? They basically examines log files on the computer to search for any attack pattern or attack signature. And importantly, system files and executables may also be checked periodically for any unexpected changes or suspected changes, right? A host-based IDS will also monitor ports and trigger an alarm if any certain ports are accessed. Alright, so it's better to use network-based IDS solutions and also host-based IDS solutions in your network. Next we have the detection types: signature-based detection or anomaly-based detection. So what is signature-based detection? These are also known as pattern-based detection, right? So these IDS looks for traffic and behavior that matches the pattern of the known attacks, right? Basically here we have a complete database of the known signatures or the known patterns, and they will be matched when we are getting any kind of attack, any kind of intrusion. So those intrusions will be matched with the stored database, and if the match is found, then we say that this is the intrusion and we need to take an action. So the effectiveness is dependent on that particular signature database, which must be kept up to date, right? The biggest problem with pattern matching or signature based detection is that it fails to catch new attacks, definitely for which the software doesn't have a defined signature in its database, right? Now you can see it's a complete working platform. You can see here is the incoming packet. You can see it's an incoming packet, that is poll.exe. So if this packet is coming into your network, so after that the rule will be matched with the stored database. Now this is the stored database, tcp/at or poll.exe. So now this rule is matched, right? So here the condition will be matched. If no, then dropped. If yes, then action will be taken. All right, so this is all about signature based detection. Next we have anomaly based detection. So anomaly, basically also known as behavior based detection. So anomaly based detection watches for deviations from normal usage patterns, right? This basically requires first establishing a baseline profile to determine what the norm is. Then after that, monitoring for actions that are outside of those normal parameters, right? This allows us to catch new intrusions or attacks, because now it's not working on a set of predefined rules or a database. Now it's analyzing the behavior of your network traffic. So if there is any abnormal behavior which is not similar to your normal traffic, basically, so those traffic or those abnormal activities will be considered as network intrusion, and after that the action will be taken. So the good thing about this type of system is that it can detect new attacks, right? So it does not depend, it doesn't need to rely on those signature database. And the bad thing is that if you do not spend time for fine tuning the system and maintaining it, it will usually produce many number of false alarms, right? So these are all about IDS types, right? Hello everyone, welcome back to the training Network Security, and in this video we are gonna discuss about IPS and its technologies. So as we have discussed about IDS, right, intrusion detection systems, in our earlier videos, now we will be discussing about IPS, intrusion prevention system. So basically, intrusion prevention system is a network security threat or prevention technology
that can examine the network traffic flow to detect and prevent vulnerability exploits. Alright, these intrusion prevention systems are network security appliances that basically monitor network or system activities for any malicious activity. So, as I said, IDS is used to detect the network intrusions, and IPS is used to prevent from those network intrusions. So basically IDS can't prevent from these attacks, right? So basically if you want to block that particular network traffic, or if you want to take any particular action, IDS cannot take those steps, those actions, but IPS can, right? So better is to use those products or those security solutions in your network which can work on both, on basically which are IDPS, that basically works on intrusion detection and prevention system, like snort is a kind of IDS and IPS solution, so it works on both technology, right? So IPS can use to prevent from those network intrusions. The specific actions that could be taken by IPS is they can send an alarm to the network administrators, they can drop the malicious packets, they can block traffic from the source address, they can reset the connection, they can attempt to block or stop it, right? These are the activities, these are the main functions that can be taken by intrusion prevention systems. All right, now here you can see basically the IPS and IDS connected in line. So where you can place the IPS solutions, IPS and IDS solutions. So in this picture you can see the IPS often sits directly behind the firewall, right, and provides a complementary layer of analysis that negatively selects for dangerous content, right? Unlike its predecessor, IDS, which is a passive system because it cannot take an action automatically, that's why IDS are known as passive system that can only scan the traffic and reports back on threats to the IPS. So that's why here we can see the IDS is directly connected with the IPS solutions, right? So that they can just forward those intrusions to the IPS solutions. So these are in the direct communication path between source and destination. So it's connected in line and actively analyzing and taking automated actions on all traffic flows that enter the network. All right, so this is IPS placement and this is IPS and IDS placement, connected in line. They are connected in line, that means they are in the direct communication path between source and the destination. Next we have need of IPS. So basically, as I said, you can implement IDS in your network, right? So we need an IPS solution to prevent it from automatically from those network intrusions, right? So with so many access points present on a typical business network environment, it is very essential that you have a way to monitor for signs of potential violations, those incidents and expected threats. All right, so today's network environment, network threats are becoming more and more complex and able to attack even the most robust security solutions are implemented in your network. So these IPS intrusion prevention systems performs real-time packet inspection, right? They deeply inspect every packet that travels across your network environment. And if any malicious activity or any malicious content or packets are detected, the IPS will carry out an action, right? So the IPS looks for the dangerous incoming or outgoing traffic, outgoing packet that violate specific rules or network policies, right? These IPS solutions take action by automatically blocking the traffic, logging the attack, and adding the source IP address to the block list for further reference. Alright, so that's why we need these IPS solutions. An IPS acts as an adaptable safeguard technology for system security after traditional technologies. Right? So IPS are considered as high level of security solution, and definitely we can't use only IPS, right? Because it's only a prevention system, and definitely before preventing any attack we need to detect that intrusion, right? So for that we need an detection system. So that's why organizations are developing, are implementing IDPS, that is Intrusion Detection Prevention System, in their networking environment. So basically we can't go for only IDS solution and we can't go for only IPS solution. We need to implement both in our networking environment to protect from number of attacks. All right, next we have types of IPS. So as we have discussed number of IDS systems, right, the detection technology and how it can be used in the network, and same like that we have IPS, types of IPS, intrusion prevention systems. First we have network based intrusion prevention system. They basically monitor the network traffic for any suspicious behavior by analyzing the protocol activity, right? They basically analyzes protocol activities across the network environment and look for any untrustworthy traffic. Next we have wireless intrusion prevention system, WIPS, that monitors a network traffic, a wireless network traffic basically. Should I say wireless network traffic for any suspicious traffic by analyzing wireless networking protocols. All right, they analyzes network protocol activities across the entire wireless network and look for any suspicious activities. All right, next we have network behavior analysis, that is NBA, that examines network traffic to identify threats that generate unusual traffic flows such as DDoS attacks, certain form of malware, and policy violations. Right? It basically examines network traffic to identify the threats that basically generate strange traffic flow or sudden traffic flow that can be generated by using DOS or DDoS attacks, right? The most common threats that are being generated by these traffic flow, these unusual traffic flows, are DOS, denial of service, or distributed denial of service attacks, right? Or policy violations. So by making slight adjustments to the attack architecture, detection can be avoided. And last we have HIPS, that is host based intrusion prevention system. These are basically installed software package which monitors a single host. It's for host, basically single host, for suspicious activity by just analyzing events that are occurring within that particular host. So these are secondary software solutions that follows a single host for malicious activity, and they can analyze events that are occurring within that particular host. All right, so that's it. We have discussed about IPS types. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training, and we are discussing IDS and IPS technologies, right? How they work basically in the types of IDS and IPS solutions. Now we are just going to discuss the solutions, the software solutions that are available in the market for IDS and IPS implementation,
So let's get started. Alright, first you can see here IPS prevention methods. So we have three common IPS prevention methods. It can be signature based, anomaly based, and policy based. As we have already discussed, the IDS prevention methods, they are commonly signature based or pattern based signature detections, and anomaly based or behavior based detections, right? Now we are discussing here prevention methods. So signature based, anomaly based, and policy based also we have. So basically in signature based, these uses predefined signatures, right, of well-known network attacks, or basically all the network attacks will be stored in a kind of signature database, right? When an attack is initiated, those signatures will be matched one of these signature or patterns, and the system or the IPS system will take a necessary action, right? So it's same like signature based detection method. Next we have anomaly based. So definitely it will monitor the behavior of your network, right? So it monitor for any abnormal or any unexpected activity or behavior on your network environment. And if there is any abnormal activity is detected, right, the system blocks the access to the target host immediately. And we have policy based. So policy based, it basically requires administrators to configure security policies. When an activity occurs, the violations a security policy, an alert will be triggered and sent to the system administrators. All right, so these are three prevention methods of intrusion prevention systems. Right, next let's talk about IDS versus IPS. So basically the difference between IDS and IPS solutions. As we have discussed a lot about IDS and IPS, how they work, how you can implement these solutions in your network environment. Now, what is the difference between IDS and IPS? So as we have learned that IDS is a detection and monitoring tool, right? These tools do not take an action on their own. They can't decide what action to be taken when an alert is generated or when an intrusion is detected. All right, so IDS requires a human intervention or human action basically, or another system that can look for the results. And IPS is a control system, the control system that can accept and reject a packet based on the rule set. So they can allow or they basically deny that particular traffic or reject that particular packet which contains any malicious content. IPS requires that the database gets regularly updated with the new threat data. All right, but the most common thing between IDS and IPS is they read the network packets and compare the contents of a database of known threats, right? So basically IPS control the access to an IT network and protect it from any abuse and an attack. These systems are basically designed to monitor intrusion data and can take the necessary action to prevent an attack from developing. Alright, and intrusion detection systems are not designed to block those attacks and will simply monitor the network and can send the alert or the alarm to the system admin, to the network's admin, if a potential threat is detected. So this is the basic difference between IDS and IPS. Now let's talk about the IDS and IPS solutions. So what solutions you can implement in your network environment?
So first we have is a snort, then security onion, and suricata. All right, so snort is basically the intrusion detection and prevention solution that work real time. It basically do real time analysis of the IP packets and can search for content and perform pattern matching to detect the most common network attacks such as buffer overflows or port scans or number of attacks, right? These are available for both Linux and Windows versions, right? And these are the plugins available that can extend its detection and reporting capabilities. It basically Snort can capture the network traffic and can analyze the patterns of those network traffic, and if there can be any malicious packet or malicious content will be captured, they will be the action can be taken automatically, because Snort is an IPS solution too, right? Snort is not just a detection system, it's a prevention system too. Next we have security onion. So security onion basically are the solutions that are free available, right? They are basically open source for Linux distribution for intrusion detection, enterprise security monitoring, and for log management. Security onions. And next we have suricata. So suricata is also a free and open source available for basically for network threat detection engine, right? And these solutions are capable for intrusion detection and for intrusion prevention, right? They can also work as a network security monitoring and offline PCAP processing. Suricata can also inspect the network traffic using a powerful and an extensive rules and signature language that has a powerful Lua scripting technology that support for detection of complex threats. All right, so these are the three most commonly used IDS and IPS solutions in the network environment. All right, so that's it. We have discussed about IDS and IPS solutions. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. Today in this video we are gonna detect intrusions by using Snort IDS, right? So let's first go for your browser to check for Snort IDS. Here we are using Backtrack Linux based operating system to use a Snort. In case you don't have Backtrack, then also you can install Snort in Windows operating system. All right, so Snort will work on Linux based operating system and Linux Windows based operating system too. So search on Google Snort IDS. Give me a second. Its official website snort.org, and so this is snort.org, right? And here you can see it's a you can from where you can download the rules. This is get started. This is the complete documentation file, right? And the latest version Snort 3.0 beta available. Here are the complete guide to step 1, step 2, step 3 to step 4, right? So it's basically an open source intrusion prevention system capable of real-time traffic analysis and packet logging, right? So it's basically not intrusion prevention system. It's first basically detect the intrusions, and then also you can prevent intrusions by using snort. So it's kind of IDS and IPS tool having both the functionalities, right? And this is where from you can download the rules, some pre-configured rules, right? Now let's start work on snort. So here we have backtrack, and here first I'm going to start the snort service. So first go to application, then backtrack, then here in services we have option snort service. So first start snort, right? This will start the snort service. Here you can see it's okay now, right? And now we are going to configure the snort settings. So for this, go for file system, then go to etc, then search for snort. Here it is, and in this you have number of files, number of configuration files basically, right? So here you can see these are some pre-configured rules. Also you can alter these rules, like this is for exploit, this is for community web, right? This is for deleted dot rules, this is for DDoS rules. So they have number of configured rules, right? You can use them, or either you can alter them, or you can create some other rules as per your network security requirement, right? And this is the format to create a rule. Basically first is alert. Basically you want to alert on this particular rule. So when this rule matches, you will get an alert. All right, so alert on ICMP is the protocol, external net is the external network. Any means any of the IP address. They have not specified a particular IP address. So if you need to give any, and it means basically it will alert you with any of the IP address, whether it's from anywhere, right? Then this is the sign. This basically gives you the direction. It shows the direction basically from this network to home network, and any is again the IP address, right? And this will be the message: DDoS TFN prob ICMP 678 itype 8 content 1234 references this and class type is this. This is basically the complete rule how you can create. So this is for DDoS. Same like that, you can create some other rules to blacklist a particular IP addresses, or whitelist particular IP addresses, bad traffic, chat rules, DNS rules, DOS rules, number of things, right? So these are all complete rules you can see, right? And then then we have configuration files: classification.config, community sid message map, gen message map, reference.config, snort.config, threshold, sort debian.config, and so on, right? So here we are going to configure snort.config. So just open it, and here you can see these are the 6 settings. You have 6 configuration settings, right? So here we are going to configure, first set the variables for your network. So here we are gonna set our network. So in place of here where home net any this is particular IP address, so here we are going to give our system IP address where we are using an IDS or IPS, right? So here let's check the IP address. It's 192.168.233.239. so here I'm gonna give 192 dot 168 dot 233.129, right? This is for home network, basically where you are getting the number of requests. So basically it's your local machine address where you are just sniffing the network traffic, right? Then here we have if sort is enabled on this. So here we need to remove this hash basically, so that we can enable this option, we can enable this setting. Then we have IP where homenet 10.1.1.0 So here I'm also giving 192.168.233.129, right? And also removing this. Then we are configuring here where homenet 192.168.233.129. all right, and this is external net from any of the IP address, so leave it like this. This is external net any, right? So if you know a particular IP address from where you can get malicious traffic, you can just put that particular IP address, otherwise you can leave it any, right? So a good start may be any, so I'm just leaving it with any. And here are some other configuration settings, but we don't need to configure any other settings, so just I'm going to save it. All right, now it's saved, and now I'm going to restart the snort service. To restart your snort service, first you need to stop that service. Under backtrack services, snort service, stop snort, and then I'll start it again. Application, backtrack services, snort service, snort start. It's failed. Let me try it again. It's giving an error. Again I'm trying. All right, so it's okay now, right? It's working. Okay, now after configuring the file, our next step to open the terminal and type the command in case you want to look the configuration file on this screen in the terminal basically. So you can type vim etc and the directory of this snort.config file. It will show you all the configuration settings here, and also you can edit the settings from this option. All right, so here we have already configured, so I'm just closing it and running another terminal to run the command to capture the packets. So here you need to type the command snort -q, then -a, then console, because we want to get all the packets on this console, then -i, and after that you need to put the interface. So to check your interface you need to go for ifconfig, and here you can see it's ETH0. So here you need to put ETH0 after -i and -c and the directory. So it's etc snort and snort.conf. Okay, now it will start capturing the packets. So let's do some activity so that we can get number of packets here. So for this, I'm gonna use HOIC. Right, this is the HOIC. So here I'm gonna do DOS attack on that particular machine. So just putting the IP address of that machine, 233.129. Okay, hi, this is the IP address where I have used IDS. Then add, and then some of the packets. We need to put some DOS attack. Right, so I'm just stopping it because we have forwarded number of packets. Now let's check whether we have received packets or not. All right, so here you can see attempted denial of service. Attempted denial of service. So this is basically, you can see we got number of packets where we are getting that someone is trying to do DOS attack on this IP address or on this particular machine or in this network, right? Also, you are getting the IP address of that particular system from where you are getting this DOS attack. So what you can do as a network security admin, after getting these kind of intrusions, you can block these IP addresses from where you are getting malicious activities. All right, so this is basically how you can use Snort IDS. Now in case you want to check the number of logs that have been generated, so you can just close it and you can go to your system, file system, then where, and here we have log option. So in Snort you can see number of packets that have been generated. So these are alert logs, right? You can see these are some alert logs like attempted denial of service, attempted DOS. These are alert logs and these are TCP log. You can see. So this is basically how you can use Snort for detecting intrusions in your network. All right. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. And today we are gonna discuss about firewalls, right? So as we know that today every large, medium or even small sized companies have a presence on the internet, right? And has an organizational network connected to it. So basically their network partitioning at the boundary between the inside and outside network is essential for network security, right? The outside network, called as internet, is basically referred as untrusted network or untrusted zone, right? And an inside network, that is called intranet, is referred to as trusted zone or trusted network, right? So basically every organization needs a security device or security parameters that can create a boundary between the trusted and untrusted network. And here firewall is an ideal component in this scenario. So basically firewall is ideal for network security professionals who are responsible for managing organizations' IT security or network security. So in this course, you will learn about firewall technology, the types of firewalls, and how they work to keep private networks safe from hackers and from other security threats. All right. So the objective of this course will be to learn firewalls and concerns, what firewall does, how does a firewall work, some of the firewall rules, right? Types of firewalls, firewall limitations, its threats and vulnerabilities, and at last we will be discussing about firewall security recommendations and some best practices. All right, so let's get started with firewalls and what firewall does. So basically, firewall, as I said, is a network security device that isolates organizational internal network from outside world, right? Or outside network, that is called internet, you say, right? It can be a hardware device or a software application, or today we have a combined system that prevents unauthorized access to or from internal network. All data packets that are leaving or entering the network pass through that firewall, and these packets will gonna be examined by the firewall by its some predefined rules, right? And if they match the criteria, then it would then those packets would be allowed, otherwise not. So firewall is like a filtering device, right? It basically filtered out the malicious content, the malicious packets, right? And it will not allow basically those malicious packets to enter into the intranet or enter into the inside organization's network. So this is that's why we need a firewall device to protect your organization's network secure, because if there is any hacker who want to forward some kind of malicious packet or a kind of malware, right, they can send it to your network. But if you are using a firewall in between, then definitely you can protect your network from those kind of malicious codes or malicious packets, because firewall will filter out those packets, right? So that's why we need a firewall in our organization's network. Or even if you are just working to your personal computers, you are at home, then definitely you need a firewall device, right? So whether you can go for firewall device, a hardware device, or it's easy to install a simple software application in your system to protect your system from these kind of attacks, right? Next we have what firewall does. So as I said, all the packets that are entering or leaving the intranet must pass through the firewall, which examines each and every packet. The header of the packet, should I specify it? The header of the packet. This is the basic difference between firewall and an IDS. Basically, firewall only examine the header of the packet. Are you getting my point? The header of the packet, and blocks those packets that do not meet the specified security criteria or some specified security rules, right? So basically, its purpose is to establish a barrier between your internal network and incoming traffic from external sources in order to block the malicious content like viruses, worms, or trojans, right? So firewall is basically considered as an essential component, an essential element to achieve the network security, because internal network and host are unlikely to be protected secured, right? As internet is a dangerous place with cyber criminals, they are just living there, right? So internet is a dangerous place where users from competing companies, disgruntled employees, spies from unfriendly countries, vandalisms, etc. These are the attacks, so these are the hackers are living in the internet zone. So that's why we need to protect our intranet, our internal network, from these malicious content, or you can say that particular dangerous world. So to prevent an attacker from launching the DOS attack or DDoS attack, right, we must need a resource, we must need an element that could prevent from these kind of attacks. Basically, to protect to prevent our illegal modification of our data, right? So these are the reasons we need a firewall device in our network. So basically, firewall can defend our resources. It can validate an access, right? It can manage and control your network traffic. It can record and report on events. If there is any event or incident that is occurring in your network, it could maintain a report and then report it. Act as an intermediary. So definitely it's between your internal and external zone. So definitely it's an intermediary, right? It's working in between, and it's a filtering device. So firewall is kind of filtering device that can keep protected your intranet, your internal network, from the outside malicious or dangerous world. All right, so this is about firewall. Now let's discuss how does a firewall work. So as we know that what is a firewall, where it works, right? Where it resides in your network environment. Now let's discuss how does a firewall work. So basically, firewalls carefully examine or analyze incoming traffic based on some predefined rules and filter those traffic coming from unsecured or suspicious sources to prevent from attacks, right? Firewalls basically guard traffic at a computer's entry point, that are called ports, right? Networking ports, which is where information is exchanged with external devices. So it can filter packets based on their source and destination addresses, and also based on port numbers, right? So here you can see this example. The source address is 172.18.1.1 is allowed to reach destination 172.18.2.1 over port 22, right? Now this is the rule where the traffic, where the source address is allowed to reach to this IP address over port 22, right? So this is the firewall that you can establish for the for the legal content, or you can say for the traffic that is allowed to enter in your network. But if this source or another source, let's say 172.18.3.1, is trying to get access, or it's trying to get reach to the destination 172.18.2.1 over port 22, then basically those packets or those traffic will not be allowed, right? It will be denied with that firewall. Or for an example, if this source address 172.18.1.1 is trying to reach over port 25, which is not allowed, right? So that particular content will also be denied by the firewall. So basically the firewall works on a specified rules. So this is how firewall works, right? So basically it filters both inbound and outbound traffic, all the incoming and outgoing packets. Now you can see we can place a firewall, right, in between your internal network, or you can say your PC, or the external network, the internet, right? And if that particular, and you can just imagine that your firewall is in between your internal and outside network, right? And it's filtering the packets that are coming from the internet zone, right? So if there is any kind of malicious content, it will be filtered out based on some specified rules. Now you can see the firewall rules. So it can be like, these are the examples of firewall rules, like accept. So accept new and established incoming traffic to the public network interface on port 80 and 443. 80 is used for HTTP traffic and 443 is used for HTTPS traffic. So this can be the example of a rule: accept new and established incoming traffic. So it's accepting all the new and already established incoming traffic to the public network interface on these ports. So only the traffic that is coming from port 80 and port 443 are allowed. So basically accept means to allow the traffic. Alright, drop incoming traffic from IP addresses. They have given some specified IP addresses of the non-technical employees in your office to port 22, and port 22 is used for SSH, secure shell, right? So it's saying basically drop means to block the traffic and send no reply. Drop is basically to reject the packets, to block the traffic, and then don't need any kind of reply. There, if you are just dropping the packet, then there is no need to forward any kind of reply, right? So drop means to block that traffic or to reject those packets. So it's dropping incoming traffic from IP addresses like 192.168.1.1 or 1.2 of the technical employees in your office to port 22, right? So it's dropping the packet that are coming from specified IP addresses on port 22. Then reject means to block the traffic, but reply will be unreachable. This will be the unreachable error message will be shown to the sender, right? So reject new and established incoming traffic from your office IP range to the private network interface on port 22. So now it's rejecting new or established incoming traffic. It's rejecting the incoming traffic on port 22. Are you getting my point? So it's basically this network is accepting the incoming traffic on port 80 and 443 and rejecting the packets on port 22 and also dropping the network traffic from specified IP addresses on port 22. So this is the scenario of this network environment. All right, this is how you can create your rules for your organization, right? So these are some of the examples of firewall rules. These are some basic examples. In the practical session, we'll discuss how you can just create your firewall rules, how you can establish the rules, and how you can implement them to your firewall, right? Hello everyone, welcome back. Today in this video, you are gonna learn how you can turn on or off firewall in Windows operating system. All right, so let's get started. First, either you are using Windows 8 operating system, Windows 7, Windows 10, whatever Windows operating system you are using, just go to the control panel settings, right? So I'm just going for control panel. Here is the settings and here is control panel, right? Go to the control panel settings. Then here you will get an option Windows Firewall. All right, just click on it. Now here you can see, so if you're getting this option like it's in red color, that means your firewall is in off state, right? And if you're getting it's green, then it's basically on, right? So here you can see it's off, right? Here you can also see the state Windows Firewall is off, right? For private networks and also for guest or public networks, right? So what we can do, we can just on it by going for this setting. Here you can see turn Windows Firewall on or off, right? So just click on it. Now you can turn on Windows Firewall, right, for your public networks and also for your private network, right? So if you want to just turn on Windows Firewall only for your private network, then you can just click on it, right? And here you will get two options: block all incoming connections, including those in the list of allowed apps. So this is basically the allowed apps that you can configure, right, in your firewall basically. So if you want to allow an app in Windows Firewall, then also you can configure those settings. I'll show you in the next video, but here we are gonna block all incoming connections, including those in the list of allowed apps. And here, notify me when Windows Firewall blocks a new app. So both the settings you are getting, right? So either you can check or uncheck as per your own requirements. All right. So this is basically for private networks and this is for public network. So if in case you want to just turn on for your public network too, then just click on it, right? But in public network, I'm just saying notify me when Windows Firewall blocks a new app. All right. And after configuring all the settings, just go for OK. So just press OK, and here you can see you are getting private networks and guest networks. Windows Firewall state is on now, right? So this is basically how you can turn on or off Windows Firewall. Same like that, if you want to turn it off, then just go for this setting again and click here, turn off, right? So here I'm just turning off the firewall for my private network, right? And for public network, it's on. Then click OK, and here you can see the status. All right, so this is basically how you can turn on and off in your Windows operating system. So either whatever operating system, either it's XP, it's 7, 8 or 10, whatever operating system, Windows operating system you are using, you can just turn it on or off like this. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video you are gonna learn how you can allow an app through Windows Firewall. So basically if you trust in a particular application or a particular feature in Windows operating system, you can allow that app or that particular feature through Windows Firewall. Now it will be riskier if you don't know about the app, if you don't know about the terms and the conditions of that particular app, and you are going to allow that particular app. So if you don't know about that particular app, don't allow through Windows Firewall, right? So it will create a risk, or it will create a vulnerability in your operating system if you don't know about that particular app, because it can be a malicious one. All right, so before allowing an app, you must know about that particular app or feature. Now how you can allow, let me show you. Just go to the control panel settings, right? Then Windows Firewall, and here you can see an option, allow an app or feature through Windows Firewall. So just click on it. Now to add, change or remove allowed apps or ports, click change settings, right? So by just clicking this button, you can change the settings. Here you can see what are the risks of allowing an app to communicate. So to know more, you can just click on this link, and you can see these are two ways. There are two ways basically to allow a desktop app through a firewall. Both of them are risky. Both of them could create a risk, could create a vulnerability, a loophole in your operating system, right? So add an app to the list, less risky, and open a port, more risky. I'll show you how you can create your own rule, right, for your port settings. So when you add an app to the list of allowed apps in the firewall, sometimes called unblocking, or when you open up firewall port, you allow a specific app to send into or from your PC through the firewall, right? So if you are going to allow an app in your Windows firewall through your Windows firewall, basically it's called unblocking, right? So it's like you are unblocking that particular app and it will not be checked by that particular firewall. Basically you are creating a rule, you can say, for that particular firewall, for that particular app, right? And it will be allowed to work or to execute in your network, in your computer system, right? So just allow only those apps or those features that are not risky, or that you know about that this app is for this, right? So as though you drilled a hole in the firewall, this makes your PC less secure and might create opportunities for hackers or malware to use one of those openings to get your files or your PC to spread malware to other PCs, right? So as I said, it will basically create a rule, right, in your firewall, and it will allow that particular app, and if that particular app or feature is malicious, then it will be helpful for the hackers, right? So basically only allow the safer apps. Now let's check how you can do that. So basically right now these are the apps that are allowed in the network, in private network and in public network, right? So you can just configure that either for public network or for private network, right? So these are the applications or the features that are allowed right now, right? Here you can see this is the complete list. Now I'm going to change the setting. So when you just click on change settings, it will enable these options, right? Now you can change the settings. So here I'm just going to allow a particular app for remote desktop, right? Here I'm just allowing this in private and public network, in private and in public network. All right, so after just clicking or checking all the options, all the apps or the features that you want to allow from this list, right, in private or in public network, you can click OK, right? So when I will check, here you can see now this option is enabled. All right, now here I'm just gonna allow another app, right? So just click on allow another app which is not in this list, basically you can say, right? So here I'm just adding this app or a city, right? Click add, and now you can see it's added in this list, and now you can allow this app through Windows Firewall, right? Then just click OK and it will work. Now this is the thing how you can allow an app. Now if you just want to disallow, or if you want to not allow or reject this particular app or a feature in Windows Firewall, then how you can do that? Just unclick that particular feature. Here you can see edit a port. Use this setting to open a port through Windows Firewall. Choose a meaningful name. You will remember to find the port number and protocol, consult the documentation and all, right? So it's suggesting you the name and the port number for this, right? So here I'm just rejecting this application in private network, right? Also you can go for another option, like if I just want to disallow this app, right? So this is how basically you can do. Now just click OK, and now your new rules will work. if you just want to remove this app or feature, so how you can do that? Click on remove. By just selecting the option, click remove, right? So if you remove this from the exceptions list, some apps might stop working properly. To disable it temporarily, click clear its checkbox. Do you still want to remove it? Yes. Now it's removed, right? And if you want to know about details of that particular app or feature, just click on details, right? So you can allow communication with this app from any computer, including those on the internet or just from computers on your network, right? So this is basically about an app. If I just want to remove this too, I can click on it and remove, right? Then click OK and it will work now for those apps that you have allowed in your network or that you have rejected in your network, right? So this is basically how you can allow an app or a feature through Windows Firewall. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, you are gonna learn how you can create your inbound and outbound traffic rules in your firewall, right? So in our previous video, you have learned how you can allow an app through firewall, right? We have discussed that and how you can on or off your firewall settings. Now in this video, you are gonna learn how you can create your own rules, your own firewall rules in Windows operating system. All right, so let's get started. First, you have to go to the control panel settings, open your control panel, then go to Windows Firewall, and definitely here you will get advanced settings, right? So just click on advanced settings option. All right, so here you can see the overview of your firewall. So it's for domain profile, private profile is active, and public profile. So here are the status. Like in domain profile, your Windows firewall is on, but your inbound connections that do not match a rule are blocked. Inbound connections that do not match a rule are blocked, and outbound connections that do not match a rule are allowed, right? Same like that, you can check for a private profile, right? Windows Firewall is off for your private profile. So let's first turn on the firewall for your private network, right? Here I've just on. Right, and then I'm going for advanced settings. So now here you can see the settings are changed for private profile. So now Windows Firewall is on for your private profile. All inbound connections are blocked, and outbound connections that do not match a rule are allowed, right? And for public profile, you can see the settings. So this is basically the setting, the firewall status you can check, right? And here are Windows Firewall properties, right? So this is basically for domain profile. Firewall state is on, right? You can put it off if you just want, right? All incoming connections or inbound connections are blocked, or you can block all connections. You can allow them. So as per your requirement, you can change the firewall settings from here. Outbound connections, you can put it for block. So outbound connections should be in allow state, and inbound connections block all connections, right? Protected network connections, you can also customize from here, right? So only for Wi-Fi settings, I just want it. So just click on Wi-Fi and click OK, right? Then settings, specify settings that control Windows Firewall behavior. So you can also customize this, like display a notification. If you want to put yes, then yes, otherwise no, right? So yes, we want it to display a notification. Unicast response, allow unicast response to multicast or broadcast network traffic. So I'm just putting it no, right? And this is rule merging, it's by default yes, right? Then click OK. This is basically for domain profile. Same like that, you can configure for your private profile, for your public profile, right? Then IPsec settings. So IPsec is basically IP security or Internet Protocol security, right? So you can specify settings used by IPsec to establish secure connections. You can customize it, right? Key exchange, it's default. Data protection, it's default. You can put it on advanced and you can customize the settings, right? It's for SHA or SHA1, right? It's for maintaining the data integrity. So data protection settings are used by connection security rules to protect your network traffic, right? So these are the two settings that are allowed, right? So if you want to remove them, you can just remove it, right? This is for data integrity and this is for data integrity and encryption. So this is the IPsec security settings, but I can go for default settings, and this is for authentication method, right? It's for Kerberos version 5 computer end user, it's for only computer only user, and this is for advanced. All right, so these are IPsec settings, right? This is exemptions for IPsec, and this is for IPsec tunnel authorization, right? So after configuring all the settings, just go for apply and click OK, right? So this is the basic settings you have configured. Now you can see connection security rules, right? When you will click on it, you will get all the connection security rules here, right? Here are inbound and outbound rules, right? So create your firewall rules to allow or block network connections to specified programs or ports. You can also allow a connection only if it is authenticated. Definitely you should allow the connections that are authenticated, right? Or if it comes from an authorized user or from authorized resource, right? By default, inbound connections are blocked unless they match a rule that allows them, and outbound connections are allowed unless they match a rule that blocks them. All right, so you can go for inbound rules. All the inbound rules you will get it here, and these are all the outbound rules. Next, we have another option, that is view current firewall and IPsec policy and activity, right? So you can view information about currently applied firewall and connection security rules and security associations for your active network connections by just clicking on monitoring, right? So this is the for the domain profile, just click on it. So Windows firewall is on, all inbound connections are blocked. This is basically firewall state. These are general settings for your domain profile, right? So display a notification, apply local firewall rules, apply local connection security rules, right? Logging security, file name, file maximum size, log dropped packets, log successful connections, right? And if you want to change the settings, you can go for these rules and configure it again, right? Same like that for private profile and for public profile. This is basically, you can check the monitoring status of your firewall. Now let's go to inbound rules, right? So these are the inbound rules for your Windows firewall. Now in case you want to create your own rules, so how you can do that? Basically go for new rule, this is basically what type of rule would you like to create. It can be a program or port or predefined or custom, right? So basically if you will select a program, that means rule that controls connections for a program. if you want to select port, that means rule that controls connections for a TCP or a UDP port, right? Predefine some of the predefined firewall rules that you want to configure, right? You can do that. So rule that basically controls connections for a Windows experience, and these are customized rules, right? So I'm going to configure port rules, right? So just click on port, then click next. Then here you need to apply a port. It can be a TCP port or a UDP port, right? So I'm going to select a TCP port, right? So does this rule apply to all local ports or specify local ports? So now here you need to give the specific port if you want to apply this rule for a specific port. Otherwise you can select for all local ports, right? So here I'm selecting specific local ports, and here I'm giving port 21. This is for FTP, right? I'm giving 21, then click next. And here what to do when the rule matches. So what action should be taken when a connection matches the specified condition or the specified rule? So it's allow the connection, it's allow the connection if it is secure, or it's block the connection, right? So I'm going to block the connection, then click next, right? It should be applied for all profiles, right? For domain profile, for private or public profile, or for only public or private profile. So basically as per your requirement you can select. Here I'm applying private. So it applies when a computer is connected to your private network location, right? Then click next, give it a name here, FTP port rule, right? And here I'm giving the description. So here you can put the description for the reference, right? And then click finish, and here you can see it's been applied. In your inbound rules, FTP port firewall rule for your private network, right? It's enabled yes, action block, right? And these are the settings. So this is basically you can create inbound rules or incoming traffic rules. Same like that you can create outbound traffic rules, right? So for outbound traffic rules I'm creating a rule for port, for a specific port for TCP. Here I'm giving the same port number, right? And here I'm allowing the connection for my outgoing traffic, right? So this basically includes connections that are protected with IPsec as well as those or not, right? So here I'm allowing the connection, then click next for my old profiles, then click next. Here I'm giving FTP port firewall rule. Here I'm just specifying allow so that it's recognizable, right? Then click finish. So here you can see the rule has been added. All right, so this is basically you can create your own inbound and outbound firewall rules. Now what you can other things do in your firewall? So basically you can filter by firewall domain rules, right? For private profile, for your public profile, right? This is how you can just filter it out. You can filter by state, if it's enabled or disabled, right? You can filter by group, show all, or show only, filter by branch, or specific rule you can show. Then you can clear all filters. If you will click on clear all filters, it will clear all the filters, right? Here I'm just selecting again show all, Okay, so if I will click filter, right, I can filter it by profile, state and group. We can view, add or remove columns, can refresh it, and the most important feature in this rule in this firewall is that export list. So basically you can export the firewall settings by using this option, export list. On desktop, I'm just exporting the firewall rules in the text format, right? Either you can save it in .csv format or .text. So here I'm just selecting .text and click save. So basically it will export all the firewall rules, and you can apply these rules in your some other application, some other firewall, or in a particular or in another system, right? If you want to apply the same rules in another system, then you can apply it, right? And same like that, you can import also. So if you want to import the firewall rules, you can import the rules by using your firewall. Right? If you want to cut or copy a firewall rule, then you can configure it from here. You can show up the properties. When you will click on a particular firewall rule, it will show the properties of that particular rule here, right? And you can enable rule, you can cut, copy or paste or delete or check the properties, right? So this is basically in this video. Video we have learned how you can create your own inbound and outbound firewall rules, right? Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video we are gonna discuss about firewall generations and its types, right? What are the types of firewalls that are available in the market that you can implement in your network or in your computing devices? All right, so basically as we know that we have two categories of firewall that is mainly divided: hardware based and software based. All right, so either you can go for software based applications and you can implement them in your computing devices, right, to protect your content, your sensitive information from malicious items, right, from malicious softwares. Also you can implement hardware based firewalls or in your network basically, right, so that you can protect your network from these kind of malicious attacks. So we have accordingly network based firewalls and also web application firewalls, right? So basically network firewalls are the firewalls that are designed, specifically designed for your network, for protecting your network traffic, or you can say networking resources, to protect from malicious hackers or the malicious content, right? Web application firewall is specifically designed for filtering the content or for filtering the requests and the replies that you are getting in your web servers, right? So these are the two categories: web application firewall and network based firewalls. So basically network based firewalls work at third and fourth layer of OSI layer, right? And WAF, that is web application firewall, works at third and seventh layer, that is application layer, right, of the OSI layer or OSI model. Network based firewalls basically offers protection from network layer attacks such as DOS, DDoS, right? Whereas web application firewall protect your content at application layer, where you are getting number of requests from multiple protocols. A network firewall basically offers the minimal protection, web application protection. Network based firewalls provide minimal web application protection, obviously, because it's not specifically designed for web application protection, right? Also network based firewalls offer protection from number of attacks, or you can say comes up with layer 3 gateway deployment architecture, right? And web application firewall comes up with reverse proxy deployment architecture. Network based firewalls does not offer the SSL and encrypted traffic inspection because it's offered by web application firewall. So these are some of the difference that you can see in between web application firewall and network based firewalls, and accordingly you can implement in your network, right? If you have implemented web application firewall in your network, right, you are maintaining web application servers, then you need to implement web application firewall separately, right? Or either you can go for network based firewalls to protect your corporate network, your internal network from external world or from outside world that is malicious. Now we have number of categories. So you can see here the types of firewalls: packet filtering firewall, stateful inspection firewalls, application level gateways, circuit level gateways, and we'll be discussing about next generation firewalls. All right, so these four types of firewalls that we are using right now, and next generation firewalls are being in the development phase, you can say, right? It's using number of technologies based on artificial intelligence and machine learning, and by using these technologies our next generation firewalls will be developing, right? So let's first discuss about packet filtering firewalls. So as you can see here, packet filtering firewalls are known as first generation firewall because it's first implemented. They basically implemented this kind of firewall first, right? So packet filtering firewalls are normally deployed on the routers which connect the internal network to the internet, and it works on network layer of the OSI model. Network layer you can say, or the IP protocol, internet protocol layer, right? So packet filtering firewalls are the most common type of firewalls that examine packets that are traveling in your network and prohibit them from passing through if they don't match any established security rule set, right? Or you can say if they will be rejected if they contains a malicious content, or the content that is not that is not valid or not specified by your set of rules, by your firewall rules, right? So basically this type of firewalls check the packet source and destination IP address, right? Source IP address from where it's coming, and destination IP address. If basically packet match those of an allowed rule, right? As I've told you about the rule that is accept, deny and reject. So basically if this if the rule, or if that particular packet contains the allowed rule or the accept rule, then it is trusted to the enter the corporate network, enter that particular network, right? And packet filtering firewalls are basically divided in two categories: stateful and stateless. Stateful packet filtering firewall and stateless packet filtering firewall. Stateless firewalls basically examine packets independently of one another and lack context, right? Making them easy targets for hackers, basically, right? So stateless firewalls doesn't contain any kind of database or doesn't maintain the database, so they don't remember the previous about the information of the previous packets. Are you getting my point? Stateless firewalls doesn't maintain or doesn't store the information about the previous packets, so that's why it's known as stateless, because it doesn't maintain any kind of storage, right? To just check related to previous packets. So it basically separately it examines each of the packet that are entering in the network. Whereas if I'm talking about stateful inspection firewall, that is also known as second generation firewall, It remembers information about previously passed packets and are considered much more secure because it stores the information about the previous packet, and it basically stores the information like from where it's coming, like the source address, destination IP address, source IP address, right? And if next packet is coming from the same source, so it will block that particular packet also. So that's why it maintains the storage, or it maintains the records of the previous packet. So if there is new packet coming from the same source or same kind of packet it's coming, then it can block. So that's why stateful inspection firewalls are considered as more secure firewalls, right? It's also known as dynamic packet filters. A stateful inspection firewall allows or blocks traffic based on state, port, and protocol, and it works on layer 4, that is transport layer of the OSI model. Are you getting my point? It basically stores the previously passed packets information, and that's why it's considered as more secure firewall. And that's why it's known as second generation, because definitely it is better than the first generation firewalls. Next we have third generation firewalls, that is also known as application layer firewall or application gateways, right? So these are the third generation firewalls. It basically works up to application layer. It has the ability to block specific content, also recognize when certain application and protocols like HTTP or FTP are being misused, right? This basically application gateway or application level gateway is a firewall proxy. It works as proxy which provides network security too. It basically filters incoming node traffic to certain specifications, which mean that only transmitted network application data is filtered, right? Such network applications include like FTP, Telnet, real-time streaming protocol, BitTorrent, and number of, right? So it basically protects up to the application layer, right? Next we have circuit level gateways. So circuit level gateways work at the session layer of the OSI model. It works on session layer of the OSI model, which the session layer is basically maintain the session of your communication, right? So basically it works there, or as a shim layer between the application layer and the transport layer of the TCP IP stack. This gateway monitors TCP handshaking between packets because it's working on session layer. That's why it monitors and maintains the TCP handshaking between packets from trusted clients or servers to untrusted hosts, and vice versa, to determine whether a requested session is legitimate or not. Alright, so it basically monitors all the sessions that are already connected, and accordingly it filters out the content which is not legitimate, right? So if there is illegitimate request or on session layer, it will just reject those packets. So this is circuit level gateways, which works on session layer of the OSI model. Now let's talk about next generation firewalls. So basically next generation firewalls provide deep packet inspection to discover or to uncover and reroute potentially dangerous traffic. It basically combines traditional firewall technology with additional functionality such as encrypted traffic inspection, intrusion prevention systems, antivirus, and many more, right? Most notably, it basically works on deep packet inspection. While basic firewalls only look at packet headers, right? Our traditional firewalls looks at packet headers, but deep packet inspection examines the complete packet, right? The data that is contained in that particular packet itself enabling users to more efficiently or more effectively identify, categorize, or stop packets with malicious data. So it basically works on deep packet inspection. It examines the complete packet with the header and the body of that particular packet. So if there is any malicious data that is in the header or in the packet, it will be filtered out, right? As you can see here in this diagram, what basically deep packet inspection is. So you can see here, deep packet inspection examines the data part of a packet, right? It not only examines the header of the packet, it also examines the data part of a packet. It provides you the functionality to filter and analyze messages, open and close ports, perform inline spam screening, eliminate attacks against the BIOS, proxy your IM traffic, instant messaging traffic, perform SSL session inspections, and ward off SSL sniffing, right? So you can see these are the functionalities that are provided by deep packet inspection. So today are most of the firewalls using this technology for filtering out the content in the network traffic, because today hackers are more knowledgeable and they are developing more malicious content that our traditional firewalls are not able to capture them or not able to filter out them. So that's why we need deep packet inspection today. Why we need it? To enable internal and external traffic segmentation, right? Who makes it? So we have number of vendors from where you can just go and take next generation firewalls like Checkpoint, Cisco, Dell, Barracuda, Fortinet, right? Juniper, and number of. Where it's headed, it's basically tighter integration with infrastructure and security ecosystem. It's basically works on encryption authentication, right? So this is next generation firewall. Now you can see here unified threat management, that is UTM, and it also works on next generation firewalls, right? So basically it's an approach to information security where a single hardware or software installation provides multiple security functions. So as I said, our next generation firewalls work on deep packet inspection. So that's why it provides number of functionalities, like it provides you user identity aware controls, email security, access point security, application controls, data loss prevention, content filtering, advanced threat production, gateway antivirus. So it provides lots of features, right? So basically an approach to information security where a single hardware software provides you multiple security functions. So you don't need to implement separate antiviruses, separate IDS, right? You can go for UTM, Unified Threat Management, next generation firewalls. This device typically combines in a loosely coupled way the functions of a stateful inspection firewalls with intrusion prevention and antivirus features. Alright, and next we have threat focused next generation firewalls. So basically it also provides advanced threat detection and remediation, because it also works on deep packet inspection. It provides better detection and suspicious activity with network and endpoint event correlation, right? So by using threat focused next generation firewalls, organizations can more effectively guard against today's advanced attacks, right? A next generation firewalls basically designed with three main strategic imperatives that are visibility driven, threat focused, and platform based in mind, right? And these three features or these three strategic imperatives raise it from being a point product to part of an intelligent threat focused system. All right, so these are the examples, or these are the types of next generation firewalls that you can implement in your network. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training, and in this video we are going to discuss some limitations of firewalls. So as we have learned that what is firewall, how it works, what are the types of firewalls that are available in the market, right? And now we are going to discuss what are the limitations we have in the firewall as we have implemented or we have developed functionalities in the firewall, number of functionalities in the firewall, but still we have some limitations, right? So that we are gonna discuss in this. So you can see here, so shifts in the threat landscape, a dramatic increase in the number and complexity of technologies that system admins have to deal with, and a flow of data that is drowning the signal in the noise have created a perilous situation that's putting security at risk, right? You can see here we are or the threat market. You can see that the hackers or the attackers are developing the number of threats or the new threats regularly, right? Daily they are developing number of malicious items or the like viruses, worms, or number of threats they are developing daily, right? So that's why we need that type of security in our network that could prevent from these new threats, right? But as we know that firewalls work on some predefined rules, some specific rules, so definitely it's not able to protect all the malicious content that are entering in your network, right? A firewall basically cannot prevent users or attackers with modems from dialing in or out to the internal network, right? And this bypassing the firewall in its protection completely. There are lots of strategies or lots of methodologies are in the market through which hackers or attackers can bypass the firewall even, right? So today we need those methodologies or those devices that could prevent from number of threats, right? That can read that particular complete packet, right? And if that particular packet is using any encryption technology, then it can decrypt that and read that particular encrypted content. If that particular encrypted content is malicious, then also it can be blocked, right? Because firewalls cannot enforce your password policies. Your firewalls cannot prevent your packets if it contains any password policies, right? Or it can prevent misuse of passwords. Your password policies is very crucial in this area because it outlines acceptable conduct and sets the ramifications of non-compliance. So your firewall devices also cannot protect your network from password policies, right? Your firewalls are ineffective against non-technical security risks such as social engineering. So your firewall cannot protect social engineering kind of attacks where there is no technical requirement, right? So because social engineering is an attack where where basically hacker or the attacker manipulate the human. It doesn't manipulate the resources, doesn't manipulate the systems, it only manipulate the human, right? So that's why social engineering is called as art, not an attack, because in social engineering uh, we don't use any kind of application, we don't use any kind of software that could be blocked by the firewall, right? So it cannot prevent you from non-technical kind of attacks like social engineering. It cannot stop your internal traffic, your internal users from accessing website with malicious code, right? Because if you are using firewall, see, if you are using firewall, network based firewall, then it only can protect your incoming and outgoing traffic, right? But if there is any malicious activity that is going on internally, right, so it cannot protect it from those kind of traffic. So for that, either you can go to implement host based firewalls, like every system contains a firewall so that it can
prevent your internal traffic too, right? Firewalls also cannot protect you from poor decisions. It cannot protect you when your security policy is not strictly followed, right? So basically we don't only need a firewall in our network to protect if from malicious attacks. We need number of devices, number of security applications to be implemented in the network, right? So for that, you can implement number of firewalls like network based firewalls, host based firewalls, web application firewalls if you are maintaining web servers, right? Plus IDS, IPS, right? So these are the security devices that you need to implement in your firewall, because if one device can be bypassed, let's examine, if your firewall would be bypassed, then that particular traffic or that particular malicious content will be captured by the IDS, right? So that's why we need to implement number of devices, security devices in your network. Next, you can see here how firewalls got worse as they got better. As we know that we are using modern firewalls, right? They are working on next generation firewall technology. They are implemented with deep packet inspection with lots of features, but still they are not better for the human, because it's increasingly difficult to operate and manage, often leveraging separate and loosely integrated solutions to tackle different threats and compliance requirements, right? Because as we are using modern firewalls, right, but they have lots of features that could not be managed or that could not be operated by the human, right, by the employees or by the number of people who are working in that particular domain. So it's very difficult to maintain all the network traffic and all the features at the same time, right? So that's why if you are going for next generation firewalls or which contains lots of features, like it contains antivirus technology, it also contains the IDS systems, right? So it will be difficult to manage, right? Because it contains loosely integrated solutions, and to tackle the different threats and compliance requirements, it will be worse, right? So that's why our modern firewalls are also getting worse. Now let's discuss about number of threats and vulnerabilities that are in firewalls, right? So here are some of the threats and vulnerabilities of the firewall applications and devices. So basically, like insider attacks, missed security patches, configuration mistakes, a lack of deep packet inspection, and DOS or DDoS kind of attacks. So basically, if I'm talking about insider attacks, so it's like when a perimeter firewall is meant to keep away from attacks that originate from outside of your network. So basically, what happens when the attacker starts from the inside? If there is an attacker who is inside your network, you can protect your network from outside traffic. That's cool. But what when there is an attacker who is inside your network? So basically, this is known as insider attack. So typically, these perimeter firewalls become useless. After all, the attacker is already on your system, right? So basically, your firewalls will not be able to protect your internal traffic, the attacks that are happening inside your network, right? Maybe it can be disgruntled employees who is just sending a number of sensitive information to some other, right? Or maybe he or maybe an employee is using internet connection and it's just downloading or installing malicious content in the particular computer system, right? So you can't protect each and every system in your network
if you have not implemented host-based firewalls. So it cannot be protected insider attacks. So your firewalls cannot specifically protect insider-based attacks. Next, we have missed security patches. So basically, for any software program, there are vulnerabilities that attackers may exploit, right? When firewall vendors discover these vulnerabilities, they usually work to create a patch for basically to fix that particular vulnerability as soon as, right? The best fix for this problem is to create and stick to a strict patch management schedule, right? So due to missed security patches, or due to the security patches that is not due to the security loopholes or the vulnerabilities that are not patched, an attacker can exploit those loopholes or those vulnerabilities, right? So for that, you can use a complete patch management system. So if there is any vulnerability that is in the market of that particular firewall, it can be patched at the particular time. Next, we have configuration mistakes. So even when a firewall is in place on your network and has all the latest vulnerability patches, it can still cause number of problems if the firewall's configuration settings create conflicts, right? So if you have created number of rules and they are not and they are basically misconfigured, right? They are just conflicting from number of rules, like one rule is conflicting the another rule. So this is mismanagement of your firewall, and that could lead to a security issue. Another problem we have, a lack of deep inspection. So it basically uses a firewall that can perform deep packet inspection to check information packets for known malware, so it can be rejected, right? So if your firewall is lacking with deep packet inspection technology, then your firewall could lead to the security vulnerability. So make sure that today, as for the network security purpose, you are implementing new next generation firewall technology, which basically works on deep packet inspection. So you must make sure that you are using next generation firewall technologies. Another, we have DOS or DDoS kind of attacks. So basically, firewalls can mitigate some type of DOS and DDoS attacks. They can still be overloaded by protocol attacks, right? What when your firewall will be flooded with number of packets? So your firewall will be blocked, will be jammed, right? And it will not work properly. Denial of service is basically an attack where hacker or the attacker forwarding number of requests, right, at the same time and blocking the service of that particular application or that particular resource, right? Whether you can put DOS or DDoS attack on web application, right? So your web application will not work effectively. It will be blocked or jammed. Same like that, you can block or you can put DOS or DDoS kind of attack on your wireless system, right? So your number of people will not be able to get the internet connection, right? Same like that, you can put DOS or DDoS attack on a firewall or security devices, because because firewall is analyzing each and every packet, right? And if you are forwarding number of packets at the same time, so firewall will be blocked for some particular period of time, right? And in that particular period of time, you can bypass number of malicious packets. So this is the number of threats and vulnerabilities that is in firewall. Now let's discuss how firewalls must improve. So basically, firewall must deal with modern threats that are more advanced, evasive, and targeted than ever before, right? So you must use modern firewalls in place of traditional firewalls, because also it uses deep packet inspection, right? And also it's basically works on dynamic application control technologies. So it basically works number of features, so it can prevent you from number of attacks. But for this, you need to understand, you need to learn how you can manage your next generation firewalls effectively, right? This is the important thing. Integrate a full suite of threat protection, right? So this is what I was saying, that you must implement, you must integrate a full suite of threat protection. So you can't only go for firewalls, you must implement number of devices so that you can protect your network from today's modern threats. So you need to implement or integrate a full suite of threat protection. Maybe it's antivirus, it's IDS, IPS, firewall, right? Number of firewalls, even not only a single firewall, web application firewall, network firewall, right? Host based firewalls, separate antiviruses, IDS applications, VPNs. So you must implement a complete suite of threat protection, right? So this is only how you can protect your networking resources, right? Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are gonna discuss some firewall security recommendations and best practices. All right. So some of the recommendations are: know your network. Now this is the most important thing. You must know the complete architecture of your network, right? You must know about the complete network structure, what traffic can be traveled from your network, right? What are the number of devices, where it resides, and how you can implement security in your network. So if you have the complete knowledge of your network, then only you can prevent it from network attacks, right? Because if you don't have any idea about your network and you are just implementing some firewalls or security devices, then it can't prevent you, because you can't create number of rules, set of rules that is very necessary for your firewalls, right? So for this, you must know about your complete network architecture and what are the requirements you have for your network security, right? Then form a firewall change control board. So if there is any change in the firewall, maybe it's a new update, or maybe it's a new rule that needs to be created, so you must have a firewall change control board that could update, that could manage the firewall very effectively. Alert users and admins prior to firewall rule changes, right? So if there is any rule change in the firewall, then it could be notified for all the users and the admins first. Document all rules and use comments to explain the purpose of specific rules, because it's very necessary if you are working as a network security admin, but after some time if there is new network security admin who is appointed in that particular scenario, so he could understand the why that particular rule has been created, right? Or later on, even you can understand why you had created that particular rule, right? So what you can do, you can just use a comment, right? Comment option in which you can write that why that particular rule has been why that particular rule has been created, right? So you can just explain the work of that particular rule. Next we have avoid use of any in firewall allow rules. Now what is this? Basically, if I'm just creating a rule, allow any to any, right? Now what is this? Allow the traffic that is coming from any IP address, right? One any is used for IP address, and to any. Now next, any is used for for port, right? So what is this? It's basically allowing any IP address to any port. Now you could imagine how vulnerable it is, how attackers can misuse this rule, because here we have specified any, so means any IP address will be allowed to any port, right? So you must not use any keyword in the allow rules. In place of this, what you can write, you can write allow, then specific IP address like 192.168.1.2 to port 22. Now this is the specific rule. Now this is the rule that will not create any vulnerability, right? So if you are using any rule in your firewall, then it could create a vulnerability, or it could create a loophole in your firewalls. So you must avoid to use any keyword in your firewall rules. Next we have deny all first, and then add exceptions. So basically this is how you can just create a rule in which you are denying all of the connections except this. Maybe you have some of the blacklisted content, right? Maybe you have a blacklist of maybe you have IP addresses, number of IP addresses, or the list of IP addresses of which are blacklisted, right, which are not allowed in your network. So what you can do, you can just deny all these blacklisted IP addresses, and then exceptions will be given. Review rules regularly and remove unused rules on a regular basis. This is also necessary. Just update the rules, just keep monitoring your firewall, and if there is need of changes in the rules, then you must update them. Organize firewall rules for performance, right? If you want that your firewall perform better, then you must organize the rules. You must monitor the activities of the firewall, right? So that if there is any, if it needs any changes in the rules, or or the rules needs some modification, then you can just update them. So these are some of the firewall security recommendations and best practices. So here we have finished this module. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training, and today we are going to discuss introduction to wireless network security, right? So as we are talking about network security, we are learning network security, so wireless network security is also the important concept, right? Because today everyone's using smart devices that are embedded with wireless technology, right? And these devices are everywhere, at home, in organizations, everywhere where we are, right? Which basically possesses some significant security risk. So basically, as a result, network and information security admins must understand the risk inherent in wireless technology, right? So basically this course is intended for learners who support, design, or assess IEEE 802.11 wireless environment, also known as Wi-Fi, right? Hands-on activities are also presented from the hacker's perspective that will learn to understand a wireless attacker's methodology, right? So by using number of practicals, number of hands-on exercises, you will be able to get to know like how hackers or the attackers can capture the wireless network traffic, or how they can just hack the Wi-Fi connections, right? So there are lots of stuff to do. Let's first discuss about the course objective. So in this we have wireless network, then wireless network standards, threats and vulnerabilities, network security standards, Wi-Fi security testing, and at last we will be discussing wireless security configuration and network isolation. All right, so let's get started. First, we have public Wi-Fi. Wow, it's a public Wi-Fi. So you might love free Wi-Fi connection or public Wi-Fi hotspot in a public place. Really? And it seems like a lifesaver when you are traveling, obviously. But think, hackers also love public Wi Fi because when people decide to use public Wi Fi, they make themselves an easy target for hackers and put their information at more risk. When considering whether to connect to these free Wi-Fi connection or public Wi-Fi hotspots at coffee shops or at airports, railway stations, etc., I'll suggest don't. Right? Don't go for free public Wi-Fi connections or Wi-Fi hotspots because they are the most vulnerable connections, most vulnerable paths, because here the hacker or the attacker resides and they basically can sniff the network traffic or the pack or basically the connection you are doing in your free Wi-Fi hotspots. All right, so don't go for public Wi-Fi. I know it's very cool. You can just go for free accessing of your network, right? But don't go for it. And if it's necessary for you to go for public Wi-Fi, you need to go, then don't access your personal stuff. Don't access your your sensitive information, right? Don't access your e-bankings or your Facebook accounts or your LinkedIn accounts. Don't access your personal stuff, right? Either you can go for some googling stuff, you can just go for Google and search for anything, but don't go for personal stuff. Are you getting my point? So this is the public Wi-Fi. Next we can see the Norton Cybersecurity Insight Report that is announced 594 million people around the world were victims of cybercrime in 2015, with 21 of Americans getting their email hacked and 12% having their financial data stolen after shopping online. So this is the facts and statistics that you can see of 2015, right? As why we are discussing 2015, because our wireless technology has not updated yet, right? We are using that particular technology of Wi-Fi. 60% of consumers think using public Wi-Fi is riskier than using a public restroom, right? 81% of people would feel devastated if their financial information were compromised. So this is the scenario you can see. Public basically with public Wi-Fi available everywhere, what seems like a convenience but can actually put you at risk, right? Free public Wi-Fi is a hacker's playground for stealing personal identifications, personal information, right? So don't go for public Wi-Fi. Now let's discuss what basically wireless network is and some of the important terms. So a wireless network is a network that uses radio waves, right? That uses radio waves to link computers and other devices together. This implementation is done at layer 1, that is physical layer of the OSI model. A wireless or wireless local area network, basically WLAN, uses radio waves to connect devices such as laptops, mobile phones to the internet and to your business network and its applications, right? The term wireless is generally used to describe equipment in technologies operating in the radio frequency spectrum between 3 Hz to 300 GHz. Examples of wireless equipment are like cell phones, laptops, mobiles, right? Amplifications, FMs, radios, wireless networking devices, and radar systems. Most wireless networking equipment operates in a small portion of the RF spectrum, radio frequency spectrum, between 2.4 GHz and 66 GHz, right? Wireless technology is here to stay, so securing a wireless network from attackers is a primary concern. As today we are using wireless devices, right? Basically the devices that contains the wireless equipments, wireless technology. So definitely we need to protect our devices, our resources from wireless attacks, right? Basically a wired network uses cable to connect devices, right? But wireless network allows devices to stay connected to the network but without using any wires. So wireless networks are a powerful tool for boosting productivity and encouraging information sharing. That's why wireless technology is also vulnerable for number of attacks, right? See, when we were connected through wired network, we were not that vulnerable, because your internal network is connected with the particular LAN, right? You were using wireless wired cables, so you were using cables, so it was not very easy to get connected with those cables for the hackers or the attackers worldwide. But now you can see today we are connected through internet, right? And we are using wireless technology. So as the technology is growing, it's making us vulnerable, it's making us more vulnerable, right? So if we are developing wireless technology, so definitely we are creating a path for hackers too, because now we are connected through internet, and now anyone from anywhere can attempt an attack on us. That's why we need more protection, right? Now here you can see some of the important terms that will be used in wireless technology, such as access point, SSID, BSSID, and bandwidth. So what is access point? So basically this point allows devices to connect to the wireless network without cables. This is the point where the mobile device, computers connect to the wireless network, right? This access point acts like an amplifier for your network, right? Basically, while a router provides the bandwidth is provided by the router. And what is bandwidth? Bandwidth is the amount of information that can be transferred over the connection. It is provided by the router, right? An access point extends that bandwidth so that the network can support many devices, and those devices can access the network from further away. You got my point? Access point and the bandwidth. So bandwidth is provided by the router, and access point can extend that bandwidth so that number of people can get connected to that access point, and the devices that are far away from that particular network can also get connected with that access point. Now what is SSID? So SSID is basically the unique ID, unique identification of that particular access point, right? It's a unique identification that consists of 32 characters and is used for naming the wireless network, right? So it's basically a name that you use to make it recognizable for your network. So basically, when multiple wireless networks overlap in a certain location, SSIDs make sure that data gets sent to the correct destination, because it's a unique identification. And if you are going to share your data or you are going to connect it, you can just specify, you can just recognize that this is your network through which you want to get connect, right? The SSID is basically different than the name that is assigned to a wireless router. So wireless router name is different and SSID name is different. Next we have BSSID. BSSID is basically the MAC address of the wireless access point. This is the MAC address of your access point. It's generated by combining the 24-bit organization unique identifier and the manufacturer's assigned 24-bit identifier for the radio chipset in the wireless access point. So you don't need to create BSSID, it's already manufactured, right? But you can create SSID for your network, for your access point, right? And last, bandwidth. So bandwidth is basically the capacity of a wired or wireless network communications link to transmit the maximum amount of data from one point to another over computer network, or you can say a network connection, internet connection, in a given amount of time, right? So this is a bandwidth. Bandwidth is basically defined as a range within a band of frequencies or wavelengths, right? And bandwidth is also the amount of data or the amount of traffic that can be transmitted in a fixed amount of time, right? And it's usually expressed in bits per second or bytes per second. So this is bandwidth. So these are the 4 most important terms that you need to understand when you are just learning wireless technology. It's access point, SSID, BSSID, and bandwidth. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. And in this video, we will be discussing wireless network standards. That is the most important concept when learning wireless security or wireless technology, right? So we'll be discussing wireless network standards. So let's get started. Now you can see this is IEEE standard. This is the complete chart that we have created for you to easily understand what are the IEEE standards for wireless technology, the frequency, medium, speed, topology, transmission range, and access method. All right. So basically in 1997, the IEEE, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineer, created the first wireless LAN standard, wireless local area network standard. They called it 802.11, right? So but unfortunately 802.11 only supported a maximum network bandwidth of 2 Mbps, right? And 2.4 gigahertz of frequency, and it's too slow for most applications, right? This is the frequency, it's 2.4 gigahertz, and the speed is up to 2 Mbps, right? So it's only for 20 feet indoors, so it's very slow for most of the devices or most of the applications. Next, 802.11a, published in 1999. It uses the data link layer protocol and frame format of as the original standard, but an orthogonal frequency division multiplexing also, right? It's based on OFDM air interface. It operates in the 5 gigahertz bandwidth with a maximum net data rate of 54 Mbps plus error connection code also, right? So you can see it's up to 25 to 75 feet indoors. Range can be affected by building materials, definitely it can be, right? But now you can see in this technology, it's up to, the frequency will be up to 5 gigahertz, right? And speed is up to 54 Mbps. Then 802.11 B will be was developed, uses the same 2.4 gigahertz frequency as the original 802.11 standard, right? But it supports a maximum theoretical rate of 11 Mbps, right? and has a range up to 150 feet. So devices operating in the 2.4 gigahertz range includes like our devices, microwaves, ovens, Bluetooth devices, baby monitors, some cordless telephones, and amateur radio equipment. So some of the devices that can be controlled, that can be connected by using this technology, because it's working on 2.4 gigahertz frequency, and the speed is up to 11 mbps. So that is sufficient for our for some of our devices, right? And the range is up to 150 feet indoors. Then in 2003, a third modulation standard was evolved, that is 802.11g, right? This standard uses the same OFDM technology, that is orthogonal frequency division multiplexing technology. This works in the 2.4 gigahertz band and also supports a maximum theoretical rate of 54 mbps. Now you can see the difference. So it basically uses the 2.4 gigahertz frequency, and the range and the speed is up to 54 mbps. So it's combined the technology of 802.11 and 802.11a, right? So that's why it's better than all of the other. So and the range, you can see it's up to 150 feet indoors, right? At the same time, consumer wireless routers were getting better with higher power and better coverage than earlier generations, because it's the basic standard that that market needs, right? And in 2009, with the development of 802.11n standard, Wi-Fi become more faster and more reliable, because it supports a maximum transfer rate of 600 mbps. It uses multiple input and multiple output technology, where multiple transmitters and receivers operate simultaneously at one or both ends of the link, right? 802.11n operates in both the 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz bands. So you can see it, you can just range the frequency, you can check the speed, it's 600 mbps, right? And the transmission range, it's 175 plus feet indoors, right? So that's why today we are using these two technologies, 802.11g and 802.11n, but it depends on your device. It could be using 802.11b. So depending on your device, it's using the wireless standards, right? And our latest technology is implementing 802.11n because it supports up to 600 mbps speed, and the transmission range or the frequency is up to 2.4 gigahertz to 5 gigahertz. So that's why it's more better than any other technology, right? So this is all about wireless network standards. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training, and in this video we are gonna discuss some of the most common Wi-Fi threats and vulnerabilities, right? There are number of security issues or the vulnerabilities that could make difficulty to create or to implement Wi-Fi security for the network security admins, right? So here we will be discussing top 10 Wi-Fi security vulnerabilities. Let's start with rogue access points or ad hoc networks, right? So first, it's basically a rogue access point is a wireless access point that has been installed on a secured network without any authorization from the network admin, right? It's a kind of fake access point, you can say, because it's created without the permission of the network admin. This is basically a common security threat that is often used by attackers to trick businesses or trick people into believing that they are connecting to the real network or to the legitimate access point, but actually it's not, right? But in reality, they are falling into a trap, right, that has been set by the hacker. All right, so by using the wrong access point, by just connecting or by just connecting the number of people to it, to their wrong access point or the fake access point, they could interrupt the confidential information. They can steal the sensitive data from the business in particular. All right, and about ad hoc network, this is basically the ad hoc network doesn't rely on a pre-existing infrastructures, right? That's why it's known as ad hoc, such as routers in the wired network or access point in managed wireless network, right? And it possesses number of security threats. Ad hoc network possess number of security threats. All right, so rogue access point and ad hoc networks are the first and the most common threat for the wireless networks. Basically, let's take an example. A rogue access point is usually set up by the government or the business, right? Just to find out the malicious attacker with the possible intention of ruining the organization for his or her own personal benefits. All right, so the attacker could fool the legitimate client by changing its SSID to the same as that used by the target organization. Next, we have how to prevent from it. So basically, to prevent your organization from these kind of ad hoc networks or rogue access points or access networks, you can install a WIPS, wireless intrusion prevention system, to monitor the radio spectrums, radio frequencies of unauthorized access points, right? And take an action accordingly. Next, we have denial of service or distributed denial of service. So as we have discussed earlier about DOS and DDoS kind of attacks, right? So this DOS or DDoS attack, it is implemented or it is done on the wireless networks, right? So basically, in this type of attack, an attacker tries to prevent or to prohibit the normal use of the network communication by just flooding number of fake or bogus packets, right? Invalid messages, duplicate IPs or MAC addresses. So basically, the attacker is trying to jam the network signals, or you can say to jam the traffic of that particular network. So this can cause legitimate users to not to be able to get onto the network and may even cause the network to crash, right? These attacks basically rely on the abuse of protocols such as extensible authentication protocol. And to basically prevent your network from DOS and DDoS attacks, what you can do, you can just install wireless intrusion prevention system and intrusion detection system, so that if there is any illegitimate activity or sudden request you are getting in your network, you can just block that particular IP address. You can block your network from denial of service attack, or either you can go for the bandwidth extension. So basically, if you can't block that particular IP address, you can go for bandwidth extension. So when you are just getting number of requests for a particular period of time, you can extend the bandwidth at that time. All right, so these are the basic wireless threats. Next, we have configuration problems, or basically you can say misconfigurations or incomplete configurations. Basically, if you are going for default configuration, it is vulnerable, and if our application or our system is misconfigured, then it is problematic too, right? Because default configuration is the configuration that is known by the hackers or the attackers, right? So if your system, if your network is configured by default, then it can create a vulnerability or the threat to your network. Or if it is misconfigured, then also it will create a vulnerability in your network. So basically, configuration issues often result in vulnerabilities and can pose significant security threat on your business, in your organization, Wi-Fi on the whole. Right? So do not use individually managed access points in your network organization. You can use a centrally managed WLAN that is safer and more effective because it provides you number of security benefits, such as you can go for periodic audits and coordinated updates to reduce the problems. It will give you the improved reliability and low risk. All right, so you must be assured that your system, your network should not be default configured and misconfigured. Right, so these are basically configuration problems or configuration issues. Next we have passive capturing. So passive capturing is basically performed by simply getting within the range of a target wireless network and then listening or capturing the data that is traveling across the network and listening to that particular conversation, you can say. Right, so this information can be used for number of things, including attempting to break some security postures or the security settings, right, or by to analyze the non-secured traffic. So basically, if there is non-secured traffic in your network, then it can be easily viewed or it can be easily listened because it doesn't contain the encrypted context, so it can be read in the plain context, in the plain text. So it is almost impossible to really prevent this type of attack because of the nature of a wireless network. But what you can do, you can just use encryption protocols or encryption technology to prevent your data from being readable, right, by the attackers or the hackers. So you must use secure protocols to forward any data to just communicate in your network, right? Don't use the non-secured protocols or non-encrypted protocols in your network. Next we have identity spoofing, or it's referred as MAC spoofing. Here in identity spoofing, we will be discussing about MAC spoofing. Basically, you can use identity theft, right? For MAC spoofing or IP spoofing, you can just use it. But here we are referring MAC spoofing. So in this type of attack, basically the attacker gains access to privileged data or privileged information and various resources of your network, such as printers or servers or a number of workstations, by assuming the identity of a valid user in the network. Now, how it can be happen if the hacker or the attacker knows that this particular MAC address is authorized, is legitimate, and it's authorized to access these resources in the network, right? Then what the hacker or the attacker can do, he can spoof its MAC address to that particular MAC address which is legitimate and access those resources, right? So MAC address can be spoofed, right? And the hacker can access those resources which are only authorized for that particular MAC address. So this is how identity theft can be done in wireless networks, and this is the most important vulnerability when we're talking about wireless threats and vulnerabilities. Next we have session hijacking. So session hijacking, in basically session hijacking, an attacker takes an authorized and authenticated session away from the legitimate user of the network, right? The legitimate user thinks that the session got lost, or maybe it's a kind of network disconnectivity. It's a normal malfunction of the WLAN, but actually he has no idea that the session has been taken over by the attacker, right? So let, for an example, like if there is attacker A and there is a authorized user B, right? So attacker can take access of the legitimate session of the user B, right? Now B will think that this is a kind of network disconnectivity issue, or it can be any kind of issue is going on in their network, but actually A is accessing, or the attacker is accessing its resources, right? This attack occurs in real time and the attacker uses the session for whatever purpose he or she wants, and then can maintain the session for an extended period of time. Like for an example, if you're just using facebook.com in my network, right, and I just want to access your account, so what I can do, I can just implement basically session hijacking attack, and after that I will use your session, right? I will access your portal, your account, but you will think that there is a kind of internet connectivity issue, right? Because only one person can access at the particular period of time. So I can access, but you will get a network connectivity issue. So this is how session hijacking works. Basically, firstly, the attacker masquerades all as the valid target to the wireless network, right? When this requires a successful eavesdropping on the target communication to gather the necessary information. Then the attacker can flood this system with a sequence of spoofed disassociate packets to keep the legitimate target out of the session, right? So this is session hijacking. Next we have evil twin access points. So this is basically a raw access points can easily advertise the same SSID as that of the legitimate access point. Evil twin, basically here we are using twin concept, right? Here you will get two SSID, two network with the same SSID, but one is for the evil purpose and second is the real one, right? So this can easily trick nearby Wi-Fi users to connect to them because they can't distinguish between the legitimate and the fake access point at a moment they notice. So it is not too difficult to create an evil twin access point or the fake access point for malicious purposes. There are so many tools that you can use, like Karmetasploit, right? And it allows you to create fake access point and capture passwords, gather data, and conduct browser-based attacks against clients, right? This is evil twin access point. Next we have replay attack. Replay, where we are just forwarding the packet again, replaying, right? So this type of attack is basically a not real-time attack, and it uses the legitimate authentication session to access the WLAN, right? In this, basically the attacker first captures the authentication of a session, right? And later on the attacker will replay authenticated sessions to gain access to the network without basically altering or interfering with the original session or number of sessions that he has taken. Next we have dictionary or brute force attack. So it's a kind of password based attacks. The hacker or the attacker can capture the password, can crack the password of your Wi-Fi network, right, by using dictionary and brute force methods. So a brute force is a method that involves trying all possible keys in order to decrypt the message or the password in order to crack the password, right? Whereas dictionary attack only try the possibilities which are most likely to succeed when derived from the dictionary file. So dictionary attack, where it uses only the dictionary keywords, and brute force attack, where it tries all the possible entries like uh, alphabets, numerics, alphanumerics and all, the combination of all, right? Then at last we have WEP, WPA and WPA2 weaknesses. So due to the weaknesses in the encryption protocol of the Wi-Fi standards, it could be possible that a hacker, the attacker, could steal your information, can get access to your wireless network, right? So these wireless security protocols include some of the weaknesses that we will be discussing in our next videos. All right. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. In this video, we are going to discuss some wireless network security standards and their weaknesses, right? So let's begin with WEP. It's a wired equivalent privacy, right? So this is the first developed encryption protocol for wireless networks. These are the encryption protocols, right, for maintaining the security of your wireless networks. And this is the first wireless encryption protocol that is developed in 1999. As its name implies, WEP, that is wired equivalent privacy, it was designed to provide the same level of security as of wired networks. All right. WEP has many well-known security flaws, but it is difficult to configure and can be easily broken, right? So you can see the security is very poor, security is poor, and configurable is hard. So it was hard to configure and easy to break. Several weaknesses have been discovered of WEP encryption technology, right, that allows an attacker to easily read the content, because it doesn't use any encryption protocol, or the data that is traveling is in plain text. So WEP encryption uses a shared key authentication and sends the same key with data packets that are being transmitted across the wireless network, right? So if malicious user have enough time and gather enough data, then they can eventually piece together their own key. They can basically find the exact key of that particular WEP network, right? So it is very easy to crack the key or the password of this kind of encryption technology. Next we have WPA. So it is introduced as an interim security enhancement over WEP, while the 802.11i wireless security standard was being developed. Most current WPA implementations use pre-shared key, right? Pre-shared key, that is also known as PSK, and commonly referred to as WPA personal and the temporal key integrity protocol for encryption. WPA Enterprise uses an authentication server to generate keys or the certificates for verifying the system on that particular network, right? WPA uses much stronger encryption algorithm than WEP. But still, you can see the configuration is more or less and the security is poor, right? WPA uses TKIP, that is temporary key integrity protocol, which dynamically changes as data packets are sent across the network. That's why it's not that good, right, in security. If the need arises to change the global key, WPA will automatically advertise the new key to all devices on the network without having to manually change them, right? So TKIP protocol also has some weaknesses. That's why it's not more secure enough. Then WPA2 Wi-Fi Protected Access version 2 was discovered in 2004. It was based on 802.11i wireless security standard, right, and finalized in 2004. This is the most significant enhancement to WPA2 over WPA, right, because it uses the encryption technology, that is Advanced Encryption Standard, AES, right. The security that is provided by AES is sufficient and for use by the US government to encrypt information classified as top secret, right? So it's probably good enough to protect your secrets as well, but it also contains lots of vulnerabilities or the weaknesses. As you can see, the security is good, configurable is norm, but still it has some of the weaknesses, like AES 128-bit protocol is breakable, right? It takes lot of time, but still it's breakable. Moderate security due to the insider attacks, right? And also spoofing attack is possible. Stealth mode ARP poisoning attack is possible, right? That's why it's still vulnerable. Now next we have WPA3. It's Wi-Fi Protected Access version 3, right? So basically protecting Wi-Fi from hackers is one of the most important tasks in network security or in cyber security. So which is why the arrival of the next generation wireless security protocol, that is also known as WPA3, deserves the attention. Not only it is going to keep Wi-Fi connections safe, but also it will help you to save your own security shortcomings, right? WPA3 will protect your data against dictionary attacks by implementing a new key exchange protocol, right? So that's why here you can see the security is excellent and the configurable is excellent. Now we can discuss more about this. WPA3 is the next generation of Wi-Fi security. As I said, it's a WPA3 encryption protocol, or the technology is the next generation of Wi-Fi security, right? Because it supports new features to enhance the security of your wireless networks. Not only is it going to keep Wi-Fi connection safe, but also it will save you from your own security shortcomings, right? It supports forward secrecy, meaning that any traffic that came across your transom before an outsider gain access will remain encrypted, right? Like when you log into any of the network, like in coffee shops or in office buildings or at airports, when you will get WPA3 device, your connection will automatically be encrypted without the need for additional credentials, right? It does so using an established standard called opportunistic wireless encryption, right? So once all your devices support WPA3, you could disable the WPA2 connectivity settings from your router to improve the security. And the same way you might disable the other settings, like if you're using WPA2, right? So finally you will be able to use WPA3 security encryption protocol, right? That's why it's known as the next generation of Wi-Fi security, because it enhances the security by implementing new features, new security technologies, new encryption technologies. All right. Now here let's discuss wireless security testing. So it's very obvious, or it's very necessary to test your network security, whether it's wired or wireless, but you need to test the security of your network, right? So here we will be discussing about wireless security testing. Let's start with this. So here, wireless security testing basically is this step to identifying Wi-Fi networks, including wireless fingerprinting, information leakage, and signal leakage. So if there is any leakage or if there is any loophole in your wireless network, in your Wi-Fi network, then you can examine, you can identify those loopholes, those weaknesses, and after that you can just patch them. You can just implement the security accordingly, right? You can also determine the encryption weaknesses, such as if the encryption can be crackable, your wireless network can be sniffed or can be hijacked, right? So basically you can determine whether your encryption protocols, encryption technology is properly working in your Wi-Fi network or not, right? So by using wireless security testing, you can examine these network security encryption problems in your network, and you can just analyze them, and later on you can just use another security protocols and another encryption protocols just to patch those vulnerabilities, just to patch from those loopholes. Also, you can identify opportunities to penetrate a network by using wireless or evading WLAN access control measures. Alright, you can identify legitimate users' identities and credentials to access otherwise private networks and services. So basically, you can examine, you can analyze, you can find out the details of your wireless network by just doing security testing, right? Also known as pen testing of your wireless network, penetration testing or vulnerability analysis of your wireless network, right? Now, what is vulnerability analysis and penetration testing? Vulnerability analysis is basically to find out the vulnerabilities or the loopholes of your network or your system, basically in which you are just finding out whether it may be web application or a network or a wireless network or a mobile device, anything. But in vulnerability analysis, our job is to find out the vulnerabilities, find out the loopholes, right, so that we can patch them. But in penetration testing, the add-on is that we need to find the vulnerabilities that are exploitable, and we need to show that these vulnerabilities can be exploited, right? So if anybody or your network admin or any of your client is asking for vulnerability analysis, then you need to show the vulnerabilities that are found in that particular resource, right? But in case if they are looking for penetration testing, then you need to give the report with the exploitable vulnerabilities, that this vulnerability can be exploited like this. So you need to represent the exploitable part of that particular vulnerability. So that's why penetration testing, is the high level of testing, right? And it is very sensitive, because here you are exploiting the vulnerabilities. Here you are showing how that particular vulnerability can be exploited, right? So basically you can go for vulnerability analysis of your wireless network or penetration testing of your wireless network, and check out the protocols and the services that are running in your wireless network, or the encryption protocols that you have implemented in your wireless network. And if it needs to be implemented for more security, then you can go ahead. Now, what will be the benefits of using wireless security testing? So as I said, it will give you the real world insight into your vulnerabilities. It will give you the complete idea of your wireless network infrastructure, and also you can get all the vulnerabilities. The real world insight into your vulnerabilities. You can detect default Wi-Fi routers. If your routers, your Wi-Fi routers are default, if your routers are basically configured by default, then you can configure it accordingly, according to your own requirements, right? Because default configuration is the vulnerability of your network, and identify insecure wireless encryption standards, right? So basically, you can detect if you are using insecure wireless encryption standards in your Wi-Fi network, in your wireless network, and you can implement to the best and later Wi-Fi encryption standards such as WPA2 or WPA3, right? Then you can identify ROC or open access points. If there are access points that are fake or some of the access points that are open in your network and some of the people or your employees are uh, going to connect to that particular fake access points, then you can stop them or you can just block those fake access points in your network, right? You can spot misconfigured or accidentally duplicated wireless network, right? Then you can flag security vulnerabilities in Bluetooth technology. So as if you're using Bluetooth technology in your network, then you can also flag out or you can just find out the security vulnerabilities in your Bluetooth technology and you can patch them. So these are the some of the benefits that you can take by using wireless security testing or by just going for wireless security testing. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. Today we are gonna crack WPA or WPA2 network by using AirCrack NG, right? So the objective of this lab, this video is to capture the WPA or WPA2 authentication handshake first, and then we will be using AirCrack NG to crack the pre-shared key. All right, here we are using Kali Linux platform. So first, let's open the terminal. This is the terminal, right? And here, first we need to kill all the wireless traffic. For that, type here airmon hyphen ng, then check and kill, right? So this is the complete command. Press enter. Now you can see we got disconnected with the network, and so that it has killed this process. The process ID is 909 and this is the process name. Okay, so here we have stopped our connectivity with the internet. Now we are gonna use arrow dump hyphen ng and wlan 0, right? So it will display the BSS IDs that are connected, right? The channel details are here. You can see this is the BSS ID, the channel details. Okay, for this SSID, so this is the SSID, like the name of the network. So here I will be using Dukara, right? The channel number is 9. You can see this is 9 and BSSID is this. Okay, so I'll be using this, that's why I'm just copying the BSSID. Here I can stop. Alright, so here I'll be using the Dukara and the BSSID is this. Copy this, right? And now type the command here arrow dump hyphen ng space hyphen c and the channel. So channel is 9. You can see this is 9 for this network, this SSID, which I'm going to crack. Okay, so the channel number is 9, then hyphen hyphen BSSID and paste that BSSID that I have copied. So I'm just pasting it. Then space hyphen W, then PSK and WLAN 0. Okay, so I have just given all the information and now it has started frames you can see that it's capturing on this particular BSSID, and all these stations that are connected through this BSSID are listed here, right? All these sessions, or you can say stations, or the basically the MAC addresses or the systems MAC addresses that are connected with this BSSID are listed here, and the frames are here. Okay, now what we are gonna do, we are gonna open another terminal, the new tab, and I'm going to use AirPlay -ng, right? Then -0 1 -a, then paste that BSSID. So I'm just copying it again. This is the BSSID. Copy it, then paste. All right, after pasting the BSSID, then -c and the channel or the station ID. So here I'm gonna use this station ID is this C4. Basically you can use any of these station ID, right? But here I'm using this station because it's receiving a number of packets, the more number of packets. That's why I'm using this. Then paste it here after -c, right? And type WLAN 0. All right. Waiting for beacon frame, right? Now it has captured number of packets. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just crack it, aircrack ng at last, because now we are going to crack it. So basically it has we have received number of packets. Number of packets will be stored or will be extracted in a folder. I can show you. Let me. Here you can see these are the captured packets that are stored, right? So I'm going to use this aircrack -ng. Then in documents folder we have number of packets and the dictionary of to crack those packets. All right, so here we will be using this dictionary roq.txt, then -b, and then paste the BSSID. So again I need to copy that BSSID. This is the one. Then paste, and after that you have to give the document or basically the directory where you saved all those captured files. So here I'm gonna use documents, then I have psk-02.cap. Let's check it again. Here you can see psk-02.cap. This is the file I'm giving it to crack those packets, because basically what it does, it has captured number of packets that are traveling, and in that packet we are using the credentials for the wireless network traffic. So it has captured those packets, and now we are using our dictionary list with those packet captured, and now it will crack the packets. It's opening documents psk-02.cap. specify a dictionary -w. So basically I forgot to add -w. Then you need to give documents and basically the directory of your dictionary list, then -b and the BSSID. All right, and after that the packet captured directory. So let's check. All right, now you can see it has started capturing or cracking the packets. Now you can see the current passphrase it's using, right? Time left. So let's see whether it will crack our wireless password or not. Okay, now you can see key found, and it's this. So this is the password, or you can say the pre-shared key for this Wi-Fi network basically. Whether it may be WPA or WPA2, it can be cracked by using AirCrackNG. All right, so this is how you can crack, or anyone, basically the hacker or the attacker can crack WPA2 or WPA network, wireless network, by using AirCrackNG. So we must keep keep our network protected from these malicious activities. And how we can protect them? We should not give authentication access to those who are unauthorized. All right, so this is why we need to use the next generation wireless technology, wireless encryption technology, that is WPA3, which is non-crackable. All right, so that's all about cracking WPA or WPA2 wireless network by using AirCrackNG. Hello everyone, welcome back to the network security training. So as we have discussed lots of vulnerabilities that are in your wireless network, right? So in this video we are going to discuss some of the recommendations or security practices that you can perform to configure your network, your wireless network securely, and for isolating your network securely, right? So let's discuss. So here users can minimize the risk of attacks in their network by changing default Wi-Fi network names, such basically known as SSIDs, and passwords. So basically when you are just implementing a Wi-Fi network, right, you must be sure that you have changed the default settings. You have to change all the default settings, whether it's SSID, it's password, or it's another settings. You must change the default settings in your Wi-Fi routers, right? Update the firmware of Wi-Fi enabled devices, routers, and other hardware. Enable the firewall for added security in devices. So it's obvious that if you are in your organization, or whether if you are just protecting or implementing security at your home, you can use firewall devices or IDS and IPS applications to make your network more secure, right? So you can install and enable the firewall. Maybe you can use hardware firewall devices, or either you can go for software applications, and you can add the security to your network by using a VPN, that is virtual private network, especially when remotely accessing assets. So basically when you are going to access sensitive information, when you are just going for accessing some sensitive information of your network, then you can go for VPN. And by using VPN, virtual private network, you can access those sensitive resources, right? Next we have, for businesses, the crucial mitigation is for the IT department to have stringent policies in place, such as raising company awareness on the risk related issues. This is the most important thing. you must raise the awareness, or you must raise the knowledge of your employees, your colleagues, right? They must understand what are the risks that are associated with the wireless networks, right? Or what are the network security risk or cyber security risk that are associated with their organization, so that they can prevent from those attacks. Employing network monitoring to oversee connected devices and web traffic. Regularly reviewing device logs and monitoring results for any suspicious activity. This is also the important thing. See, you have implemented security protocols, you have implemented security devices, but what when they are not monitored? They should be strictly monitored, right? And if needs any updation, that should be updated on a regular basis, right? So if there is any kind of suspicious activity is going on in your network, then you can just stop it immediately. So that's why monitoring is also the most important concept when talking about wireless network security, or basically network security. And at last but not the least, we have using authentication tools such as two-factor authentication. So you can go for two-factor authentication, in which you can authenticate a user by using two-factor methods, right? So these are some of the basic security recommendations and best practices that you can perform for securely configure your network, your wireless network, and for network isolation. All right, so that's it.